Makati Productions present Star Wars, The Old Republic, Fear and Avaryss. Written by Dominic Grimm. It is a time of turmoil for the Sith Empire. A recent series of bold power struggles among the Sith Lords threatens to destroy the fragile empire. While the Emperor remains silent, the Lords fight to secure their futures in a galaxy on the brink of collapse. Amidst this chaos, Avaryss, the ambitious Sith apprentice of Darth Fear, rises from the shadows of the Itae system. As war rages and alliances shift, she navigates a treacherous path where only the strongest survive. Her journey takes her far from the dark heart of Dromund Kaas, through a galaxy rife with political intrigue and betrayal. The fate of the Sith Empire hangs in the balance as she seeks to claim her place among the most powerful. Chapter 1. Once again, a storm was building. Dromund Kaas, capital of the Empire and refuge of the Sith, was a world of many storms. Much like the Lords themselves, the world remained hostile, its inhabitants resisting any attempt to truly tame it. The dangers of the jungle world were many, and only through the strength of the Sith Emperor had those few citizens and lords of the Empire to survive the great holocaust of over a millennia ago endured. The world remained dangerous, but now it was dotted not only by cities, but estates of powerful Sith Lords. These masters were the ones that had made the Empire the threat that it was today. The Emperor may have gone into seclusion, but through the Dark Council and the power of the dark side, the Empire that he had saved endured, and as it endured, new generations of Sith rose, ready to take the place of those that came before, sometimes violently. One such of this generation was Avaryss, apprentice to the Lord Darth Fear. For the moment, though, she felt only exhaustion. What she desired most at the moment was not power, but rest. The thunder rolled outside as she slipped into the small meditation chamber in her quarters. The young Sith had only just returned to her apartment after another day of running around the capital in service to her master. The master has many fools he needed collared, she thought. Tedious work perhaps, but necessary. She had left no stone unturned. All had learned of her master's orders, or his displeasure. A few had not lived to endure that displeasure. A lightsaber was such a harsh teacher. She had enjoyed offering up those lessons, those final lessons. If done correctly, even the most tedious of acts could be fun. The young woman stretched and rolled her shoulders. A cool shower had served well after enduring the heat of another Dromund Kaas summer day. The cold water brought about goose flesh on her arms as she stepped out into her chambers. For the moment at least, she was free of sweating in the wretched heat, a heat that barely went away even in the darkest hour of the night. As she had moved about Kaas City today, she found herself looking with pity on the Sith soldiers who remained fully armored as they carried out their duties. She had heard that their armor did have some temperature control, but doubted it could do much against the jungle heat and humidity. She smiled slightly at the thought. My pity is wasted on them, she knew. They are nothing compared to those of us that serve the power of the dark side. She had hoped that it would fade with time, that the stubborn light would go out. Yet that sense of compassion was still there. The realization made her frown. For a Sith, passion was power, compassion was something else entirely. It was troubling. The simple fact that I can still feel pity is troubling. It is a weakness that must be expunged. I'm going to have to work on this. During her evening mediations, she would endeavor to do just that. Before anyone realized what was going on with her, before they realized something was wrong. This was not the first time she recognized the flaw in her armor. Since truly embracing the dark side on the planet Korriban, she had worked hard and longed to eliminate the small shard of light that still burned brightly within her. It had almost no sway over her actions, but at the same time, she recognized it for what it was. It is a weakness, she knew, one that an enemy might exploit one day. It is imperative that it is either minimized or destroyed utterly. There could be no compromise in that. The darkness had to be all. She kneeled down on the rough mat of her meditation chamber, the coarse fabric skinning her bare knees. She could have put on a robe, but for the moment she chose to enjoy the simple pleasure of the cool surface on her bare skin. The black midriff shirt and brief she wore left little to the imagination, but that was not a problem, not here in her own quarters. Here, at least, she was free to do as she pleased, provided it did not interfere with her training or her master's work. Here, in this room, she was free. Her master commanded that she spend at least 1 hour every day at meditation, centering herself and focusing on the power of the dark side. As she closed her eyes and began to the breathing techniques necessary to find her center, she found her mind beginning to drift. Old pains and past wrongs tried to rise up, distract her from going where she needed to be. She resisted the urge to let her mind wander. She centered it through the power of the Sith Code, the words that had come to define her young life. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory, and through victory my chains are broken. The Force shall set me free. The words became a mantra. She repeated them over and over. Strong words, words that were both to live by and kill by. Avaryss had killed many times in their service. As she found her center, the cold void that pulsed with the power of the dark side opened up to her. It was easy to find that place. The meditation chamber itself made it easy, not just the glyphs on the wall, but the rough and scratchy mat on which she kneeled, and the incense burning in the brazier on the wall. She hated the smell, as her master well knew, so he made sure that it was the only thing that was burned here. Discomfort turned to anger and hate so easily. It was the simplest path to the dark side. She was drawn deeper into it, exposed to mysteries and powers she could not entirely comprehend. Visions of the past danced before her closed eyes as future possibilities rose and fell like the tides of some dark, unforgiving ocean. Avaryss smiled. She welcomed these moments. They were one of the few times she felt truly alive. Once again she tried to reach out to her lost love. It had become an obsession of hers. He had been taken from her in a most cowardly fashion. On Corbin, she had sensed his presence. It had been drawn to her. Now, she thought to find it again, and only through the deepest heart of the darkness might that be truly possible. She reached out and again, found nothing. She felt nothing. That discovery, or lack thereof, annoyed her. She had once thought the dark side was limitless, that she could do anything with his power. Lately it did not seem that way. Lately, the power she sought did not meet her expectations. This experience should be more than what it is, she thought to herself. It should have been better. It should have been a triumph, but now, all it did was remind her of her failure. It reminded her of what she had lost, and how she had been manipulated. She hated herself for allowing that. Once she had dreamed of being a Sith apprentice, traveling the Empire, and fighting in her master's name. She had had such grand plans. She had wanted to see the galaxy, and in doing so, begin construction of her own power base, to gather allies both great and small, and through those alliances prepare herself for her own ascension to lordship, and from there, rise to the title of Darth. That will never happen, she thought, not at this rate. She frowned. Not with this master. When she had first come to the dark side, the death of Darth Fear was all that mattered to her. The man had ordered the deaths of her family, and that mission, that hatred of him had driven her to race down the dark path and become the Sith that she was today. He was the monster in the dark, the driving force behind her rage, and the one true stumbling block on her road to finding true power. That is how Avaryss had felt when she came to the dark side at the tender age of 15. Now, 2 years later, she had come to realize just how naive she had been. Darth Fear was no monster. He was just another Force user who had managed to claw his way up the ranks and achieve the title of Darth. He was neither overly strong, nor physically intimidating. He was of average height, with gray and curly blonde hair, and an arrogance that only a Lord of the Sith could wield without consequences. When you first looked at her master, you did not see what he was, the cunning that he possessed, and the cruel manipulations that he was capable of. Avaryss knew both these things. She had learned them the hard way. He broke me, she thought. It had taken almost a year to admit to herself, but finally she had. He had manipulated her from the first day she had begun her Sith training. His agents had convinced her that her hatred was necessary to defeat him, while at the same time testing her, dropping enemies in her way to ensure she went down the path her Lord needed. When she tried to deviate from that path, go off with someone she loved, she was punished severely, her lover ripped from her life and her arms. The realization of that, what he had done to her, how easily he had manipulated her, it was too much to bear. She broke and accepted his offer to serve as his apprentice, and that is where she had spent the last 6 months, serving his needs and dealing with his enemies. Though she did take some small pleasure in that work, she never forgave, and she never forgot. Her master hoped that she would let go of her hatred for him, and accept that everything that had happened was for her own good. That in time she would embrace him as a daughter might a loving yet stern father. Her eyes narrowed. In time he would learn how foolish those desires were. I am Sith, she thought, with few exceptions. The relationship between master and pupil among the Sith is never a loving one. I respect my master's power, and if I'm being honest, am in awe of it, but I also seek to do everything that I can to surpass him. An apprentice to a Dark Lord is more than just a servant. He or she is the rightful heir to their master's power, and that power is not given by a loving parent looking to pass on what they have and know to the future generation. It is ripped from the master's dying hand by his successor. Power is never given, it must always be taken. The thought of doing so sent a warm tingle down her spine. The vision of Feer lying dead at her feet always made her feel warm and fuzzy. He wants me to be his heir, fine, but he should be ready for the consequences of that. A Sith must arrange his or her own promotion. In time, I will have mine. The dark side responded to her hunger. After months of training, she had finally come to accept what had happened, and was finally ready to move forward. She had picked up the pieces of her shattered confidence, put them back together, and was now determined to move forward. Fear had played with her during her time as a student, she could acknowledge that, but now it was time to turn the tables. Now it was time to claim her rightful place in the Empire. As she meditated, her body began to rise off the floor of the chamber. She floated several centimeters above the ground, her body wrapped in a warm red halo, as the dark side filled her up with its hungry, all-consuming power. It was in that moment that she realized that she was not alone. She could sense someone had entered without her notice, someone who was practically radiating malice. She only just held back a sigh. Not again. She lowered herself to the ground and waited. She could sense the intruder approaching. He did not burn with the Force, but did possess a rudimentary animal cunning and viciousness. This was not the first time she had such an uninvited guest, though she hoped it would be the last. These little encounters were no longer diverting. Mostly they just served to piss her off. She waited until the intruder was almost behind her. She sensed the hungry anticipation. His thoughts filled her mind, and all the horrible depraved things he would do to her once he had properly broken her. She frowned. Not in this lifetime, little man. He reached for her, his hands large and calloused, ready to seize her by the throat. She caught him with the Force, held him in an invisible grip as strong as Durasteel. She smiled and looked over her shoulder. Shall we dance? She asked sweetly. He snarled and tried to lunge at her. She brought her leg around and kicked him hard in the jaw. He staggered back, dazed. Avaryss reached out with the Force towards her nightstand. Her lightsaber sat there, still clipped to her belt. It flew across the room and into her hand. She ignited the crimson blade, and it awoke with an evil hiss. The intruder was armed with the vibro-axe, a vicious weapon to be sure. She tried to cut through the handle with her lightsaber, while the weapon resisted her blade. It struck, sparked, and was pushed back. The handle of the axe, it seemed, was made of some cortosis weave alloy, strong enough to resist even a lightsaber. She grinned excitedly. At least, this fight would be somewhat of a challenge. The thug swung again. She dropped under his blow and tried to stab out with her weapon. He sidestepped and tried to catch her with a powerful reverse swing. She ducked under his blow again, though she almost lost her ponytail to the intruder's wicked strike. The idea of it frustrated her. She had found few pleasures on Dromund Kaas, but one of them had been when she had been able to step out onto the street and be accepted as a true lady of the Sith. Long hair was in season right now. It might have sounded petty, but had the man managed to cut her hair with that axe, he would have died screaming. She sneered. He would die anyway, but that did not mean that it had to be agonizing. She was only needlessly sadistic when she needed to be. Most of the time, she kept that side of her in check. The battle spilled back out into her apartment. Her duties as Lord Fear's apprentice kept her busy most days, so her room had little in it that could be damaged. The thug struck again, and each time, she managed to maneuver herself out of the way, avoiding his attacks. Finally, the intruder made a mistake and overextended. He missed an overhead chop, and Avaryss managed to sidestep and kick him hard in the elbow. The force of the blow caused him to lose his grip on the weapon, and before he could recover it, she seized it with the force and tossed it out the window. Now that he was unarmed, the thug looked upon her with fear in his eyes. Avaryss drank that terror up. She used it to increase her own powers, her desire for revenge. Looking around desperately, the man saw a weapon hanging in a place of honor on the wall, a Sith war blade that had seen many centuries of use for the good of the Empire. He lunged for it, ready to use it to continue his attack. He did not make it. Avaryss, enraged by his audacity, blasted the man with force lightning. The sword was hers after all, a gift from an old Sith she had come to both respect and fear. She would be damned before his blade ended up in the hands of some ruffian. She could have killed him with the lightning, ended the fight right then and there, but now she had a personal stake in seeing him suffer. You try and steal from me, she thought, you suffer. All would suffer. She relented just enough for the man to drop to his knees. He sat there for a moment, too dazed to continue. He looked around, confused, the lightning likely having disrupted every cell in his tiny brain. Avaryss decided to deny him the chance to recover. She brought her lightsaber down point first on the top of the man's head. She reveled in the strike as she watched the man's eyes boil from the heat of the blade superheating the fluids in his brain. The man was dead before his body likely even realized it. She withdrew her sword and watched as he fell twitching to the ground. She stood over him for a moment, making sure that he was truly gone. It was at that moment that the one responsible for this fight finally chose to reveal himself. He had masked his presence well, but in the end his excitement had finally gotten the better of him. She could sense the dark amusement the other intruder felt as he had watched the two duel. She sighed heavily. You are not supposed to be here, young master, she said coldly. Your mother has spoken of this, yes. The young boy stepped out of the shadows, dressed in fine silken robes. No one would ever doubt his noble status. The expression on his face was one of both superiority and cruelty. He had inherited many of the features of her master. They both had blonde hair, their noses were the same, and their chins were the same. The one thing that the two did not share was the eyes. Feer had his mother's eyes. He smirked at his father's apprentice. My mother can say what she likes, the 13-year-old said arrogantly. I shall be master of this house one day. He eyed her with that cruel, lecherous gaze of his. She could feel his baby little eyes crawling all over her body. It was all she could do to keep from throttling the brat. I may do as I like, he purred. She held back a smile. It will not be that simple, you little fungus, she thought. You may be his son, but I'm his apprentice. We will just see who inherits what. Young Master Bill's sense of entitlement sickened her. She may have only been 4 years his senior, but at times she felt that that gap was much, much higher. He is not even a hopeful yet, she thought. I don't care if his mother has trained him since he was 5, he would not last 5 minutes at a Sith Academy. What has he done to be an heir to a Dark Lord? Nothing. Simply being born into a powerful family should not guarantee power. Power must be seized. She would be damned before this little wretch stole her legacy. She looked down at the slain intruder. She moved his foot with hers. Already the body was starting to stiffen. Where did you find this one? She asked her master's son. He showed some promise. Bill giggled like the sadistic brat he was. He was just a slave gladiator. I offered him his freedom if he managed to kill you. The boy cackled again. He looked her up and down, and in that moment she regretted that she had not chosen to wear a robe while meditating. The young master may have been a little sadist, but he was also a 13-year-old boy, and like other such adolescents, he was growing interested in new things. Such boys had curiosities. She was one such curiosity, or rather her body was. Avaryss knew that she was not unattractive. Despite several scars, years of Sith training had left her body both muscular and toned. Age had also changed her. She had finally given up the last of the roundness of her youth and grown into a slender yet curvy young woman. Her bone-white skin and burning red eyes did not take away from her beauty. In fact, to most Sith, it only enhanced it, and they could sense the dark power burning within her. She shook her head. This was third time Bill had sent her something to kill. The first had been 3 young Kaelor slugs left in her bed, not as big as the ones found in the wilds of Korriban, but still quite large. The second attempt involved a rogue Sith acolyte that had been killing young girls here in the capital. She was not sure how the young master found the man, but he had, and given him access to her room. She had taken her time with that one, flaying first his mind and then his body. She had enjoyed that, and unfortunately, Bill had to. Now, he would not leave her alone. He had come to enjoy watching her kill, an enjoyment that only grew when she killed in a state of undress. The first fight had occurred when she had been climbing into bed. She had leapt back when the slugs had risen up and snapped at her. The serial killer had come just as she had been coming out of the shower. She had been wearing just a towel at the time. She sighed heavily. The fight with the gladiator had left her sweaty. Her shirt clung to her like a second skin. She could sense the young master's excitement as he stared at her. He could not totally hide the dark fantasies that ran through his limited mind. Most of these fantasies involved hurting her, making her beg him for mercy. Her eyes narrowed. Part of her was tempted to pluck out his eyes and give them to his mother. Maybe that would stop these nocturnal challenges. Bill's interest in the opposite sex was growing, but like all things, the boy had chosen to combine those desires with his own love of death and violence. Avaryss pitted the first girl Bill brought home. Who knew what depravities he would seek to test her with? To make things even more uncomfortable, the sounds of battle had drawn the attention of those downstairs, voices in the hall and the sound of booted feet. The door to her apartment opened, and 4 of her master's guards swarmed in, followed closely by the mistress of the house, Lord Fear's lady wife. Red of hair and green of eye, the lady radiated the power of the dark side, but that power was often muted by concern for her son, her darling boy. Such concern was not fitting for a Sith, but Avaryss understood it. A mother's love was a mother's love after all, no matter how depraved the progeny. Lady Sinestra Feer called out to her, but stopped when she saw Avaryss and Bill talking, seeing the apprentice in such a state of undress. Her lord's wife narrowed her eyes. Through the force, Avaryss could sense both anger and suspicion. "What are you doing with my son, girl?" she spat. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Several weeks back, her master had said, in passing, that perhaps he should consider wedding Avaryss to their son. He had meant it as a joke at the time, but the lady had not forgotten. Sinestra Feer hated Avaryss. "I was attacked, my lady," Avaryss said, bowing in submission. "Your son heard the fighting and came running. It was all over by the time he arrived, but..." She looked back and forth between the young woman and the boy. "Is that true, my son?" the mistress of the house asked. "Of course, mother," he lied. "Lady Avaryss is a member of our house after all." He gave her his most sly smile. "An attack against one of us is an attack against all. Is that not true?" Lady Fear continued to glare at Avaryss. The young apprentice could almost feel her mind working, imagining her own dark scenario for what had happened. Avaryss resisted the urge to sigh. "She thinks I'm trying to seduce the little wretch," Avaryss knew. as if she would ever soil herself with such an attempt. Since the death of her lover, a real man, back on Korriban, love and physical desire had had little interest for the Sith Apprentice. Power is what drove her now. She needed little else. Using the boy might have worked. In time she might have been able to wrap him around her little finger, but what she would have to do in the meantime did not appeal to her. No, she would find her own path as she prepared to conquer House Fear and make it her own. There was a tense silence between the two Sith women. Avaryss feared that the woman would not buy her story, that they would come to blows. Part of her welcomed it. She did not care that the lady was a full Sith. She had grown weary of her constant watching. Things might have turned violent, but that is when she felt it, when they both felt it. A disturbance in the Force saved them both. Both she and the Lord's wife looked out the window. Beale, who was still too green to sense it, looked at them both curiously. "What is it, Mother?" he asked. Sinestra frowned. "Get dressed, Avaryss, and report to the landing pad." "Of course, my lady," she said, bowing. Sinestra motioned for her son to follow her. "We must prepare, my son," she said. "Your father is home." Avaryss did not lower her guard until the lady and the young master had left. She sighed and made for the wardrobe on the far wall. She had hoped for an early evening tonight, but that had not happened. She could sense it through the Force. Darth Fear was coming, and she sighed again. He had need of her. Joy of joys, she thought. More menial labor, she was so thrilled. She shook her head. All the joys of life of a Sith apprentice. Oh, joy. Chapter 2. The storm finally hit as Avaryss began her vigil, clad in robes of midnight black. She stood upon the landing pad of the Fear estate, waiting for the arrival of her master. Thunder rumbled, and the sky opened up. Rain came down in heavy sheets, drenching both the landing pad and the waiting apprentice. She stood unmoved, her crimson eyes gleaming out from beneath the rain-soaked cowl. Water ran down her cheeks like tears she had never shed. Lady Sinestra and Beale had not joined her. They were waiting in the receiving room to greet the master of House Fear. Avaryss could have joined them, if not for the Force whispering in her ear. "You will wait for me here," Darth Fear's voice rippled through her mind. "What is a little rain to a Sith? It is nothing, a distraction." There was a brief pause, and then she felt her master's anger, held in check by his harsh will. "I will punish you if you are not waiting on the pad when I arrive. Do not believe that I won't." "I believe, my lord," she murmured. "You are mine. I am. Body and soul." "Yes, my master," she murmured, "body and soul." The connection ended. She felt her master's pleasure at her submission, her loyalty. She masked her anger well. "One day I will be stronger than you, dear master," she thought, "and on that day, you will truly see how loyal I am. You will see what a good Sith I am." She awaited that day with bated breath, the day when she could finally stop pretending that her hatred for her master and his family did not exist. On that day, she would burn this entire place down, and from the ashes build her own house. The House of Avaryss would rise and take its place among the other great Sith clans. She welcomed the coming of that day, but it was not yet here. Not yet. She heard the sound of engines over the pounding of the rain. Soon lights appeared in the sky as a Sith shuttle began its approach towards the compound. The defense towers that shielded the estate locked onto the ship, only to be deactivated by the master's clearance codes. As the towers powered down, the shuttle began to fold its wings and begin the final approach to the landing pad. Avaryss dropped to one knee. She bowed her head in reverence, ignoring the cold rain that was soaking her. Her cloak no longer offered protection. The rain had soaked her through and through. Her robes, even her underclothes, were soaked. Yet, she remained silent, waiting for her master and his word. What did her discomfort matter when she was asked to pay homage to the man who offered her true power? What was a little water to a Sith? It was nothing. She remained where she was as the shuttle touched down before her. She listened as the hydraulics hissed and the ramp lowered. Through the force she could sense her master inside, sense his curiosity. She remained silent, volunteering nothing with her emotions. She was a blank slate, waiting for his orders to fill her. Such was the way of the master and the apprentice. Such was the way of the Sith. She heard the footsteps coming down the ramp. She kept her head bowed, seeing only his boots as he stood before her. She did not rise, not yet. It was up to him to give her that permission. "Come to me, my darling wife," he called out. "Embrace your loving husband. Come to me, my son. Let your father know that you have missed him." Avaryss heard nothing and said nothing. Clearly Lord Fear could see that they were not here. That only she, his loyal apprentice, had come out into the rain to welcome him. She heard her master sigh. Clearly he was unhappy with the greeting that awaited his homecoming. He walked past her without a word. Yet, still, she remained where she was. She could sense his annoyance at his family. She had no desire to become their scapegoat. In the first 6 months of their relationship, he had only needed to punish her once. It was not an experience that she was eager to repeat. She still had nightmares about it. Being trapped in her own mind, unable to move, subjected to the most horrific nightmares that she had ever endured. He will not need to do that again, she thought. I am a loyal apprentice. I will kneel here all night if that is what he wishes. I am his for now. It sickened her to grovel like this, but it was all part of the game. For now, she was the good little servant, the loyal soldier. That would not be the case forever. At last he seemed to remember her presence. He paused and looked back. "Rise, my child," he called out. "Rise and follow. We have things to discuss." She did as she was bid. She stood and followed behind him, though she did not remain behind him for long. He slowed just enough for her to catch up and move so that they may walk side by side. "I prefer you where I can keep an eye on you," he murmured. "To let someone walk behind you is to invite a knife in your back." Avaryss chuckled. "Would I do something like that, my lord?" she asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm, even as she batted her eyes innocently. "If it was in your best interest," he said. "Sure." She gave him a sly smile. "You are wise to recognize that," she said. "I am your master," he reminded her. "That you are, my lord," she replied. "For now?" She stood patiently while he inspected his family and the rest of the household that had awaited his arrival in the receiving room. She watched the exchange between her master and the rest of his servants carefully, looking for weaknesses, trying to see, to recognize who was truly loyal or just appeared to be. Her teeth chattered from the cold and wet. Despite her cloak, the rain had soaked her through to the bone, but she dared not ask to go change, not without her master's leave, and certainly not when he was addressing the rest of his power base. It was all part of the game. It was all about dominance, and for the moment Darth Fear held all the power. He was stronger than her, wiser than her, and knew things about the dark side that she did not. Those 3 facts would need to change before she could make her move. She needed not only power, but also information. Moments such as these were excellent teachers. No one could pull off a coup alone. She would need allies when that glorious day came. It did not hurt to start looking, even at so early a stage. She suspected that she was not the only one here who desired Darth Fear's end, and many of these had skills or access that she would need on that fateful day. "What do you think you are doing, girl?" Avaryss glanced over. Lady Sinestra was looking at her with wide, angry eyes. She tilted her head curiously. "What have I done now?" "She is awaiting my orders," Darth Fear replied for her. "Avaryss is right where she is supposed to be." "She is dripping all over the Alderaanian rugs," his lady wife complained. They were spoils of war, and irreplaceable. She glared at her husband's apprentice. "Were you raised in a barn, girl?" "Perhaps she was, mother," Bill laughed. "She is from a farm world after all." Avaryss' cheeks burned, her fingers curled into angry fists. They knew nothing of life she had lived before. They knew nothing. Her master, no doubt sensing her anger, finally took pity on her. "Return to your apartment and dry yourself off, apprentice." Then meet me in the communication room. I have a task for you. Yes, my master, she said, bowing. As she turned away, she heard him address both his lady wife and his son. His statement brought a hint of a smile to her face. Now that is how an apprentice is supposed to act. Avaryss may not have been born into the order, but at least she knows her place. There was a brief pause. Unlike others I know. She resisted the urge to laugh. That last statement was clearly directed at his son. Bill's mother had been training him in the dark side since he was 5. Yet, Darth Fear remained unhappy with his progress, and rightly so. He seemed to believe that he would just be handed his father's estate one day. Such thinking on the boy's part was part of the reason that she was here. Her smile grew. She would never be friendly with Lady Fear. She knew that. When she had first arrived, Lady Sinestra had called her a stray, that in the bumpkin from nowhere. Clearly the lady did not see her as being worthy of being a member of House Fear. She is just jealous, the dark side whispered in her ear. Since you have come here, it has been you that the master has brought to official functions. No doubt there are many here in the capital who thinks that you are more than just Lord Fear's apprentice. That last thought made her a little nauseous. So what if people thought that she was Fear's paramour? The thought might have disgusted her, but it also served to keep her enemies off balance. If they did not see her as a true apprentice, it might give her an edge at a crucial time. Such an edge could be as precious as kyber crystals. Of course, those rumors also deepened the dislike between herself and her master's wife. So far, Lord Fear had kept the lady in check, but if and when she made her move. My master's problems are not my own, especially where his family was concerned. In fact, any problem between the Fears worked to her advantage. She smiled. Let them snipe at each other. It will only make it easier when the day comes that I rise up and replace my lord as head of this house. For the moment she had few allies here, little power of her own. 1 or 2 of the staff looked upon her fondly, but that would not be enough. She needed to expand her power base. The last few months had given her little chance to do that. Running errands here on Dromund Kaas did nothing to help gather followers. Perhaps this mission would serve as a springboard. Perhaps, at last, she would be able to start building. One thing at a time, she thought. First, gather, then consolidate, and then the fun begins. Obliteration. After a quick change in her room, Avaryss made her way down to the communication room, and her master's side. She arrived to find him in hollow communication with another Sith Lord. She paused, staying out of the broadcast field. She did not wish the other Lord to see her. The Sith that her master was speaking was a huge man, broad of shoulder and thick of chest. Massive shoulder plates expanded his girth even more. The Dark Lord's face was covered by a masked helmet that left little of his expression visible. Despite this, she could feel the hate and dislike radiating off him, even at such a distance. Lord Fear did not acknowledge her presence. His attention was directed entirely at his fellow lord. A fellow lord that was clearly not happy. I'm not plotting against you, Avaryss, Lord Fear said, shaking his head. This call was a courtesy on my part. I had hoped you would understand that. The Sith Lord, Darth Avaryss, chuckled, but there was little amusement in his laugh. I know what you intended, Fear, he replied. I know of your feud with Lord Trik, and I know that you hope to use me to strike at him from a direction that he would not see coming. Lord Avaryss shook his head. Your ambitions will get the better of you one day. If her master took the rebuke as an insult, he did not show. He continued to smile pleasantly. I would never perceive to try and manipulate you, Avaryss. I know how well informed you are. I was simply offering what I had heard of Lord Trik. How you choose to use that information is entirely up to you, but I would advise caution. Lord Fear leaned closer, like he did not wish to be heard. These are exciting times in the Empire. A wise man knows how to use such times to his advantage. Wise men such as you, and I must be ready to do what is needed when the time comes, am I right? The large Dark Lord sighed. I will consider what you have said, and my agents will investigate this information of yours. We will see if it proves valuable or not. A wise decision, Feer responded grinning. You will not regret this, Avaryss. We will see, the man responded as the transmission faded out. Avaryss waited. She stood back and waited until her master summoned her forward. Darth Fear cackled excitedly. Another log on Trik's funeral pyre, he murmured. Another step towards victory. He turned to her, a triumphant grin on his face. I swear, that man's shoulders have their own gravitational pull. I'm surprised that all of Dromund Kaas is not rotating around them. She smirked, only just suppressing a giggle. Immediately, he regretted hearing her master's words. If she should ever meet the Dark Lord in person, she did not want to be giggling like some foolish little girl. Darth Avaryss did not strike her as the type who accepted such foolishness gladly. She would need to maintain her composure, should they ever meet, and considering that her master had chosen to involve him in whatever it was he was planning, she just might someday. She would need to remember to be respectful when that day finally came. She would not throw away her life on something as foolish as some overheard comment. And so begins the long fall of Darth Trik, her master said. Avaryss should prove to be a most interesting pawn, and the best part is, I did not even have to lie to gain the man's support, merely out old Trik. Fear laughed at the mere thought of it. Trik should have known to leave well enough alone. Avaryss is not the type of man to be trifled with. Yet, we are doing just that, Avaryss said with a slight frown. Is that truly wise, my master? As I said, it is not like I lied to Avaryss. What he was told, everything that I learned was the truth. Avaryss likely already suspected what I just told him, but now he has the evidence he needs to act, and in doing so, he will draw the attention of Darth Trik away from a certain world, and a certain item waiting on that world. Fear's eyes practically radiated with childlike glee. That distraction is where you come in, my dear. It is time to take your first step into a larger world. It is time to truly serve me. She dropped to one knee. I am ready, my master, she said. Command me. At that moment, the door to the communication room opened, admitting a very old Sith pureblood. His crimson skin may have dulled, the tendrils on his chin may have thinned, but the eyes of the old Sith remained as strong and pitiless as they had almost 2 centuries ago. Though age had left his body slender, the ease with which he moved did not suggest weakness. His dark hair had gone gray long ago in the service of House Fear, yet none would doubt that he had served both ably and well. Once he had served her master's father, had been a close friend of his long before any oath of loyalty had been uttered. Now the old man advised her master in his endeavors. His wisdom was welcome above all others, and he was one of the few people in House Fear that Avaryss had come to respect. Her master nodded respectfully at the new arrival. Feer, my old friend, he purred. I trust that you have good news for me. Feer War Master of House Fear, nodded. I do, my lord, he said, bowing his head in both respect and submission. He then glanced over at the kneeling Avaryss. Apprentice, he said respectfully. War Master, she replied. Feer grinned as he returned his attention to her master, their master. Your information has paid off, my lord, he said. We have identified the location of the safe house and confirmed the package is there. Excellent, my friend, Feer cackled. Excellent. He turned to his young apprentice. Pack your sunscreen, my child. You will need it on Tatooine. Avaryss' brow furrowed. Tatooine. I've never heard of this place, master. Is it in the Empire? Tatooine is in contested space, Feer informed her. Both the Empire and the Republic maintain a presence there. It is a desert world, some indigenous tribes and scavengers. A harsh environment breeds harsh people. It is also far enough from the Republic that it escapes the notice of most, but close enough that they can smuggle items of value into the Republic if needed, Feer said. It is the perfect place for a safe house. It is the perfect place to hide something valuable in plain sight. The apprentice's brow furrowed. We are going after the Republic. Feer nodded. I thought this was about Darth Trik. Is he working with the Republic? Is he a traitor? He is an opportunist child, Feer said. That is not the same as being a traitor. Trik has no interest in the Republic, Feer added. What he does have is a network of spies who have discovered something interesting. We are not sure what just yet, but he has spread around a lot of credits in the last few weeks. According to my sources, he believes that he has discovered some involvement between the Republic and the death of several key Imperial officers. These officers may, or may not, have been pawns of Lord Barriss. Avaryss nodded, understanding dawning. I'm guessing that Lord Barriss suspected Lord Trik in these deaths. He was one of several suspects Feer offered. Regardless of who was responsible, the Republic is holding a certain package on Tatooine. A package that might reveal much about the deaths of those Imperial officers, Feer said, smiling eagerly. I've paid well to ensure that Trik does not find this package first, but it is only a matter of time until he does discover the location. We must act before then, which is where you come in, my child. We must proceed cautiously, but quickly, Feer said. With so many active feuds between the Lords, it is imperative that we get this item first. Whatever is in this package, it could be a time bomb. Whichever Lord gains it first will have a great advantage over his or her rivals. Which is why it must be mine, Feer said with a hungry look in his yellow eyes. He pinned her with his cold gaze. You will go to Tatooine, my apprentice. You will infiltrate this safe house, destroy it, and bring me the package, unharmed and undamaged. Avaryss nodded. The mission sounded simple enough, but there was a problem. Won't the pups consider this a violation of treaty? A Sith attack in one of their safe houses could be considered an act of war. If we do this without the Dark Council or the Emperor's approval. That is where the caution comes in, child, Feer said. Plus, as far as the Republic is concerned, this place does not exist. Lord Fear chuckled. If they were to acknowledge its existence, many people would have a lot of explaining to do. That fact will work in our advantage. She nodded. That was the problem with democracy. Too many people had a say, and some of them did not understand the value of keeping things secret. It had worked well for the Empire in the past. Sounds good, she thought. It could work. I assume that once we have this package, we will have leverage over Lord Trik, or whoever else might have been involved in the deaths you mentioned. Her master nodded. It is one option we could take once we have what we seek. It is also imperative that no one knows that we have the package. Leave no witnesses, show no mercy. Avaryss' heartbeat quickened. No witnesses. No mercy. She liked the sound of that. Finally, she thought, I've been craving a little action. This mission is exactly what I've been waiting for. I will need a ship, she said. Once I do this, I will need to escape quickly. You will have one, but only for the escape portion of your mission, Feer said. She frowned at the old Sith. How am I supposed to get to Tatooine then? You will not use registered transport, the War Master said. You will travel as a refugee. Once you have reached Tatooine, our agents there will point you towards your objective. As soon as you have completed the mission, you will activate a retrieval beacon, and a ship will be there in moments to pick you up. Many eyes are watching us, my child, Feer warned her. The political situation in the Empire right now is chaotic to say the least. We must assume that we are being plotted against, if not by Trik or Barriss, then by another rival most certainly. If my apprentice were to arrive in command of her own ship in Mos Illa, many people would start to ask why. Until the package is secured, we cannot afford those questions. Avaryss's frown deepened. She did not like it, but there was little she could do about it. She had wanted to get off-world for some time, and this was her chance. If she did it well, her master would know that he could trust her to carry out other, more complex missions. Plus, who knew? Whatever this package was might be the key to forging her own power base. Depending what it contained, she might just be able to use it to begin her own work to dethrone her dear master. That possibility alone made this journey worth it. She smiled gamely. It will be done, my lord, she said, and there will be no failure. Lord Fear smirked. I have no doubt, my dear, her master said. He stepped forward. Gently he lifted her up to her feet. She found herself looking into his eyes, her crimson gaze to his golden one. Good luck, my child. Bring terror to our enemies. Bring rage and death. He leaned in close so that he could whisper in her ear. Prove yourself worthy of being a daughter to me, he purred. Make me proud. She smiled and bowed as he stepped back. That is what I do, she said. What I was made to do. Chapter 3. A sudden jolt along the path shook Avaryss from her troubled sleep. She bumped her head on the side of the rusty bulkhead and was wide awake in seconds. Ow, she growled, rubbing the side of her head. For a moment she forgot where she was. The nightmares of the past and future still held her in their hungry grip. She had nearly rose and drew her lightsaber. She glanced around quickly, noticing several optic sensors focused on her. No voices called out, no words of concern were heard, but that was not surprising. The restraining bolts did their job well. The droids that surrounded her could do little but stare. It was a bit disturbing, but not threatening. It seemed that these junk dealers, these Jaws, knew how to keep their merchandise secure. Lucky them. The vehicle rocked again, and she was forced to reach out and stop herself from being thrown off balance. Her eyes narrowed. We are in the middle of the desert, she thought. How could there be bumps along the path? She stood and dusted herself off, which did little in helping remove the sand from her robes. She had never dealt with so much sand before, not even on Korriban, which was basically a desert as well. Tatooine had a different feel to it than the Sith homeworld. Here, it seemed that the sand somehow got everywhere. It was an annoyance, but one that she needed to endure. Her master's orders were clear. Complete the mission, destroy the safe house, and come home. She intended to do just that, even if it meant putting up with the bumps and the strange feeling of random droids watching her. According to her master's agent in Mos Ela, the sand crawlers she was currently riding, and was well known to the Republic agents living in the safe house. They had seen the massive vehicle pass by many times and would not even blink, and I went and rumbled within a few kilometers of their base. The Jaws, this strange hooded alien race, with the glowing beady yellow eyes, were not a threat. They were simply wandering junk dealers, selling to whoever chose to buy what they salvaged in the Tatooine desert. The Republic agents had grown used to seeing their sand crawler, and would not investigate further. Nor would they be suspicious when the vehicle ground to a halt. It did that sometimes. The Jaws that drove this beast were always having to stop to make repairs. When they stopped, she would emerge on her swoop bike and make the final leg of her journey, under the cover of darkness. According to her master's spies, the safe house's main defense is that no one knew about it. They had some blasters there, yes, but not enough to stop a determined Sith looking to acquire a certain package. What is this package supposed to be exactly? She had inquired before she left Mos Ela. I do not wish to miss it or destroy it during my search. The agent, a Rodian whose basics she could barely understand, could not say for certain. All he knew was that it was quite large, and the Republics had sent a request for a ship to move it off-world. That transport was supposed to arrive in 4 days, which meant that she would have only 2 days to get to the safe house and be away with it, before the pub reinforcements showed up. Plenty of time, she thought. It was all the time in the galaxy. Before striking out, he had supplied her with a swoop bike, a track and retrieval beacon, and a large high-tech box he called and jammer. It was on a timer, he said, so she should plant it outside the safe house 15 minutes before beginning her assault. When the counter reached 0, she would have 20 minutes where all communication would be blocked in or out. Plenty of time to render the place destroyed. She tried not to be over-eager, but she could not help it. It had been a long journey from Dromund Kaas. She had spent the bulk of that journey stuffed into a small passenger compartment of some barely functional tramp freighter. One of 20 passengers in a compartment meant to seat only 8 at most. Clad in heavy travel robes, she had avoided her fellows. Her disguise had covered her from head to toe. The other passengers probably did not even realize that she was female. She kept her head down and her eyes covered by a pair of dark goggles. She could disguise herself as some random traveler, sure, but she could do nothing to change her Sith eyes. The goggles would simply have to do. She kept to herself during the journey, speaking to no one, and avoiding eye contact. None of her fellow passengers forced the issue, so the journey had gone off without a hitch. Perhaps they were polite enough to respect a stranger's desire for privacy, or they might just have sensed the feeling of menace that radiated off the hooded and cloaked young woman in their midst. Whatever their reasons, they left her alone. No one said a word to her until they had landed on Tatooine. She was quite pleased with that. It was when they reached the planet, this Tatooine, that for the first time she had found herself on a world not totally in the Empire's grip. A wilderness that was almost completely alien to her. She could not imagine living outside of the Emperor's control. She had spent her entire life up to this point under his control. Seeing this planet, knowing that the Sith did not have complete control, it made her see why the Empire was needed, why the galaxy had to be theirs. As for Tatooine itself as a whole, the planet was different than any place she had been before, with its hot suns and strange denizens. The experience of it left her unimpressed. She stopped out of the transport in the height of the noonday suns. Even with her protective goggles, the brightness made her look away. The med droids back on Korriban had warned her that she would likely be oversensitive to bright light for the rest of her life. For someone with such an affliction, Tatooine was most unpleasant. She shook her head. 2 suns. She thought with a frown. What kind of world needs 2 suns? She pulled her hood down farther on her head and made her way down the ramp. Her master had provided her with the cover story to get on planet. If anyone asked, she was a simple trader looking to pick up a shipment of cheap metals to sell on the Hutt black market. Mining had been a major source of revenue on Tatooine for many years, though no one had ever gotten rich in seeking to harvest it. Now, most of the big corporations stayed away, which left Tatooine open to many small-time operators. It was as good a cover as any. As she made her way through the small town, she was surprised by just how many aliens made this place their home. She had seen aliens before, of course, but they were a rarity within the Empire. Most of the species she had met were those known to have an affinity for the dark side of the Force. Twi'leks, Zabraks, and once even a Gran. This place, though, there were dozens of different species, some she did not even recognize. She was intrigued. As a girl, she had not shared the Empire's dislike of alien species. She was curious about other worlds and cultures. Her duties back on Ardana had always kept her busy, but she shook her head. Snap out of it, she thought to herself. You are not here to gawk like some rube. You are here to complete your master's mission. Make your way to the cantina and meet his agent. She nodded. For a moment there, she had gotten lost. What she had once been had bubbled to the surface. It still happened sometimes, but she would endeavor to make sure that it would not happen again. These species were nothing special. She could not even sense the Force strongly in any of them. They were an oddity, nothing more. She had no time to gawk at oddities. Like many small communities, the cantina was often the center of life. It was here that most people came to not only do business, but catch up on local gossip and learn about what was happening in the galaxy as a whole. Avaryss took a seat near the back. She ordered some local spirit, but did not drink it. Someone might have been suspicious had she chosen to simply sit and wait. When her master's Rodian pet finally arrived, almost an hour had passed. She had voiced her displeasure, but he assured her that it could not be helped. This was no mere game they were playing. Many eyes were upon them. He had doubled back several times to make sure that he had not been followed here. Only when he was sure that they were safe did he finally give her the full details of the mission. He provided her with both a map and his most recent scan of the Republic's safe house. Not an easy thing to get, considering that this was in fact a safe house. It appears that the bulk of the safe house is underground. Seismic scan suggests 2 levels down at least. I could not get more than that. The Republic are using some kind of jamming tech to protect against detailed scans. A military safe house then? She inquired. Some kind of listening post. Not the right equipment for something like that, the agent offered. With the exception of the jammers, of course, I would get special information service. Republic SIS knows how to guard his secrets. Avaryss nodded. Spies then, she thought. She would have to move quickly. Spies knew how to destroy evidence. She would have to come in hard and fast, give them little or no time to react. What about transport? She had asked. I will need to approach unseen. The Rodian made a ruffling sound, his version of laughter, she guessed. My old friend Trik is a boss on a sand crawler. He can get you where you need to go. Avaryss was not sure what a Yawa was at that moment, but she had nodded gamely. The Rodian left first, with her following 5 minutes later. He had directed her to a small bazaar on the edge of town. The Jaws had been finishing up after an afternoon of trading with the locals. As the Rodian had said, they were more than willing to offer her a ride. It was almost 3 hours into the journey when she had started to get annoyed. She had seen nothing of the Jaws since they let her board their vehicle, and with no window she had no idea where she was. Paranoia began to rise up, filling her head with ideas. What if they are going to try and sell me to the Republic? What if they know who and what I am? Her hands clenched into fists. She would destroy these little rodents before they even got the chance. She began to push her way forward, past the various droids scattered about the sand crawler's hold. She had been on her way to speak with whichever of the little wretches were in charge when she noticed something interesting nestled in the corner of the sand crawler's hold. She paused, recognizing what she was seeing, or rather what she thought she was seeing. She smiled wickedly. The droid was old, make no mistake. Its gunmetal-colored chassis was dirty and faded from many long days in the twin suns. It was missing both of its legs and one arm, but the head is what drew her attention. It appeared undamaged and intact. She had seen such droids in books and drawings in the archives back on Korriban. Why, hello there, she said to the empty, powered-down eyes. What are you doing here? The droid, or rather the wreck that had once been a droid, was an old HK model. According to what she had read back on Korriban, these droids had been quite lethal and skilled hunters once upon a time. There had been several references to HK droids serving the Sith over the years. No mere assassin droids. The descriptions had called these automatons as tools of wanton slaughter. Could be useful, she thought, provided it could be restored. The sound of Yawa chittering drew her attention. The door she had been searching for had opened, and a pair of the little brown-robed aliens made their way down. They sought her out, speaking in their strange language, a language that the translator she carried had no problem deciphering. They were coming up on their destination, the Yawa informed her. It would soon be time for her to go. She nodded. It seemed that these little creatures could be trusted after all. Refreshing, considering some of the beings she had been forced to deal with in the last few years. They have to be honest to a point, she realized. They live and die on their word. They survive on trade. If people did not trust them, how would they survive out here? The realization made her respect for the creatures grow. They had no size or strength. Their weapons were minimal and archaic at best. Yet, by being useful to those who lived here, they remained not only relevant, but a necessary part of life on this world. Avaryss nodded. What the galaxy was finally theirs, these creatures would be useful to the Sith Empire. She was sure of it. In the meantime, though. How much for this? She said, gesturing to the HK. Name a price. The Jaws blinked and spoke to each other in hushed tones. She was not sure if they had the right to sell the droid to her, but at the least they could report to the one who did. The taller of the two named a price. It was quite high, but that was not unexpected. The Jaws went in expecting to haggle, even with someone traveling with them. Avaryss did not have the time or the patience to haggle. She knew what she wanted, and she would have it. Done, she said. I will pay you half now, and you will get the other half when you deliver the droid to my agent in Mos Ela. The Jaws chittered with surprise. They had not expected the one they called an outlander to give in so quickly. It might not have been the best deal she could make, but if she was able to get the old assassin droid working again, it could prove to be an invaluable tool to her work. You could have just killed them, the dark side whispered, killed them and took what you wanted. True, but that would mean she would have to find another way to get the droid back to Dromund Kaas. These Jaws would want the rest of their payment and would deliver the droid to wherever she desired. Her master's agent would ensure it found its way back to her. She was not the type of Sith that thought with her lightsaber. Never destroy something that could still prove useful. Who knew, if her business ever brought her back here, the Jaws might remember her generosity, and if they found something else, something really intriguing, they might even bring it to her attention first. Making an ally was useful. The destruction of these little ones might provide a bit of a distraction, but it might also alert her enemies to her presence. No, she would be patient for now. If she wanted blood, there was plenty waiting at the Republic safe house. She would be able to satisfy her appetite for destruction soon enough. The Jaws left to get the data pad with the transfer of ownership for her new droid, while Avaryss made her way to where her swoop bike had been stored. She needed to check over her supplies, make sure that everything was ready. Once the fighting started, things would happen fast. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. This would be the first time she got to engage Republic forces. She had fought prisoners during her student years, but those had already been broken by the Imperial prison system. She suspected that these SIS people would have far sharper teeth. She welcomed the challenge. For too long she had been forced to deal with thugs and sycophants back on Dromund Kaas. It would be good to spill the blood of their true enemy. The sand crawler lurched again, but this time she had not been caught off balance. The dark side was singing in her now. Her eagerness to face real opponents made her feel giddy. Ready or not, she thought with a hungry grin. Here I come. It was at first dusk when the sand crawler finally stopped. No sooner had the ramp lowered, Avaryss shot out into the coming night on her swoop. Several Jaws squawked and fled as she blew past them, but considering what they had been paid to transport her, they could endure a little shock. The swoop the Rodian had found for her was faster than what she was used to. Growing up on Oridana, a swoop was the primary form of transportation for a young person doing her chores. Avaryss had first learned to ride one at 13. She smiled as she opened up the throttle. The desert floor zipped past below her. The coming evening had brought a cool breeze to the desert, a breeze that pushed back her hood and let her long dark hair blow free. She had forgotten how much fun a swoop bike could be, and the setting suns had turned the night sky a gentle shade of violet, much like the afternoon skies of her distant home world. For the first time in a long time, a twinge of homesickness ran through the young Sith. It had been years since she had last set foot upon Oridana, felt the gentle breeze on her face, looked out over the sea of blowing long grass and... Stop it! She snarled at herself. Oridana is not your home, not anymore. You are Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith. Dromund Kaas is your home. House Feer is your home. She shook her head. Distantly, deep inside, she could feel the last shred of what had once been a girl named Kira Lilos wail pathetically. Avaryss ignored her, ignored that voice. A Sith did not have time for feeling homesick, especially about a home that was no longer hers. Especially when she had a mission to complete. She checked the map that the Rodian had given her. At this speed, she would be at the Republic safe house in a matter of an hour. She slowed down slightly, letting the suns get a little lower in the sky. She would not be able to simply ride up to the entrance. She would need to stash her swoop nearby and move in on foot. She would plant the jammer as soon as she was in range. After that was done, things would happen very quickly. All joy of riding the swoop faded. She began to play the mind games she had been taught during her student years, psyching herself up for the confrontation to come. The world soon seemed tinged with red, and it had nothing to do with the fading light of the day. Avaryss continued to gather her power. She would need it soon enough. An hour later, she found herself creeping slowly through the desert, the force offering her both speed and stealth as she drew in close to her objective. Her heart pounded with anticipation. Patience was not typically a virtue of the Sith. It took all her self-control to move silently as she crept up on the pubs and their little hidey hole. She had paused briefly on a small ridge overlooking the place. To anyone passing by, it would have looked like any other hovel common in these parts. The construction actually reminded Avaryss a little of the farms found on Oradana, built low and into the ground to shield them from sandstorms. The Oradana had done similar, but their farms were built to shield against the winds that could batter a building to dust if left unshielded. The young Sith frowned. This place seemed bound and determined to remind her of her former life. What she was experiencing, what she was feeling only served to fuel her anger. She welcomed the chance to burn this place down, if for no other reason to end the sense of nostalgia that was now haunting her. She checked the chrono on her wrist. Only 1 more minute until the jammer she had set up activated. Soon the safe house would be cut off to the outside world, and in that moment, she would be free to strike. She reached out with force, letting its tendrils extend to the enemy dwelling. She was surprised by the darkness she sensed. She had figured Republic agents and officers to be more grounded in the light than what she was sensing. If they leaned towards the dark, so much the better, she thought. She would not only be able to feed off their darker emotions, but they would also be more vulnerable to her spells. To touch the dark side was to be easily enthralled by its power. Already she was starting to enjoy this. The chrono on her hand chirped. She sank down deeper into the sand and waited. The jammer had just come online. It was almost time to move. She watched and waited, curious to see if and how the pubs inside would respond. She did not have to wait long. 4 people emerged from the dwelling. They made their way towards what looked like some kind of collection tower. Through the force, she sensed their annoyance, but no fear or caution. She grinned. Clearly they had lost signal out here before. They had become conditioned to not be worried about it. They would soon learn the error of that. She rose and started moving towards them. The force increased her speed. To the naked eye she would appear as a blur, and nothing more. She moved closer to the pubs. Closer and closer. This is the 3rd time this week, she heard one of the agents say. At least it isn't the 4th, another said, chuckling. I can't wait for the damn ship to get here. We need replacement parts. Everything breaks down too fast out here. Could be worse. You could be assigned to the team on an AR Shadow. Now there is a quiet. But quiet. I heard something. Avaryss smiled. The agents were looking around, dressed not for combat, but to blend in as any other settler that lived out here. Once again their familiarity worked against them. They still had yet to draw their weapons. Tuskens. She heard one say. We saw no banthas on the scanner. The Sandies don't come in without their beasts. They. Avaryss rose. She stood as quiet and as still as a shadow. One of the soldiers finally noticed her. Halt, he said, pulling his sidearm. Who goes there? Avaryss smiled, removing her hood and slipping out of her robe. Underneath, she wore a simple combat suit. She smiled hungrily at the 4 soldiers. Hi there, she said sweetly. She ignited her lightsaber. The world was bathed in scarlet light. She moved. The 4 agents never knew what hit them. One moment they were standing still looking at her, and the next she was among them. Her lightsaber hummed as it took off both limbs and heads. The 4 agents did not even have time to cry out, only a few surprised gasps and gurgles of pain as she ended their lives. One in the back started to run. He did not shout or try to raise the alarm, too scared perhaps, or. She noticed a small metal box on a pole, a large button blinking on his base. An alarm, she realized with a snarl. Sorry, she thought. I don't think so. She flung her lightsaber towards the man. It spun faster and faster, directed by her command of the Force. The remaining soldier lost both his head and the arm that had been reaching towards the button. Her lightsaber wheeled around and returned to her outstretched hand. He fell to the sandy ground with barely a thud. She closed down the lightsaber and reattached it to her belt. Killing the 4 had only taken 10 seconds, maybe 8, and not a single one had managed to call for help. She smiled triumphantly. Her master would be pleased. She looked down on the slain. An amused smile graced her lips. So you have friends on an AR Shadow? She purred. Good to know. I'm sure I will be visiting them soon. More voices drew her attention. She did not think she had made enough noise to draw attention, but perhaps she had been mistaken. She grinned and made her way towards the center of the safe house. Like the farm back home, the dome on the surface opened to a small courtyard below and out of the wind. She did not bother using the door. She simply ignited her blade and leapt down into the safe house. Cries of shock and surprise greeted her, cries cut short by the humming of her lightsaber, that in its red-hot blade. Bodies fell as the agents realized they were under attack. The alarm finally sounded, but it did not matter. She was already inside, and 8 of their number was already dead. She smiled. She was ready to make it 9. This would not be a battle, she had decided. It would be an execution, an extermination. Her eyes flashed with dark glee. Who's first? She cried out, cutting down another pub agent. She laughed wickedly. So, who's next? Chapter 4. She stepped gingerly among the corpses as she made one final search of the ruined safe house. Reaching out with the force, she tried to sense anyone left alive among the dead, either hiding or merely feigning death. So far, she had found nothing. Avaryss chuckled. So far, this had been a most diverting mission. Her heart pounded and her blood raced. She was still feeding off the adrenaline, the excitement of the hunt through all 3 levels of this pub installation. This feeling, this is what it meant to truly be Sith, she thought. This was what real power felt like. She kept her blade at the ready as she came to yet another sealed door. She tried the control first, and the door slid open easily, revealing only an empty office. She hissed with disappointment after reaching out with the force and finding no one hiding inside. She glanced down at the bodies scattered through the now silent hall. Including the 4 she had killed outside, 20 men and women had made this place their home. Now 20 corpses lay cooling in her wake. Some cut by her lightsaber, others destroyed by the power of the force. The dark side radiated from the carnage, making her giddy as she continued her search. They had fought bravely, these people. None had begged for mercy or tried to run. Most died trying to stop her advance, and those that had not had spent their last few moments trying to destroy the secrets of this place, to deny her any advantage of having cleared it. Neither had met with success. She had been moving too fast. She had swept over them like a sandstorm, their lives ending before they had a chance to complete their mission. She smiled. Brave men and women, yes, they had been, but in the end foolish. Their feeble skills and training was no match for the power of the dark side. No match for the will of the Sith. It was why the Empire would one day rule the entire galaxy, and then, at long last, security and order would reign throughout the stars. The chrono on her wrist beeped, warning her that she had only 5 minutes left before the jammer she had planted finally ceased to function. If the pubs had any automated distress call active, it would be heard as soon as her jamming signal stopped. She was not sure if these people had any reinforcements close by, but why take chances? Her eyes narrowed. She no longer had time to revel in her success. The time had come to find her master's prize, this mysterious package. It was time to get out of here. She began her search on the lowest level of the facility. She found nothing but a generator system and fuel storage for it. Smiling, she opened up the fuel barrels with the force, letting their contents spew out onto the floor. The smell was almost overpowering. She already had an idea of how to cover her tracks, and this would serve nicely. She ascended a level and found several offices and a small armory. She took several detonators from the cache, planning on using them to erase this place. Next, she came across what looked like a medical room. The machines used to monitor life signs were easy to spot, and next to them. She paused. Well, she thought, this was interesting. Sitting against the far wall, just behind an operating table, stood a large carbonite slab, the controls blinking softly in the dim light, and if she was not mistaken, inside the slab. The features of a young man were barely visible, his face twisted in a look of pure agony. The pain that he had endured washed over her like blast of icy water. It was a pain that she was quite familiar with, considering her own history. Her brow furrowed. Torture, she realized. These pubs had been torturing this man. She was stunned. Pubs don't act like this, or at least they are not supposed to. Their Jedi lapdogs would not approve. Perhaps that is why there were no Jedi here to defend this place. Perhaps the Jedi did not know. Maybe the Republic had been up to something here, something they did not wish their Jedi friends to know about. Most intriguing. Avaryss shuddered as she reached out to the frozen man with the Force. She could sense life signs, faint, but they were there, and underneath that. She shook her head, confused. "Whoa," she murmured. "Who are you?" Even in a state of hibernation, she could feel the Force swirling around this person. He was not Force-sensitive. She would have recognized that right away, but still, the Force moved strangely around him, spinning like a hurricane. She licked her lips, her mouth suddenly gone dry. During her training, she had heard of things called shatter points. People and events that served as levers in the Force. A person makes one choice, and an entire civilization ends. They chose differently, and that same race goes on to conquer the entire galaxy. Such shatter points were rare. The Force did not seem willing to create something so powerful often. She smiled slightly. This boy, whoever he was one such shatter point. She nodded. She had found the mysterious package. This boy was her master's prize. She reached out and touched the hard, cold face. "You are coming with me," she murmured. "Let's go home." The carbonite slab had already been rigged with the repulsor system. Once activated, it would glide over the ground like any land speeder. While she searched for the control, she found a computer terminal that the pubs had forgotten to erase. She pulled a data spike from her belt and downloaded all of the information it contained. She paused briefly and read it as the date scrolled past. What she was reading, it did not make sense. According to the file, the young man's name was Thranton Rink. He was approximately 19 years of age and a citizen of Nar Shaddaa. He had no known family and an arrest sheet that was quite extensive. Spaceship thievery, airspeeder thievery, possession of stolen goods, attempting to sell stolen goods. The list just went on and on. She shook her head. Though she had never been there, she had read about Nar Shaddaa during her training. It was said to be cesspit, gangs, spice, and criminality were said to rule the small moon. She once again regarded the carbonite slab. Not the kind of history one expected from a person that now found themselves as a shatter point in the Force. It would be most interesting to hear what he had to say, once he had been properly broken, of course. Her chrono beeped again, her 2-minute warning. She frowned. She was out of time. She reached onto her belt and triggered her track and retrieval beacon. Somewhere on Tatooine, Lord Fear's ship would pick up the signal and move in to pick her up, her and her prize. She activated the repulsor, it lifted off the ground, and turned horizontal. She began to push the slab towards the exit. She had damaged the turbolift system during her attack, but that was no problem. The Force easily raised the slab out of the underground bunker, and she easily leapt up after it. By now she could smell the fuel that she spilled seeping throughout the lower level of the safe house. All was in readiness, she thought. She set the detonators she had taken with a 10-minute delay. That would give her right 8 minutes to get here, and for them to be gone, after the jammer shut down. After that, this entire place would be a smoldering crater. Any evidence of her being here would be gone. Her master would be pleased. As she entered the courtyard, she thought she could hear the distant sound of engines. She blinked. Could her ride be here already? That was fast. She used the Force to lift the slab out of the courtyard, and leapt after it. She tossed her last detonator down. It bounced off one of the bodies of the Republic agents, and ended rolled back down into the bunker. She nodded, pleased with her work. At least I can offer you a funeral pyre, she thought, thinking of the men and women who had died trying to resist her. At least no animals will get your bodies. Take solace in that. As she began to move the package away from the doomed safe house, a ship roared past her overhead, roared past, and made a quick turn. She smirked. Beautiful, she thought. The ship was a Fury-class interceptor, one of the most versatile vessels in the Sith fleet. It was also a favorite among Sith apprentices, offering the maneuverability of a fighter with the firepower of a much larger ship. She was pleased. Her master had made a most excellent choice. This ship? She paused. The ship landed and its ramp lowered. She waited. War Master Feer had told her the ship would flash its landing lights on a repeating pattern when it picked her up, so that she would know that the transport was hers. So far, the interceptor had not done that. Two Sith troopers emerged, motioning her forward, telling her to hurry. Avaryss stopped. She reached out with the force. What she sensed, she did not like. She snarled, stepped in front of the prize, and activated her lightsaber. The troopers did not hesitate. They opened fire. Thieves, she realized, hijackers, come to steal her master's prize. She blocked their bolts easily, switching quickly from Sinestra to Sheen. She used her lightsaber to send the blaster bolts back into those that fired them. Both troopers fell without a sound. She dropped into a fighting stance, her sword held before her at the ready. A single figure emerged, a dark-skinned Sith in a red-black combat suit. He glared imperiously at her. "My name is Bail," he called out. "I'm your death." Avaryss' eyes narrowed. "I'm not dead yet," she shouted back. This Sith, this Bail, laughed. "I will be fixing that soon enough, girl." He drew his lightsaber, the scarlet blade humming with lethal intent. Her crimson eyes narrowed. They did not have time for this. The jammer had surely shut down by now. If the pubs had any allies nearby, they would have company very soon, and then there was the matter of the detonators she had said. She did not have time to duel this fool. "How did you find this place?" The other Sith sneered. "My master knows much. He knew what that fool Feer had planned. Your master's scheme to distract him has failed. Now the prize will be mine." He shook his head. "I must admit, I had thought that Feer would send one of his other apprentices, one of the more experienced ones, not some little girl." Avaryss snarled, but at the same time she took note of something Bail had said. "Other apprentices? What other apprentices?" She could find out later. First, she had to make sure that she made it out of here alive. She smiled wickedly. "Darth Trik is about to lose a pawn," she said. "How sad for him." "I do not serve that fool," Bail shot back, sounding insulted. "He is nothing." "Ah," Avaryss laughed. "So you serve Lord Barriss. Good to know." Bail blinked. Surprise quickly turned to anger at how she had just manipulated him. Avaryss chuckled. "You volunteer information far too easily, Bail," she taunted. "Your master will not be pleased. Considering you are about to die, whelp, there will be no one left alive to tell him." Bail leapt at her. Avaryss fell back, dropping back into the slow, deliberate style of Sinestra. Bail's attacks were mostly shicho, with a little Adaru thrown in for some flash. She was not worried she could take this fool, but at that moment her chrono beeped again. Her jammer was now offline. If the Republics had any contingency plan in place, it would now be active. She did not have time for this. She and Bail danced across the sand, their lightsabers hissing and popping with every strike and parry. He tried to fling sand in her face, only to have her leap over him and nearly take his head. Again he lashed out viciously, pushing her back with fierce and heavy strikes. It was then that she noticed what was happening with her prize. Two more of Bail's Sith troopers had emerged and were pushing the slab towards their waiting ship. "No," she snarled. She gestured, the dark side responding as she cast a spell. The soldiers stopped in their tracks. They shrieked and ran, the nightmares she had unlocked in their tiny minds overwhelming their training. Bail took advantage. He was on her again. The slight distraction was all he needed. His lightsaber burned into her shoulder. The wound was not deep, but it was enough. She staggered back, only just being able to hold onto her weapon. Bail did not move in for the kill. She could feel the arrogance radiating off him. He was savoring this moment, enjoying it. "The prize is mine, girl," he crowed, Lord Bears will reward me well for both the prize and your head. I will. Bael's ship rocked where it had landed. Laser fire raked its upper hull. The brightness of the blast shocked Avaryss' light-sensitive eyes, but at the same time threw Bael off balance. He did not have the chance to take advantage. Avaryss blinked, but at the same time laughed. A second Fury had joined the fight. Bael's ship had been caught flat-footed as the interceptor made another pass. It seems that my ride is here, Avaryss thought. It was about bloody time. Bael backed up, his sword up as he shrieked into a comlink on his shoulder. Get airborne, he shouted. Bring down that ship. Do not. Avaryss did not attack, not with her lightsaber. She used Bael's brief moment of distraction to breach his weakened mental shields. He had been surprised by the arrival of her ship. It was all the opportunity she needed. She cast another spell. Bael's eyes widened. He cried out in horror. Avaryss was not sure exactly what he was seeing, but it appeared that nightmare was centered on his lightsaber. Get away, he shouted. Get away. Snakes, he gasped. Snakes. Avaryss giggled. Snakes, Bael, she said, getting his attention. You don't like snakes. She opened her mouth, moving her tongue in a snake-like fashion. In that briefest of moments, she saw what he was experiencing. His lightsaber had become a long red serpent. When he looked at her, her long hair had become a nest of serpents, her tongue a long pink hissing monster, its fangs dripping venom. It was enough to make him retreat in horror from her. She advanced, feeding off his terror. Savoring it. Glorious, she thought as she drank in his fear. Delicious. Bael fell back, caught in the imagined coils of the serpent that had once been his lightsaber. His own blade cut 2 small wounds in his face, leaving an X-shaped burn across his brow. Finally, he managed to throw away his lightsaber. He lay whimpering at her feet, holding his burned face. She stood over him, reveling in his suffering. Your master will not be pleased, she said grimly. Then she kicked him hard between the legs. He groaned and lay in the sand, whimpering in a fetal position. She smirked. Say hello to Darth Bears for me, she purred, if you survive the explosion. She left him where he lay. Her chrono was beeping again, warning her that the charges she set were getting close to detonation. She had played long enough. Now she really had to get out of here. Bael's ship was trying to take off, but its repulsors had been hit. It spun like a drunken spacer on shore leave. Avaryss stood before the carbonite slab, waving her hands, trying to get her ship's attention. The Fury broke off its attack run and clumsily made a quick and hard landing. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. If the pilot had damaged her only way off this rock, he would answer. The ramp lowered as the ship flashed the all-clear signal with its landing lights. Finally, Avaryss thought. Time to go. She pushed the carbonite slab towards the waiting ramp. Bael's ship opened fire. Explosions tore up the sand behind her. She willed the force to give her burst of speed. She shot forward, just avoiding the lethal blast from the other Fury. She flew up the ramp, the carbonite slab slammed into the bulkhead, and she hit it hard, all the wind knocked from her body. She slumped down, but at the same time tried to rise. Behind her the ramp was closing. Lift off, she gasped, almost choking, trying to get her wind back. Lift off. A female Imperial ran up to her, helping her to her feet. A pale-skinned girl with a heavily freckled, grease-stained face and a tangled mass of bright, frizzy red hair sticking out from beneath her cap. Are you okay? She said. You hit. Avaryss pushed her away. She found her feet and rushed to the bridge. Lift off, she shouted to the pilot. Get us out of here. The Fury bucked beneath her as the engines fired. She staggered back as the acceleration picked up. The ship shuddered as a laser strike caught them. Avaryss staggered but still managed to keep her feet. She made her way to the bridge. The Fury banked. A lone Imperial pilot sat at the Fury's controls. Long-faced, skinny, with stringy brown hair. He brought the ship around and began a run at the second Fury, which was even now climbing in pursuit. Welcome aboard, my lord, the pilot said, not taking his eyes off the approaching ship. I'm Captain Slyn. The pursuer will be neutralized shortly. Avaryss growled under her breath. Bael's ship did not matter. They had to get out of here before. The sky lit up as the safe house below exploded. The fuel and the detonators combined nicely to make a nice boom. Avaryss shielded her eyes as the other Fury was caught in shockwave and battered. Their own ship bucked as the blast struck. Captain Slyn wisely broke off his attack and started to climb. Avaryss was thrown against the navigation console. The galaxy map flickered as she hit. She glared at the Imperial. She did not approve of being thrown around like a piece of cargo. She sighed heavily. The dark side wanted her to lash out violently at the man, but she held it in check. She needed him to fly the ship. She needed him to get them out of here. They had the prize. They needed to get it back to Dromund Kaas. Is the other ship still after us, Captain? No pursuers on the scanner, my lord, he said. It looks like we have made good our. The ship bucked as it was raked by laser fire. Avaryss glared at him. No pursuers? She asked coldly. They were not behind us, he said as his hands moved quickly over the controls. They were coming in from high orbit. Another blast struck. Alarms wailed on the command console. As 4 fighters screamed past the Fury and began to circle around for another pass. She hissed at the sight. Republic fighters. It seemed that the safe house did manage to get out some kind of distress call. Now they were under attack. Take evasive action, Avaryss ordered. Get us into hyperspace. Holly is working on that now, my lord, the captain promised. I've angled the deflector shields. We will be fine until we make the jump to hyperspace. The ship bucked beneath them again. Another alarm went off. Slyn brought the ship into a spinning motion as a missile sped past the Fury and exploded off their port side. She glared at the pilot. Get us into hyperspace now. He pressed a button on the console. Holly, he said, we need to jump now. You ready? I've just brought the drive back online, the female officer she had bumped into earlier said. You may jump when ready. Avaryss' eyes widened. They had not even had the hyperdrive online when they picked her up. The fools. They should have been prepared. Slyn was oblivious to her anger as he pulled the hyperdrive handle down. The star elongated as there was a brief pause in their forward momentum. The ship shot forward into hyperspace. Avaryss did not stop gripping the back of the pilot's chair until the ship was safely moving through the blue spinning tunnel of hyperspace. She sighed heavily. She had done it. They were away. Slyn leaned back with a satisfied sigh. We are clear, my lord, he said. We are safe. She nodded grimly and left without another word. She did not trust herself to keep from strangling the pilot. His sloppiness had nearly gotten her killed. They had not been ready to pull her out when she called. She was tempted to execute both the Imperials, but again they were lucky. Avaryss did not know how to fly a starship. They would get to keep their lives for now. She made her way back to the hold to check on the prize. She found the red-haired officer securing it, while at the same time checking it over with some kind of medical scanner. Avaryss let her finish, curious what the woman might find. Is it intact? She inquired. Is he still alive? The officer startled. She blushed as red as her hair when she realized that Avaryss was standing there. Yes, sir. I mean, my lady. My lord. Ma'am. He is alive. In hibernation, but alive. Avaryss nodded. Good. At least something had worked out with her escape. It was then that the Imperial noticed her wounded arm. Her green eyes widened. Oh, you're hurt. Let me get the medical kit. Before Avaryss could tell her otherwise, the girl rushed off. Avaryss sighed. Eager to please, much, she thought. Still, the girl had done her duty without being told. That was a step up from some Imperials she encountered. The officer returned and got to work on the lightsaber burn on Avaryss' arm. It is not bad, the Sith Apprentice said. Sure, what we don't want to get infected. I don't think it would kill, but it would definitely make you grumpy. The girl gave her an infectious smile. Nothing worse than a grumpy Sith Lord. Avaryss snorted. The girl had no idea. Are you a medical officer? She asked. Oh no, the girl said, standing at attention and saluting. Ensign Lujane Holly, Imperial Engineering Corps. Avaryss, the apprentice, replied. Welcome aboard, my lord. Holly went back to work on her arm. Avaryss said nothing further as she worked. Why was the hyperdrive offline when you came to get me? She asked. Holly coughed. Slyn wanted it checked, made sure that everything was ready before we were called. I don't think expected you to call so soon after dark. Avaryss reached out with the force. She felt no deception in the engineer, which meant she was likely telling the truth, not simply trying to pass the blame. Avaryss nodded grimly. Bad timing on his part then, she thought, either that or stupidity. She would need to watch him, just in case. She said nothing more while the girl worked tending her burn. All done, she said, ending some Kolto-based sealant to the burn to prevent infection. Avaryss nodded her approval. It was not as good as Med-Droid could do, but it was adequate. Inform the captain not to make a straight run to Dromund Kaas, she ordered the girl. I don't want us being tracked by those pub dogs. Yes, my lord, Holly said, stepping back and saluting, her red eyes sparkling with an eagerness to please. How far are we out from Dromund Kaas? Avaryss asked. We should be there in about 6 hours, 7 if you wish us to evade any possible pursuit. Do so, Avaryss said. Now where are my quarters? Down that corridor, my lord, Holly offered. First cabin on the right. I take it that you will not wish us to disturb you until we reach home. Avaryss nodded. If an emergency comes up, contact me. Otherwise, unless we have word from home, I do not wish to be disturbed. Very well, my lord, Holly said, saluting again. Have a good rest, and congratulations on a successful mission. The girl blinked. We did succeed. Yes. You are still alive, yes? Avaryss asked. Yes. Then we succeeded. Holly nodded, grinning brightly. That is good to know. Avaryss said nothing more as she made her way to her cabin. She considered her crew. She was not sure what to make of them. An odd pair, she thought. Slyn did not strike her as entirely competent. She would need to evaluate his performance later. Holly was. Avaryss blinked. Wait a minute. She thought back over her encounter with the engineer. Hadn't the girl had green eyes when Avaryss had first met her? She remembered that, but then again, the girl's eyes had been crimson when she was dismissed. Avaryss blinked. Had her eyes been green or red? You are imagining things. This mission has you seeing things that are not there. Holly is just another Imperial. They are nothing disposable. Avaryss nodded. Yes, she must have been mistaken. She had sensed no force potential in Holly, in either of the two officers. She must have imagined what she saw. The Imperial does not matter, the prize is yours. Avaryss grinned. She could return in triumph to her master. She collapsed onto the bed with a final groan. Force exhaustion finally got the best of her. She was asleep in moments. It was the dreamless sleep of the victorious, no nightmares, and no ghosts. Tatooine was blissfully behind her now. Hopefully her next assignment would be as successful. She had found something in that safe house, a wondrous mystery. She was eager to see where it led. To the future, she thought. To the future and greatness. Chapter 5. Wonder. It was not an emotion that Avaryss had had much experience with lately. Her duties as Lord Fear's apprentice had consumed her. Pretty much everything in her life was now dedicated to serving his interests and her own dark ambitions. But that did not mean that she was now incapable of feeling more than her lust for power. Wonder, like innocence, was pointless. She was still capable of feeling it, but it seemed more like foolish sentiment than a necessary part of her life. Wonder was something a child or a young girl might feel. It had no place in the life of a Sith apprentice. Accompanying Lord Fear tonight, looking down on the world below, it made her realize that she was still a young girl and still capable of being impressed. As the airspeeder made its way towards Kaas City, the young Sith found her breath taken away. The capital glittered like a sea of diamonds. Great spotlights illuminated the crimson banners emblazoned with the symbol of the Empire. The whole city was alight this evening, and with it the imagination of a young woman was inspired. She stared down upon it all, and all her eyes as white as saucers. Normally, when she visited the capital, it was from the back of an armored speeder, with her master issuing orders to her the entire time. During those trips, she had never had a chance to simply look down and see Kaas City for the amazing place that it truly was. Those journeys had been all about work, business, with their security and privacy being of paramount importance. Tonight, however, was not about secrecy. The Lords of the Empire were gathering. Tonight was about being seen and showing off your strength and power to your peers. She did not know how the gathering had gotten started. Perhaps it marked some great victory long forgotten. Perhaps it was the day of their great emperor's birth. Whatever the reason, tonight the Sith Lords would gather at the Citadel and show off both the prestige and power of the Empire. Tonight the strength of the Sith would be on full display for allies and enemies alike. Let them look upon that strength and either revel or despair. That was the whole point of the gathering. It was about impressing your allies and intimidating your rivals, and tonight would be Avaryss' first gathering, her first chance to stand before the rest of the Sith as one of them. It was enough to give any apprentice reason to pause. Given her recent victory on Tatooine, Lord Fear had decided that it should be she that would be on his arm tonight. Lady Fear would be in attendance, of course, but she would be escorted in by her son, not her lord husband. The Lady Sinestra will not be happy about this, my master, Avaryss had said when she first heard this. Her master had snorted, amused by her comment. You will find, Apprentice, that my darling wife is rarely happy about anything. The gathering is about the order, about masters and apprentices. My son is my wife's apprentice. It should fall to him to accompany her. Fear smiled then. You won a great victory for me. You acquired my prize, and did so in the face of both our enemies and our fellow Sith. Such an act deserves to be rewarded. Tonight, you will stand with me, and I will introduce you to the order. One day, Emperor willing, you will stand among these lords as a peer, if not a superior. It is time that you got to know them. His words sent a shudder down her spine, not of fear, but excitement. Up to this point, her role as apprentice had basically been that of a glorified courier. Yes, she had had to enforce her master's will on occasion, but those acts had been carried out on people who already knelt to Lord Fear, or functioned under his patronage. Now she found herself sitting at his side, wearing dress robes that likely cost more credits than the farmhouse that she had grown up in. It was a heady feeling, realizing how far she had come. It only gets better from here, she thought. You are just starting your journey down the path to power. You must grow used to the trapping of wealth and the responsibility of wielding power. It is the only true way to excel. Though a powerful Darth, Lord Fear was one of many within the Empire, with the Dark Council standing above him and the Emperor above them. Her place at her master's side was useful, but it was limited by the fact that she had not yet had a chance to interact with her fellow Sith. Tonight that would change. She was eager to meet them, but at the same time, a thought occurred to her, that perhaps this was not the best of ideas. What if they already know me? She had asked. That business on Corbin, I doubt I made many allies with my choices. You refer to the incident involving that pure-blood boy, the one who seduced you. Avaryss nodded. Yes, Fel had seduced her, but it had been more than that. They had actually fallen in love. His death, his poisoning at the hands of a former ally, it still pained her, but more importantly, it had angered many high-ranked masters, men and women interested in taking Fel as their apprentice. Avaryss did not doubt that at least a few of them still desired revenge upon her, blaming her for his death. After all, she certainly did. If her master was concerned, he did not show it. Her worries brought a sneer to his face. You need not worry about that. Yes, some may still hold a grudge, but for the most part, My fellow lords are far more practical than they appear. The boy had talent, no one doubts that, but the manner of his death also proved his weakness. If he could be destroyed so easily, then he certainly was not worthy of taking his place among us. I don't need to remind you that you nearly died during that incident, but in spite of the best efforts of your enemies, you not only survived, but grew stronger. The fact that you excelled is the whole point, Apprentice. The boy is dead and gone, forgotten. You are still here and growing stronger with each passing day. Fear placed a hand on her shoulder. You should be proud, my child. By surviving such an ordeal, you have proved your worthiness. You deserve to be here. You must never forget that. His words warmed her, and in spite of herself, she felt a slight glow of affection. His comment was appreciated. Never forget, the part of that still held a grudge against him, murmured. Do not fall for his tricks. He murdered your family. He must still answer for that one day. She had not forgotten, or forgiven, but for now it was wise to say nothing. She still needed to build her power base. He was finally offering her a chance to do that. She smiled at him. You flatter me, she said. Flattery is cheap, he replied. I'm simply stating a fact. Avaryss accepted his words for what they were. Let him continue to look fondly on me. Let his affection grow. It will only make it easier to remove him when the time comes. They fell silent again, as the airspeeder finally brought them to the gates of the citadel in Kaas City. Once it landed, 2 guards approached. Opening the door, Lord Fear stepped out first, before offering his hand to Avaryss. He helped her out, and the two walked arm in arm into the gathering. They passed by a crowd of workers and free citizens watching the affair from behind a wall of guards and security barriers. They came to see us, Avaryss realized, to get a glimpse of their masters, their gods. The thought excited her. They were disciples of the dark side, masters of the galaxy. Did they not deserve to be worshipped? They arrived to find the gathering in full swing. The main atrium of the citadel was buzzing with activity. Sith from across the Empire had gathered for this event. Servants wove in and out of the crowd as the masters of the Empire mingled and broke off to discuss business with their allies in private. More than a few eyes looked up as the herald at the door announced the presence of Darth Fear and his apprentice. Avaryss felt a moment of self-consciousness. The greatest Sith in the galaxy were here. How did she even rank among them? Give it time, her confidence murmured. They will all see your value soon enough. She reached out with the Force, trying to get a sense of what this gathering truly meant. When the eyes of their fellows had first fallen on her and her master, she had sensed a mix of emotions. There were many here that envied anyone who held the rank of Darth. There were also those people who looked upon her and thought her unworthy of her master, or were jealous that he had such a woman at his side. It was not the first time she had experienced those emotions from others. There were those people who looked upon her and did not see an apprentice. They saw only a pretty young girl. They thought her Fear's toy, his paramour, that she had been taken by the Dark Lord simply because they shared more than a master and apprentice relationship. That he expected more than simply her loyalty and prowess on the battlefield. Lord Fear said nothing to discourage such thoughts. It serves our purpose if they don't see you as a threat, my child, he had told her once. On a personal level, such reactions disgusted her. Like she would ever soil herself by allowing Lord Fear to take such liberties. She had taken a lover once, one who had truly been worthy of her. Since his end she felt no need to take another. After knowing the love of a man like Phil, fantasizing had been enough to slake any physical desires that she felt. Yes, she could feel the emotions of their peers. Sith did little to hide their feelings, but there was more. A simmering sensation that burned beneath all the surface emotions so brightly on display. It felt like a fire about to explode. The sensation almost took her breath away. It was resentment in its purest form, a disdain that seemed to blanket the gathering. Many of the lords gathered here looked up and saw enemies sharing the room with them this night. The desire to strike out at those enemies, to feed that animosity was strong. All it would take was one little push and the neutrality of the gathering would be abandoned. She shivered. In that moment, the greatest lords of the Empire would rip themselves apart in a frenzy of fire and retribution. If that happened, the Empire itself might end this night. That realization, how close the Sith danced to the edge of their own destruction, caught the young Sith completely off guard. Foolish, she thought. We have real enemies, the Republic, the Jedi. We should be focusing our destructive energies on them, not directing them at our fellows. Power games happened in the Empire, everyone knows that. But the animosity, that must be held in check. How can we master the galaxy if we cannot master ourselves? We must be strong and willing to put the Empire's needs ahead of our own for all our sakes, at least until the Jedi and the Republic is defeated. Then we can turn our attention to who is the strongest here. It will come in time, but not now, not right now. We must remember that we are all Sith. She shook her head. It was easier said than done. As the two made their way into the gathering, Avaryss' eyes wandered over the various lords in attendance. Some she knew on sight, having acted as go-between with them, and her master, others she knew by reputation only. She spotted several Dark Council members surrounded by their entourages. The lesser lords flocked around them like moths drawn to a flame. She shook her head. It seemed that the entire Empire was here, that the full might of the Sith Order was on display. All save one. In the center of a high walkway, overlooking the proceedings, sat a high-backed empty throne. Impossible to reach from this level, the two connected walkways were protected by two pairs of guards in crimson armor and helms, force pikes held at the ready if anyone proved foolish enough to attempt to make their way towards the vacant throne. Avaryss pursed her lips. In the 6 months she had lived here, she had never gotten a chance to see the Emperor, not even in passing. Many times she had looked up at that walkway while running errands here for her master, and always the throne had sat vacant. She had hoped the gathering would have been enough to draw the master of them all out of seclusion. It was said that no one had seen the Sith Emperor in years. The fear of him remained strong. You could feel it whenever someone looked up and saw that throne, but at the same time, the fact that it remained empty also fueled ambitions. Sith were nothing if not opportunistic. A vacant throne was just waiting for someone to sit in it. It gave people ideas. She could not help it. She found herself imagining what it would be like to be up there. How it would feel to sit up there and look down on the lords of the Sith and know beyond a shadow of a doubt that she stood above them all. An empire could not survive on its own, the dark side whispered. It could not live by council rule alone. It takes an emperor to rule an empire. Or, perhaps, an empress. Does the throne suit you, Apprentice? Lord Fear asked dryly. Does the crown fit just right on your regal head? Avaryss blushed and looked away. A wave of fear washed over her. Technically, what she had just done was commit treason. To even imagine taking the Emperor's place. Master, forgive me, she said, bowing her head in shame. I didn't mean. Darth Fear laughed. Relax, Apprentice. Our master does not send the Emperor's wrath to behead apprentices who imagine what it would like to be him. If he did, there would be very few Sith Lords. The Dark Lord smirked. We've all imagined what it would be like to sit up there, to ride in the saddle of our great empire. But the Emperor is beyond us, she said. He is immortal and all-knowing. So it is said. Fear agreed, but at the same time, he is also absent, and has been absent for quite some time. Even his voice has fallen silent. We have not had an Emperor's voice address us in quite some time. Avaryss nodded. She had heard of the voice of the Emperor. It was a title passed to a Sith who was chosen to speak for the Emperor in all things, but as Lord Fear had said, the title had remained vacant, or at the very least, the voice had not stood in their presence for a long time. Darth Fear shook his head. The Emperor guided us well for over 1,300 years, but, in the end, he could not deliver the Republic into our hands, and now, he has fallen silent, and that silence has left a vacuum. It is a vacuum that we all feel. Nature abhors a vacuum. It is only a matter of time until someone steps up and tries to fill it. Avaryss thought about that. She had been raised a patriot, to love the Empire and the Emperor that ruled over them all. As both an overseer's daughter and a free citizen of the Empire, she had been taught to love the Emperor and the Empire since the cradle. The thought of opposing him, much less trying to replace him, it went against everything she had ever been taught. "You are not that simple girl anymore," the dark side whispered. "You are Sith. It is your duty to rise. If those above you show weakness, you must be ready to strike them down. If they have weakness, then they are not worthy of leadership. It is your duty to try and replace them, no matter how high they sit, even if they sit on the imperial throne." It was a frightening thought, but at the same time, intriguing. As she contemplated her future, she looked up and saw other lords approaching them. She recognized a few of them from hollow communications that her master had had in the last few months. He put a hand on her arm and squeezed it tightly. "Say nothing of Tatooine," he murmured, "or what you recovered there." Avaryss nodded. Yes, it would be wise to keep such a thing secret, at least until they knew exactly what they had. War Master Feer was working to thaw the prisoner and begin his interrogation. Not an easy thing apparently. The pubs had been vicious in trying to extract their own answers. The boy's heart had stopped twice after his removal from the carbonite. They needed to be careful. They could not afford to lose what they had gained. Fear. The Sith that had called out did nothing to hide his contempt. He said her master's name like it was a curse. She started to move in front of him, ready to defend him with her lightsaber if she needed to. Fear stopped her with a gentle touch on the arm. He stepped forward grinning. "Lord Trik," he said, "how nice to see you again. It has been far too long." Darth Trik stepped up and glared down upon her master. Avaryss felt a twinge of fear. She had not seen Lord Trik until this moment. She knew he ruled a system neighboring Lord Fear's holdings, and that he was supposedly an expert in both Sith alchemy and cybernetics. Seeing him for the first time, it made her question her master's wisdom of opposing such a brute. It was the only word she could think of to describe the monstrous Dark Lord. He stood head and shoulders over the tallest Sith in the room. He had both massive shoulders and a thick neck. Muscles bulged in his arms beneath his Sith robes. He looks more like a warrior or a marauder than a scientist, she thought. Of course, knowing what she knew of Sith alchemy, it was possible that his physique was more the result of his experiments than actual work. The dark side had been used to turn even the smallest and most gentle creature into ravening monsters. Maybe that is what had happened to Lord Trik. The Dark Lord's face was mostly hidden by a hood, but what she could see horrified her. His lips were mostly gone. Cybernetic wires and implants ran up his forehead and down his jaw. His eyes had been replaced with two optics that resembled two large silver coins. If you looked just right, you could see your distorted reflection looking back at you from those eyes. She shuddered. The spoils of war, she thought. Many Sith on Dromund Kaas had become more machine than man thanks to the last battle with the Republic. Replaced limbs, eyes, and ears were quite common among the members of the Order. In seeking to survive, most Sith had eagerly accepted the change, even though it did leave them looking quite unusual. We do what we must to survive, she thought. Are you really so different from anyone here? Avaryss' hand went to her ears. She wore sonic bafflers in them to help compensate for her oversensitivity to loud sounds, the result of surviving a Sith interrogation on Korriban. The medical droids had offered to remove her ears and replace them with cybernetics, but she had refused. Call it vanity? Perhaps, but she unleashed wanted to try and stay human. Trik, apparently, did not have that desire. Her master continued to smile as he looked up at the Dark Lord. Though his face showed little emotion, she could feel the anger and dislike radiating off the massive cyborg. Trik crossed his arms over his massive chest. You sicked Darth Avaryss on me, he growled. That was unwise of you, unwise and dishonorable. Did I? Lord Fear said innocently. Oh, I have been a busy boy, haven't I? He laughed dismissively. We both have our desires, Trik. Mine is to oversee the glory of our empire. Yours is to find bigger and better bugs to kill our enemies with. You speak of honor. but I see little honor in creating a virus and then using it to kill every living thing on the planet. Trik's interest in viral weaponry was well known. Avaryss had heard stories from her master. Not the way she would choose to fight, but you went with what worked, didn't you? If Trik took offense, he did not show it. He stood taller. My children do not simply kill, they help evolve. What is strong enough to survive is left change, and more dangerous than what it was before. Life exists to serve the will of the Sith. What I do is merely take that idea to its next logical step. It was then that his eyes, or rather his optics, fell upon Avaryss. She did her best not to quail under his strange regard. So, this is your new apprentice, tiny thing, isn't she? Great power can be held in small packages, Feer countered. Trik made a sound that might have been a laugh. I see no power, he replied, only raw potential. Corbin does not go far enough in preparing our acolytes for what comes next. True apprentices are not simply trained, they are created. The dark side offers many gifts. We should insist that our young people accept them. Yes, Feer said, nodding. I can see the gifts the dark side has given you, old man. Yet, I see no apprentice at your side. What is the matter, having trouble finding one? Again Trik made the laughing sound. My new apprentice is not quite ready, he admitted. He is still evolving. When I do unleash him, the entire Empire will finally see the value of my work. They will see it, and they will tremble. Trik took a step forward. You would be wise to stay out of my way, Feer. What is mine will never be yours. I'm not weak like that fool Avaryss. His large hand began to drift to his belt, to the lightsaber hanging there. Perhaps you need a demonstration, a reminder of your place. Darth Fear began to reach for his own weapon. Avaryss stood back, unsure of what to do. Her hand drifted to her own blade, just in case. She need not have worried. The tension between the two rivals had more than drawn attention. The crowd parted for 3 Dark Lords, 3 council members. They made straight for them. Trik, Feer, you will stop this at once. Avaryss' eyes fell on the speaker, a tall Dark Lord wearing a full mask and heavy cloak. He radiated the power of the dark side, power that she had only experienced in her most dizzy of daydreams. Her master smiled as he regarded the newcomer. Hello, Lord Mar? Pay us no mind, we were simply conversing. Darth Mar sighed. Avaryss could not see his face, but she did not need to. She could sense his anger at these 2 lords that had almost caused a disruption of the gathering. We all agreed to neutrality this night. Mar reminded him, we are all here as a show of unified strength. He took a step towards both of them. Your rivalry can keep until tomorrow. For now, honor the truce or face the consequences. Both Trik and Feer looked at one another. You could feel the tension that still remained, but finally, both men nodded and stood down. I honor the truce, Trik said, bowing slightly. As do I, Feer replied. Darth Mar nodded. Avaryss felt satisfaction, but also a slight sense of disappointment. Clearly Lord Mar would have preferred to punish one or both of the offenders. His eyes fell on Avaryss. For the first time, she felt the full attention of a Dark Council member. It was unnerving. I know you, girl, he said. Or if you're, at least, you are the one from Corbin, the poisoner. He crossed his arms. She could sense the glare beneath that mask. By what right do you think yourself worthy to stand among us? Avaryss winced. All eyes were upon her now, not just Lord Trik and Lord Fear, but many of the others in attendance as well. Not how she planned to make the acquaintance of a member of the Dark Council. No, this was not good at all. She took a deep breath. Hopefully, this would not be unpleasant. Chapter 6. She stood before the Dark Council member, a predator caught by a much larger one. It felt like all eyes were suddenly on her. The entire gathering had seemed to have stopped. To say that she felt intimidated would have been an understatement. Show no fear, she thought. Show fear before Lord Mar, and your days among the Sith will be over before they even have a chance to begin. She could have knelt, she supposed. As a Dark Council member, Darth Mar would have expected it. but at the same time, he had insulted her, questioned her reason for even being here. Anger would not serve, she was smart enough to know that. Defiance would be equally useless. Even if she explained what had truly happened with Fel, it would look like she was making excuses. No, she had to try something else, grim acceptance, perhaps try to turn things around on the Dark Lord. It could work, but it could also blow up in her face. I can't afford to show fear, but I can't back down either. Not if I want the other lords to ever take me seriously again. She managed a weak smile. Well, she thought, here goes nothing. And I know you, Lord Counselor, she began, particularly your victory over Lord Hakitas, an impressive coup to be sure. That comment stopped Lord Mar in his tracks. No doubt, he expected her to stammer and try to defend herself. Now, she had forced him to explain himself, or the very least seek a more reasoned explanation from her. It was a gamble mentioning one of Mare's old rivals, but Hakitas' work had saved her during a difficult period in her training. Perhaps his name would save her now. If anything else, mentioning him gave Darth Mar pause. Hakitas, he murmured, there's a name I've not heard for a long time. Where did you hear it, I wonder? You would have been an infant when that battle occurred. She bowed her head slightly, in submission. He was still a Dark Council member after all. Offering some submission before one of the 12 most powerful Sith in the Empire was never a bad idea. I was educated by one of Lord Hakitas' students for a time, she explained. He taught me much about the Lord's history, his work, and finally his death. Air hissed out of Lord Mare's mask. It was not a good sound. I see. So you are one of Hakitas' disciples then. You are one of those few Sith trying to keep his name and work alive. Mar stepped forward. Tell me, youngster, how do you feel standing before the man who slew your master? As you said, my lord, I never knew the man. It is impossible for me to blame or condemn the actions of one taken in the past. It is not Lord Hakitas I choose to honor. It is his work, his ideas of how we should deal with the Jedi. She let her smile become more sly, more seductive. There are many weak Jedi out there, just waiting to find their way to our side. It works to our advantage to bolster our numbers with them, even if they are unworthy of joining the ranks of the Lords. They would still have their uses as cannon fodder, I suppose. She gave Lord Mar a hungry look. You were Lord Hakitas' superior, and for his attempt to oppose you, you destroyed him. That is the way of the Sith. You die, then you are forgotten. What ideas? They should have more staying power. I do not believe that his work should be forgotten out of turn. Had he chosen to ally with you, rather than opposing you, the two of you could have gone far. Why do I belong here, you ask? Because I would see his work, my work turned to your service, yours and the rest of the Dark Council. It is for the good of the Empire that I seek to serve, and by serving well, my star will grow, and greater power will be brought into my orbit. She bowed slightly then. I only wish to serve, and to increase my own powers, of course. Should I expect anything less? Darth Mar did not respond right away. She sensed that she had thrown him off slightly with both her admission and her argument. Admitting she had great respect for one of his late rivals did carry some risk, but at the same time, she had tried to turn it around into a matter of serving the Empire, a matter that was never a crime, not before a member of the Dark Council. She could almost hear the wheels turning in the Dark Lord's head. He was evaluating what he had just heard, and trying to sense any deception on her part. In this, he would find none. She had spoken honestly, from her heart. She had let her emotions guide her answer as well as her will and intelligence. Hopefully Lord Mar would appreciate that. She heard him murmur softly. Finally he turned to her master. Darth Fear had remained quiet, watching the exchange with interest. It was to him that the counselor turned his attention first. I think I like this one, Feer, he said. She is a vast improvement over your previous apprentices. Lord Fear chuckled dismissively. Avaryss was a gemstone in the rough, Lord Mar. Had I not scooped her up, another Darth would have. She will serve us well in the years to come. the dark side willing. Indeed, Mar said, turning his attention back to Avaryss. You are not wrong, youngster. Had Hikidus came to me as an ally, and not used his work as bludgeon to try and replace me, he would have found a willing ally. The mistake was in the man, not the message. He stepped in closer then, so only she and perhaps Darth Fear could hear. If you seek to know more about Hikidus, if you truly wish to follow his work, you should contact me after your training is done. Much of my old rival's records and research tools fell into my hands after his fall. You may find these materials most interesting. Avaryss bowed slightly. You honor me, Lord Counselor. I shall endeavor to do just that after my training is complete. He gave her one final nod before turning his attention back to the gathering. The other council members that followed him did the same. Darth Trik, who had also remained close by, sniffed and retreated, any chance of gaining the advantage over his rival having vanished with the Dark Council scrutiny. It is not over, Avaryss realized with a frown. If anything, Lord Trik will increase his efforts against House Fear. Lord Mar may have blocked him, but it is us that will take the blame. She watched as the cyborg wove his way back into the crowd. I think the rivalry between Fear and Trik just went one beyond being a simple clash between two Dark Lords. A vendetta has been born tonight. We will need to move cautiously. Darth Fear smirked as he regarded her. He had stayed out of her confrontation with Lord Mar. Perhaps he would be angry that she took it upon herself to deal with the Dark Council member. She bowed her head. My apologies, my master, she said. I did not mean to speak out of turn. No apology is necessary, Apprentice. You took your first step into a much larger world with that conversation. You have both gained Darth Mayor's attention and dismissed his concerns about your being here. In time he may grow suspicious of your motives, but for now, you have bought yourself some breathing room, and at the same time garnered the interest of several other council members as well. The men with Lord Mar. Her master nodded. Lord Mortis and Lord Vengean has an interest in taking the Empire back into open war again. Corrupting enemy Jedi may prove useful in that goal. Mortis has voted with Mar in the past, so we may have gained two allies here, rather than one. Her master was beaming with pride. The real success here was Vengean. He was Darth Bear's master, and considering your encounter on Tatooine, the old master may do much to curb his apprentice's ire, at least until we are ready to face it. Avaryss nodded. She had not forgotten her encounter with Bear's man on Tatooine. She was not sure if the man had survived the explosion, but if he had, then Lord Bear's knew what had happened, and now had another reason to oppose Darth Fear and his interests. She smiled slightly. So the great game continued, plots and plans, moves and counter-moves. It was enough to frighten the unwary, but in that moment Avaryss felt very much alive. She felt like they were walking a tightrope with enemies on both sides willing to shake that rope at the merest provocation. They did live in interesting times. They were most fortunate indeed. It was at that moment that they were joined by Lady Sinestra and young Master Beal. Both were clad in fine blue and black robes, bearing the sigil of House Fear. Her master's son looked bored by the proceedings, not truly grasping what was going on around them. His mother was not as foolish. The lady of House Fear had a concerned look on her face. What was that about, my love? She inquired. I saw Lord Mar leaving you just now. Her master gave her a winning smile. The Lord Counselor decided to try and test my apprentice. It was a test that she passed with flying colors. Sinestra regarded Avaryss with a cool look. It was clear that she did not like the idea of her husband's apprentice garnering the positive attention of a Dark Council member. Avaryss just avoided sneering at the other woman. She would have been happier if it had been her son. No doubt, of course, she doubted that Beal would have been able to work his way around Darth Mayor's contempt. She did not believe him smart enough to turn what had been said to his advantage. He likely would have tried to confront the Dark Lord, which would have ended poorly for young Beal, fatally, if he had truly been unlucky. Oh well, Avaryss thought. It was a pleasant thing to consider at least. Was there anything else? The lady asked. Trik was here, Lord Fear admitted. He knows that it was I that put Avaryss onto him. He was not pleased, but was unwilling to violate the truce over it. Bill grinned manically, excited by the potential for violence that was in the air. It is a shame that I was not at your side, father, he said, fingering the short war blade at his belt. I would have given that cyborg a new red smile from ear to ear. Avaryss rolled her eyes. And in doing so you would have violated the truce and made House Fear a pariah, if Darth Trik did not kill you first for merely attempting such a foolish move. She shook her head. Do not be an idiot. Bill's eyes widened, his cheeks began to turn red and anger flashed in his eyes. How dare you speak to me that way, he spat. I was merely speaking the truth, Avaryss shrugged. Is that so wrong? He glared at her, looked like he might lunge at her. He turned to his mother, who was already pinning Avaryss with a disapproving gaze. She cannot talk that way to me, mother. I will be the Lord of House Fear one day. She cannot talk to me that way. Unsurprising, the mother took the side of the son in this argument. No, she cannot. You are quite right, my son. Bill grinned triumphantly, while Sinestra Fear continued to glare at Avaryss. She turned to her husband. Are you going to let her speak that way to our son? She demanded. It is not her place to speak so, not to her betters. Fear gave Avaryss a cold look. My wife is right, Apprentice. You should not speak that way to Bill. Though she seethed inside, Avaryss bowed her head in submission. Yes, master. I forgive my insolence, master. You should not have spoken that way to my son, he repeated, but then turned his attention to his wife. But as his master, you should have. The rebuke stopped the lady in her tracks. It killed any satisfaction she felt at her husband's rebuke of his apprentice. My sweet, she said. Fear regarded them both with barely contained rage. When we agreed that you would train our son in the ways of the dark side, you assured me that you were more than capable of doing so. I am, Sinestra replied. Then why does my apprentice need to correct him? Even hinting at violence here is foolish, bordering on stupidity. He glared at Bill, who at least had the brains to be afraid in that moment. You are my son, the son of a Darth of the Sith Empire. You cannot afford to behave like a bloodthirsty fool. Our enemies are all around us, one false step, and we will fall into nothingness despite all of my hard work. He reached out and took his son by the chin. Bill did not resist. If anything, he looked like he was about to cry. You have my blood, and the potential to be greater than even I, but you need to learn to control yourself. He once again turned to his wife. Her expression turned stony. Clearly she did not like being called insufficient in her duties. Soon our son will be old enough to be sent to the academy on Korriban. You know how difficult the trials there are. He will not be able to hide behind your skirts, not when threatened in the Valley of the Dark Lords. He will not need to, she said. I'm strong, father, Bill said quickly, but any further argument was stopped by the cold look in Lord Fear's eyes. The boy quailed under that gaze, which only insulted his father more. Then prove it to me, he said, looking at his son, who was now glaring at both his father and his apprentice sullenly. He is not ready, Avaryss thought. She knew what it took to survive on Korriban. She knew it because she had done so. Bill was not ready. She was not sure he would ever be ready. Darth Fear sighed and shook his head. Now is not the time for this. We still need to make a good impression, and this house will make a good impression. He looked at them all in turn, the members of his loyal house. Do you all understand me? They nodded, murmured in the affirmative. Do you all understand me? He repeated, anger rising in his voice. Yes, Avaryss said, her head bowed. She heard her master's wife and son do the same. Finally, Fear's smile returned. Excellent, he said, grinning. Now, go and mingle all of you, make contacts and allies. We have a lot of work to do this evening. His smile widened. The power of this house must grow. Avaryss left his side, while Bill followed his mother off into the opposite side of the crowd. Looking triumphant, her master made to where the other Darths had gathered. The last Avaryss saw of him, he was talking with Darth Thanaton, and Darth Scotia of the Pyramid of Knowledge. Powerful people all, Avaryss thought. My master is not wrong. We need to continue to build alliances. We have much prestige, our Lord being master of 2 full star systems. If we are to make it 3, we will need support. She frowned. Darth Trik did not seem the type of Sith that would fall easily. That meant they would need contacts. They required people to support them when they made their move. She needed to play a part in that move. If it was her intent to take Fear's place one day, she had to have some role in the downfall of their enemies. Their allies had to see her as a necessary part of that victory, otherwise they would never take orders from her when she finally came into her lordship. It was not enough to simply be her master's enforcer. She needed to accomplish things herself. She needed to make a splash. She found herself moving among what some Sith might call the Lesser Lords. No one would dare call them that to their faces, but it was known. Most of the Sith she was around now were self-made Sith. Those that had fought their way up through the Fury academies and found glory in the army or in the intelligence service. These lords had impressed enough people that they earned the right to call themselves Lords of the Sith without having the connections to take the next step. Many in her master's circle would have thought these people unworthy of playing a part in the games of the High Lords. Avaryss was not among them. She did not feel that she was better than these people. In fact, her own origin mirrored their own. The only reason she was not among them now was because of Darth Fear's sponsorship and patronage during her student years. She could just have easily ended up being considered a lesser lord as well. Perhaps that was why she went among them now. She knew what ambition could accomplish if given the chance. Many of these were resourceful and courageous. They needed to be to survive and excel. The foolish would have been culled from their ranks long ago. These Sith had survived on merit alone, not because they had an old or well-known name. They were hungry. She could feel it. Now she just needed to find the right ones. Ones willing to come over to her side. Avaryss stopped. She felt something, a presence she had not felt in a while. She grinned. She had hoped to renew this particular acquaintance. She made her way through the crowd, these lesser Sith parting when they saw the house symbol on her robes. It was not hard to find the one she sought. Their history had linked them through the Force, and such a link was not easily broken. She found them near back of the gathering. Though dressed well, it was clear the family standing before her was not from one of the many old or powerful houses. The man was dark-skinned with a fine goatee. Though he was approaching middle age, he still cut a handsome figure. His dark eyes and smile were welcoming, the long-practiced smile of a good merchant. His wife was both cool and beautiful. Though her blonde hair was now dusted with gray, she did not appear either weak or infirm. Her features, though beautiful, looked like they had been cut from some fine stone. Her blue eyes were frigid, taking in but not letting anything out. That gaze was pitiless, and given the strength of the Force radiating off her, she was guessing that many a Jedi had perished looking into the cold blue eyes. A double-bladed lightsaber was clipped to the sash of the woman's gown. Extremely familiar features, Avaryss realized. The only difference was how this woman felt in the Force. She was clearly a disciple of the dark side, while the one that Avaryss sought had somewhat more conflicted leaning. Avaryss grinned. There she was. Through the Force, she still felt like a thunderstorm coming on a bright summer day. The dark clouds were there, but also rays of light shining through the shadows. Her blonde hair was cut shorter than Avaryss remembered, but the same heart-shaped face and mouth always ready to burst into a smile remained. The girl's large blue eyes found her as she approached. Avaryss had kept her presence in the Force small, not wanting to draw attention until she was far closer. She did not wish the other girl to make a scene, and she might have, given their history. When she did finally let it expand, let it touch the other girl's senses, her old ally raised her head and smiled. Her friend's eyes lit up when she sensed her presence. Avaryss grinned back. It had been some time. Avi, the blonde woman asked. Avaryss chuckled. Hello, Taya, she responded. It has been some time. Avi. Taya, her ally and fellow Sith, squealed with delight and hugged her. Avaryss was grateful that the crowd was so large. She hoped none of the senior Sith saw her being crushed by her old ally. She doubted they would understand. It was a rare thing for a Sith to take a friend. Most considered friendship just another chain, a means to be controlled. Avaryss had come to accept the fact that she had found a friend in Itae. If it was a chain, so be it. Such a chain had advantages in being worn. The girl was from a wealthy family with many connections. She could endure the stigma of having a friend in the face of that. The other lords paid the two girls no mind. They probably thought it foolish that one of their own would show her emotions so openly. It was a risk. It was showing a possible weakness. Avaryss would have explained that to her old ally if she let her breathe. When Itae finally broke their embrace, she was grinning widely. She might even have had tears in her eyes. Avi. Oh, Avi. Praise the Emperor. You are all right. You are here. So it seems, Avaryss replied, smiling. She looked up, noticing the looks from the people that could only be Itae's parents. Perhaps it would be a good idea to bring them into this. You should introduce me, Itae, she said. We are starting to get looks. The blonde nodded, blushing, her happiness flooding the Force. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Some things did not change. She had always considered Itae a light-leaning Sith. Though there was darkness in her, it was clear that the simple acquisition of power was not her driving motivation. She could be as loyal as a Wookiee if she found someone she thought was worthy of it, and as luck and the Force should have it, she considered Avaryss worthy. It had worked out quite well when Avaryss had been badly wounded during her time on Korriban. Itae's aid had been useful in staying one step ahead of those that would have done her harm. She would always be grateful for that. Of course, it was not loyalty alone that drove her, Avaryss realized. She could sense it, now that she knew to look for it. She almost frowned. Itae was in love with her. She could sense it radiating through the Force. She was not sure when and how it had happened, but the other girl fallen hard for old ally. Avaryss was still not sure what she was going to do about it, but in the meantime, Itae's connections would prove most useful to her and her master. She was determined to make use of them. Mother, father, Itae said, smiling brightly, I would like you to meet Avaryss, the one who helped me get through both Butcher's Clearing and Korriban. Avaryss bowed slightly. My lord, my lady, Avaryss said to each in turn. Itae's father grinned and held out his hand. So you are Avi. We've heard a lot about you from our little girl. Good things, I hope. Indeed, the man replied. Avaryss reached out to take his hand, but rather than shake it, he gently pulled her hand to his lips and kissed her chastely on the knuckles. I'm Baron Ren Dresco, merchant, entrepreneur, and loyal husband to this force of nature behind me. Itae's mother gave him a sly grin. Force of nature. She purred. I've seen you fight, love, he replied. If that is not like watching a storm fall on someone, I do not know what is. His wife nodded, pleased by her husband's remark. She turned to face her daughter's friend and ally. I am Lady Tasia Dresco, she said. My daughter has told us much, and more about your adventures together. It seems we owe you much for keeping her safe. She shielded me as well, during a very bad time. During my training, Avaryss admitted, I would be foolish not to acknowledge that. Yes, we heard about the injuries you suffered, and the death of your paramour. We are both sorry. Avaryss was taken aback. Most people did not acknowledge her relationship with Fel, and if they did, they viewed it as a mistake, her mistake. Thank you, she said, nodding. We loved each other. We were going to get married. Lady Tasia hissed under her breath. Had anyone taken Ren from me, they would have suffered a most depraved and agonizing torture before I finally allowed them to die. Taya's father smirked. You say the sweetest things, my love. I mean them. You are mine, as much as I am yours. Anyone who tries to hurt you will suffer. She turned back to Avaryss. I do hope you found the culprit and made them suffer horribly before ending them. The younger Sith smiled evilly. The killer died on her knees, knowing that she had been killed by someone she considered a peasant. It was not the perfect revenge, but at least she suffered. Good, Taia's mother said, nodding, pleased by her daughter's friend's answer. She looked at Taia. You told me that your friend was only a first-level acolyte when you met. She was mother, Taia replied. The lady frowned. Do you see now, daughter, what happens when you apply yourself? Your friend not only caught up with you, but surpassed you both in ability and opportunity. She wears the symbol of a Darth, while you serve as an apprentice to a lesser lord, a friend perhaps, but still a lesser. Taia blushed and bowed her head. I passed my trials, mother. I did just as you did. True, but you could have been so much more, daughter. You have such potential. Lady Tasia shook her head. I wanted better for you. Taia hung her head. She was blushing furiously, affected by her mother's rebuke. She was embarrassed by it, especially in front of her friend. I'm sorry, mother. I will try harder, mother. I will impress my master, you will see. Lad Tasia nodded and regarded both girls in turn. She smiled. Perhaps renewing a relationship with this girl will help you progress further than you have on your own. Taia grinned, but Avaryss felt a slight twinge of discomfort. She was not quite sure how far Taia was willing to go, what kind of relationship her mother sought for her daughter to have. Again, Avaryss realized she must be cautious. Taia was a good friend, and a useful resource, the first true friend she had ever had, if she was being completely honest. She did not want to put such a thing at risk, especially as she and her master moved forward. Avaryss felt the force moving around them, twisting this way and that. Her reunion here, though not surprising, was more than it first appeared, at least, it felt that way. She could not say why, but it seems that Taia had a part to play in their future, for good or ill. On Corbin the blonde had sworn an oath of allegiance to Avaryss, citing that she had had a vision of a future where she had seen her friend emerge as a powerful lord with many followers. Avaryss was not sure if she believed in that vision, but something was definitely happening. She could feel it, and felt like the entire empire was in flux. She was eager to see what she could do about it. War Master Feer was still working on the boy they had pulled out of the carbonite. When he awoke, they would find out what it was that had provoked the Republic agents to treat him in such a violent fashion. Once that information was theirs, the hunt would be on. The thought excited her. My master will send me, she knew, how could he not? Who else could he trust with this? Certainly not Beale. Taia's father was merchant. He knew things. If she left the Empire, he might just have contacts that could aid her. She would need to check. She spoke politely with her old friend's parents, gathering both information and a sense of who they were. Things were happening in the Empire. Who knew what might come to light when this truce ended on the morrow? Whatever came, she was determined to be ready. The future was moving. She was ready to be a part of it. Chapter 7. The boy has been stabilized, my lord. It was not easy, but at last, it is done. Well done, old friend. Well done indeed, Lord Fear said, clasping old War Master Feer on the shoulder. The Dark Lord grinned triumphantly. Now maybe we can find out just what is so special about this one. Avaryss looked down on the monitors, watching as two of their guards removed the young man from a Kolto tank. She hated to admit, but she felt sorry for him. What was coming soon for him would not be pleasant. 3 days had passed since the gathering, and in that time, Lord Trik had struck back hard at Fear Holdings. Several of their interests here on Dromund Kaas had been disrupted. Key agents among the Imperial hierarchy had been eliminated. Clever cyborg, Avaryss thought. He was smart enough not to make a direct assault, not one that they could hold up as evidence and could take to the Dark Council. He had wisely used pawns that could be discarded or eliminated quite easily. Everyone in House Fear knew who was responsible, but they had nothing to accuse of him, nothing they could take to the Dark Council. All the brazen power plays on Dromund Kaas of late had made the Council quite nervous. So many games were playing out, with little caution or thought to what would happen if they played out all at once. No one was exactly sure what was happening. Through the Force, a sense of dread and doom had settled over the capital. Everyone could feel it. from the highest lord to the lowest hopeful, and yet, no one did anything to try to hold the lords back. They continued their games in spite of the unpleasant truths that were swirling around them. The gathering had done little to curb the cycles of revenge that were playing out all across the capital. The Emperor might have been able to convince the lords to stand down, yet once again, the throne remained silent. No word or directive came down from on high. The Sith Lords were on their own. House Fear was just one of many houses embroiled in its own rivalries. Of course, they were the only ones who had managed to retrieve the mysterious prize from their Republic safe house on Tatooine. They knew that both Darth Trik and Darth Avaryss had sought to acquire the boy, though little more beyond that. Why everyone was hunting him, and why the Republic thought him so important that their agents had tortured him for 12 hours, none could say. Only he could tell them that. And right now, there was a debate going on. No one was sure exactly how to proceed. All of the main players of House Fear had assembled to discuss the matter. So far, they had not reached a conclusion. "Give him to the interrogator droids, Father," Bill said, grinning hungrily. "They will get us what we need." "I must point out, young master," Feer said stoically, "the Republic men tortured this boy for hours. He gave them nothing." Bill snorted dismissively. "What do pubs know of extracting information?" He spat with disgust. "You have spent hours putting this boy back together." A hungry light flashed through the boy's eyes. "Let's have some fun tearing him apart." Avaryss did not reply, though she almost rolled her eyes. There was again her master's son default towards violence. "It may not serve them well here." "Can we even be sure that this is worth our time, my love?" Lady Sinestra asked her husband. "I've read the reports that Avaryss retrieved. This boy is nothing. He is scum, the dirt beneath our feet. And yet, the righteous Republic chose to torture him for hours for some reason," her master said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "There is clearly more to this than we can see." Avaryss regarded the monitors again. Now free of the carbonite, their guest looked much younger and far more vulnerable than she had thought before. "Do not underestimate him," she thought. "This one is clearly a survivor, and the Force has a destiny for him, or at least a part to play." She could sense it even more strongly now that he was awake. Even from several rooms away, she could feel the Force moving around him, offering many possibilities. "The Force swirls around him," she said, speaking up for the first time. "Given everything that is happening, we must proceed with caution." She looked at her master. Even the dimmest of hopeful would be able to sense that this boy is more than he appears. "You can feel it, even from here." Sinestra sniffed at her comment. "Swirling force is sometimes just that, girl. It is swirling force. If the boy knows something, then our interrogator droids will dig it out, and if that proves ineffective, the Force offers many gifts in the field of extracting information." Avaryss nodded. She knew that to be true, but she had read the same reports her master's wife had. Early on in the boy's interrogation, the Jedi had been involved. Apparently, a knight had been present when he was taken, and had tried Force persuasion to get the young thief to talk. It had proven ineffective. The boy was too strong-willed. If he remained so after hours of torture and being frozen alive, she could not say. The dark side was powerful, possibly limitless, but the Sith themselves were not yet. "I do not deny what you are saying, milady. I only think that we should not risk destroying the only leverage we possess when we are not exactly sure what we have in our hands." "The Apprentice speaks wisely, my lord and lady," Feer agreed. "Whatever we do, we should proceed with a delicate hand. If the boy still proves resistant, then we turn to stronger methods." Still stroking his chin and pacing, Darth Fear nodded. "I cannot deny my desire to see this matter handled quickly," he mused. "I would like nothing better than to let the droids down there tear the boy apart and extract everything of use from him. Time is of the essence. Trik moves against us, and no doubt even now Avaryss is scheming. Time is a luxury we do not possess." Fear shook his head. "No, I do not believe that rushing ahead is the right call. Feer and Avaryss are correct. We must move slowly. Tarik's agents sought this boy, and Barriss was willing to risk one of his apprentices to acquire him. Barriss is not the type of man who leaps into things lightly. He likely knows what value the boy has already, or at least has an idea of why the Republic treated him as they did. Torture proved ineffective, Avaryss reminded him, according to the interrogation reports. As they tortured this man, the pain just made him dig in his heels more and he became more resistant. Bill rolled his eyes and sneered. If not torture, then what? He demanded. He glared at Avaryss. What do you think? Do you think we should be nice to this scum? That we should be respectful and ask him to tell us what he knows? That is ridiculous. Perhaps not so ridiculous, my son, Lady Sinestra offered. All conversation stopped. All eyes fell on the lady of the house. She was smiling wickedly. Pain and terror are not the only weapons the dark side offers us. Sometimes what we seek can be just as easily acquired through temptation as it can through brute force. Perhaps, Bill agreed grudgingly, but brute force is underrated and far more fun. Fun is not what we are here for, his mother reminded him. This is about getting what your father needs, what our house needs. Fear smiled. I take it you have an idea, my darling. I do, husband, she answered. The Republic dogs tried a mailed fist. That proved ineffective. Perhaps what is needed now is a softer touch, a velvet glove, so to speak. She gave Avaryss a wicked look. A woman's touch, she purred. It took Avaryss a moment to grasp what the lady meant. Her red eyes widened. No, she said flatly, I refuse. You don't even know what I was going to ask, the lady said. I can't guess, the young Sith replied. The answer is no. Her master looked at her. That does not sound like you, Apprentice. Normally you are more than eager to serve and do what is necessary. In battle, yes, against your enemies, of course, she said quickly, trying not to provoke her master's anger. She did not want to do this. She couldn't do this. Not after Fel, maybe not ever again. Lady Sinestra no doubt suspected the reason for her hesitation. The older woman leapt on her weakness like a shark. Is the idea so repellent to you? The boy is not unattractive, and it is not like I'm, that we are asking you to do something that you have not done before. Yes, milady, that is not the reason for my hesitation. Then what is it then? Sinestra demanded. To flirt with a young man and lie to him. Your lady mother should have taught you to do those things long ago. Avaryss frowned, but managed to keep her other emotions in check. Once again, the lady of the house presumed too much. She had no idea what kind of woman Maya Lilas had been, how she had raised her eldest daughter. Avaryss had always been more of a tomboy than a little lady. She had been her father's daughter first, definitely a daddy's girl. She had preferred riding her swoop bike and getting into trouble with Ro over being a prim and proper lady. Pamir had been the sweet little girl in their family, her mother's pride and joy, and that had ended so well for her, hadn't it? Avaryss' eyes narrowed. It was not until she met Fel that she had finally realized what it meant to be a young woman. The desires he had inspired had made her submit in ways that she had never thought possible. I gave myself to him, she thought, but it was not like he gave me nothing in return. We shared much together in our private moments. She immediately regretted thinking of Fel. Those emotions were strong, too strong. The lady picked up on them immediately. Her smile turned slyer. If it makes you feel any better, girl, try to imagine the boy as your pure blood toy. I'm sure you learned quite well how to please him, before you poison him, of course. Anger flashed in Avaryss' eyes. Her hands clenched. She had been willing to endure much because Sinestra was her master's wife. She had shrugged off the superior attitude and the snide comments about her origins. Bringing up what had happened to Fel into this, however, that was something else, something far else. She had gone too far. In that moment, Avaryss did not care that the lady was her master's wife. It was all she could do to keep from drawing her lightsaber and making the old witch answer for speaking of things she knew nothing about. Enough, Sinestra, he master said. Leave the girl alone. The lady nodded, but never lost her triumphant smirk. As you wish, Husband, she said, as you wish. Apprentice, Lord Fear said. His word drew her back from the building rage in her chest. She blinked and found herself back in the now again. Yes, my master, she said. Could you do it? He asked. Could you get this young man to give us what we need? She winced, but months of conditioning as his apprentice allowed her to answer. I could try, but this is not really my area of expertise. He snorted with amusement. I'm sure that you will excel, and if you do not, the usual methods of torture are still open to us. The boy will tell us what we need, one way or the other. Avaryss nodded, thought she seriously doubted that torture would work. The boy would not survive. She could not say how she knew that, but she did. He would die under interrogation, and they would learn nothing. If she succeeded, however, that would be something different. Something more. Her master would have no reason to doubt her loyalty ever again. There was value in that, whining that kind prestige. Again she felt a desire to resist, to deny, rise up, but this time, she clamped down on it, hard. The things we do for power, she thought glumly. I can get him to talk, my master, she promised. I can get him to sing like a little bird for you. Fear beamed at her. Excellent, apprentice, he exclaimed, most excellent. Avaryss nodded grimly. She would do it, or at the very least she would try. Bill was grinning like a fool again. No doubt the boy's overactive imagination was working overtime, imagining exactly what she would need to do to get their young prisoner to open up to them. Lady Fear was smiling as she gently put her arm around Avaryss, guiding her away. Come with me, child, she purred. I think the combat suit you are wearing is not appropriate for this type of mission. She laughed lightly. Fear not though, I think I can see you fully outfitted for what is to come. At the very least, you will make a good first impression. Avaryss let herself be led away. Surprisingly, she felt more worried about this than she had when standing outside that safe house in the Tatooine desert. Battle was an arena she had come to know well, what she was about to face with the prisoner, unfamiliar surroundings. Yes, she had learned to speak with a man, with Fel. She doubted that this boy would react in the same way. It had been her power and grace that had first drew Fel's attention. It had not been about flirting. She had not wiggled and giggled to get his attention. Plus, what she had Fel had could not have been considered a courtship. Yes, they had dined together and trained together, but that had been work. Everything had been about work, except when they were alone. When they were alone, well, no one could seriously call that courting. It had been more like the mating of two vicious predators. That part of her had been for Fel, and Fel alone. She was not eager to share it with someone else, not even for power. Your bloodline must not end with you. The words struck her like a slap. They sounded like they had come from Master Adaz, her teacher and mentor on Fury 9. You are too young and too powerful to think that you should be the last of your line. Eventually, your heart will heal, and you will produce heirs, both for the good of your family and the good of the Empire. I did not give you my family sword so it could end up as some fool's trophy of war. It is for your children and your children's children. She could almost see the old purebloods' disapproving gaze. Your line must not end with you. In spite of herself, she found that she was nodding. What had happened to Fel had hurt her. She could not deny that. But at the same time, she owed it to her family to build a dynasty. On Ordana, the Lilas family line had ended with the destruction of her family, but that did not mean that it could not survive in some form. She still drew breath, and that meant that there was still a chance to ensure that her family was never just a mere footnote in the history of the Empire. But this, what her master was asking her to do now, was not about her bloodline. It was just another mission, though how she would choose to fight would be quite different than she had on other jobs her master had asked her to carry out. She tried not to appear sullen as Lady Fear led her off to prepare her for her meeting with the young man they had pulled from the carbonite. What would she do to get what House Fear required? Whatever it took, she supposed. The thought made her shudder. Whatever it took. Avaryss spent the next hour in Lady Sinestra's private chambers. Her master's wife was bound and determined that she would look irresistible before unleashing her on their prisoner. Avaryss once again resisted the urge to roll her eyes. The boy was not the son of some high lord. He was a street rat from Intruders. She felt it unlikely that he would respond any better to her if she looked like some Alderaanian princess. Never underestimate a good first impression, the lady reminded her. It can set the stage for all other interactions. She smiled broadly. He must want you the second he lays eyes upon you. That is what you must do. That is why you are now here. She gave Avaryss a knowing look. My dear husband would be most displeased if his little apprentice could not pull off such a simple seduction. Oh, how disappointed he will be. She chuckled. Let us try not to disappoint him, shall we? Avaryss could sense the lady's desire to see her fail. The fact that it would hurt their house did not seem to bother her one bit. It was the type of short-sightedness that she had come to expect from Beale. At least she now knew where the boy got it from. Once they were sealed inside her chambers, the lady of the house got to work. She summoned her personal servants, and they got to work on turning Avaryss into an irresistible beauty. She was bathed and perfumed, and once that was done, one of the servants applied a small dose of makeup. They braided her dark hair and put it up in the most fashionable of styles. They painted her nails and showed her various pieces of jewelry, icing on the cake, one of the servants called it. Avaryss was sorely tempted to break the girl's neck. She'd ice her cake. It was only the presence of Lady Sinestra that things did not turn violent. She likely would not have approved of her husband's apprentice destroying her personal servants, no matter how much they annoyed her. They fluttered around her like birds, commenting on this and that, giggling like this was all some private joke. It was all Avaryss could do to hold her temper. And watching over it all was the Lady Sinestra. She watched with a mix of curiosity and enjoyment. Clearly she was taking pleasure in Avaryss' discomfort. The apprentice tried to not let it bother her. She tried to ignore her master's wife. This is for the good of the house, she kept telling herself. For my master. As the servants worked, it gave her a chance to finally get a good look at Lady Sinestra's inner sanctum. She had never been allowed up here before now, and she found herself eager to see exactly what the lady had chosen to hide from her. The trappings of wealth were here, but that could likely be found in any high lady's chamber. She saw few books and our data pads. Perhaps the lady of House Fear was not an avid reader. The only things that she saw that hinted at what Lady Fear was truly like was a small glass case against the back wall, a case that contained no less than 6 lightsabers. The sight intrigued Avaryss. Had those blades belonged to Jedi the lady had slain? She did not strike Avaryss as much of a saber duelist. Maybe they were weapons of Sith that she had outfoxed. Perhaps they were mementos of successful coups. Avaryss could not guess. Besides that, she saw many holos. Most were pictures of the lady during her younger days. One even looked like it had been taken when she was Avaryss' age. In it, the lady was dressed in the garb of a second-level acolyte, and if she was not mistaken, the holo had been recorded somewhere on Korriban. Avaryss sniffed. So the lady had graduated from the Sith Academy. Unsurprising, she supposed, but it definitely seemed unlikely. Sinestra did not carry herself like one who had struggled to earn her spot in the Empire. That may have been different years ago, but now. She had grown complacent. Avaryss filed all this knowledge away for later. Who knew when it would come in handy? The only person featured in her holos more than herself was her son. There were no less than 15 holograms of Bill at different stages of his life, from birth until now. A mother's love cannot be doubted, Avaryss thought, no matter how depraved the offspring. She paused. What was that? On a table near the lady's bed, hidden behind several other holos, was one showing off the entire Fear family, with one exception, or rather, an addition she did not know about. What was this now? The picture likely had been taken about 10 years ago. Bill was only a toddler in it, a babe in his mother's arms, and standing next to the lady was a young blonde-haired girl. Avaryss blinked. Who was this? She needed to use the Force to enhance her vision, to make sure what she was seeing was true, but as she looked again, she nodded slightly. Yes, it was indeed a young girl. She looked about 7 or 8 years of age. The lady must have felt Avaryss' surprise, because she addressed her almost immediately. "What are you looking at, girl?" Avaryss smiled slightly. "A family," she responded, "and someone that I don't recognize." Avaryss gave the old woman a sly look. "I did not know that you and Master Feer had a daughter." The lady's expression remained cool, but the fire in her eyes was anything but. "We have no daughter," she said flatly. "Then what is?" Sinestra stopped her with an icy glare. "I have no daughter," she repeated. Avaryss nodded. "Very well then." Still, despite what her master's wife said, she promised herself to look into it. Maybe mention it to Bill, it could be manipulated. She would see what she would learn. When the servants finished, they retreated back into the shadows. Lady Sinestra guided Avaryss to a large mirror near her bed. The sight shocked the young apprentice. The slender young maid staring back at her was quite attractive, far more than Avaryss ever thought she could be. The dress robe that the servants had put her in was cut quite low in front, and even lower in the back, showing off her Sith tattoos. Avaryss blinked. The sight unsettled her a bit. "I look like my mother?" The thought came unbidden. Despite possessing a few scars and the eyes of a Sith, she did indeed look like her late mother, or rather how her mother had looked when she was young, back before the stress of being married to an overseer and caring for 5 children had gotten to her. Sinestra looked pleased. "You are a pretty little thing, aren't you, when you try?" Avaryss shrugged dismissively. "Beauty fades," she said flatly. "Power is eternal." The lady laughed lightly. "Spoken like a true graduate of Corbin," she said with amusement. "Do not be so quick to surrender your beauty to the dark side, my dear. It is a very potent weapon in itself, as you shall no doubt see in the next hour or so." The lady grinned triumphantly. A lightsaber and force persuasion is not the only way to get what you want. A kind word from a beautiful girl can do much in the right circumstances. She leaned in close to her husband's apprentice, whispering softly in her ear. "Never think that this house will one day be yours. I've worked too hard and too long to see it pass to anyone but my son. The day my husband falls will be the day that a new Lord Fear takes the throne. If you cooperate, you will be rewarded. Try to resist and you will be cast down with my dear husband." Avaryss gave her a sly smile. "I'm sure your loving husband would be so happy to know we've had this talk." Sinestra smirked. "You think he is not aware of my desire to see our son advance?" "He knows, dear, and I'm sure he also thinks that such an occurrence is as unlikely as you ever becoming a full Lord of the Sith." The lady laughed lightly. "My husband did not get where he is by elevating potential rivals. You have use for him for now, but never think that you will be anything more than a humble tool." Avaryss shrugged. "We will see, milady," she thought. "We will just see." If Sinestra picked up on that thought, she did not show it. "Come," she said, "my lord is waiting. They should have the boy cleaned up and prepared for you by now." She took Avaryss by the hand and led her out of her chambers. "Do not fail, child," she said. "My lord husband would be most displeased with you if you failed." Avaryss nodded. Lady Fear had nothing to worry about. She did not fail. Chapter 8. The guest suite where the boy was to be brought was typically reserved for visiting Sith Lords and Moffs. Darth Fear was the type of lord that never wished for her guests to be left wanting. He was more than willing to play the generous host if it ensured that his interests were looked after by those that had been his guests after they had departed. A gentle word, an open hand could be just as useful as a clenched fist and a lightsaber. The Dark Lord understood that, and made sure that the needs of those that stayed with him were tended to. Avaryss arrived first, accompanied by Lady Sinestra. Their final encounter in the ladies' quarters had a chilling effect between the two. It was clear that the lady hoped that her husband's apprentice would fail to get what they needed, and it was clear from what she had said to the young girl that she would use everything she knew to deny Avaryss the chance at advancement. that she would do all in her power to block Avaryss' advance and make sure that her son ascended to power on the day that Lord Fear finally fell. None of this was either shocking or surprising to her. She had long suspected the lady's goals and knew that one day she would have to take steps to stop her. For now, though, she needed to remain in her master's good graces, which meant succeeding in this endeavor and getting the young boy to talk. Whatever it takes, I must do, she thought to herself. Whatever it takes. Both her master and Beale had been waiting outside the suite when they arrived. Both men had complimented her on her beauty before she entered. As always, Avaryss could sense Beale's twisted fantasies that now had new fuel seeing her dressed so provocatively. Her master had been more respectful, but had subtly reminded her with a harsh and painful squeeze of her arm that he required her to do whatever was necessary to make the boy talk. He need not worry, she thought. She had given up most of her inhibitions long ago. She knew what was expected of her, but at the same time was still hesitant. What I shared with my love, it was for him and him alone. She was not eager to offer it up to some rodent in exchange for his knowledge. Once she was inside, the door was locked behind her. Their prisoner would be brought up within the hour, and so, for that moment, she had time to explore her surroundings and see if there was anything here that might help her carry out her mission. The room was well decorated with the trappings of wealth. The rug, curtains, and bedding were of the highest quality, and a small bar in the corner boasted only the finest liquors. Avaryss was tempted to pour herself a drink, but decided against it. She would need all her faculties to carry out what needed to be done. The temperature in the room was kept quite cool, no doubt to counter the jungle heat that was the norm on Dromund Kaas. It was so cool that Avaryss was tempted to wrap a blanket around herself as she waited. The dress she was wearing left little to the imagination. "What are you doing?" her inner voice growled. "You are Sith, act like one. Why should you be nervous about this meeting?" If the boy realized who he would be meeting, then he should be the nervous one. If he does not give you what you need, you will tear it from his mind. You know spells that can turn someone's very will and soul inside out. What street scum could dare hope to match the will of a Sith? All these things she knew, but she could not shake the feeling that if this turned into violence, then she had failed. No, she needed to exercise self-control. Brute force was not always the answer. As she waited, she began to pace nervously. She felt like a predator locked in a cage. A gilded cage perhaps, but still confining. Normally before a mission she would be playing mental games, psyching herself up for what she would soon face. She would be harnessing her anger and rage until she was an unstoppable force. Unfortunately, her rage would not aid her here. This battle would be fought under different rules. She needed to remember that. How am I going to play this? She wondered. She had never been the flirty type, not even with Fel. Would it even really be that hard? The boy was a street rat. For all she knew, he had the morals of Hut, and if he did, how far would she let him go in exchange for what she needed? As far as you need to, her master's voice seemed to whisper in her ear. The thought made her shudder, but any fear was quickly replaced by anger. She was no pleasure slave. She would not humble herself before this scum just because he knew something that she did not. She would try to be charming, but at the same time, remain coy. He would have nothing more than she was prepared to offer. If he did start getting fresh, he would find out quickly how far above him she truly was. I may be only an apprentice, but I'm still Sith. No Sith would ever let themselves be taken advantage of, not when they could rip what they needed from the hands of those that tried to deny them. She continued to pace, well aware of the hidden spy cams that had been placed throughout the suite. War Master Feer had warned her about those, picture, but no sound, to ensure her that if things did turn violent, then the guards would be able to see and come in running if she needed help. It was sweet of the old man to worry, but he did not need to. If the boy did turn violent, he would be the one that suffered, not her. A chime sounded overhead, warning her that the guards were finally bringing her mark into the chamber. She took a deep breath and tried to center herself. You can't do this, she thought. If it starts to get hard, just think of Fel, how he made you think, how his hands on you made you feel. She swallowed hard and nodded. She could do this. The door hissed open. She smiled up at the two guards. Here we go. The two guards dragged him into the room and dumped him on the bed. He groaned weakly as they turned to leave without saying a word. Avaryss rolled her eyes. She reached out with the force, determined that he was still unconscious. Good, she thought. Being manhandled by two stupid thugs would do little to make this young man cooperative. He lay on his side, murmuring softly into the sheets. Reaching out with the force, she gently lifted him up and deposited him in a more comfortable position on the bed. She took a step closer. Her heart was beating loudly. She felt nervous, despite having faced far more dangerous situations than this one. Okay, I got him here, she thought. What now? She would have to go over and wake him, she supposed. He could not talk if he was unconscious. She took a tentative step towards him and nearly tripped over the thick rug. Lady Sinestra had insisted that she wear heels, along with this ridiculous dress. She had never really been comfortable wearing anything with a high heel. She had never really mastered wearing them. She could just imagine Bill giggling at her discomfort from wherever he was watching the monitors. Unwilling to give him any more amusement, she ripped off the heels and stalked over to the bed. It was her first time getting a really good look at their prisoner. She had to admit, up close, he was not as repellent as she feared. He might even have been considered roguishly handsome. He was black-haired and had just a hint of stubble on his jaw. Though not overly muscular, it was clear that he did possess some physical strength. That fact should have come as no surprise. She did not think that weaklings lasted long on the streets of Itae Shatta. He was not her fel, but he was something. Then there was his presence in the Force. It continued to move strangely around him, which to someone who had dedicated her life to his power was most intriguing. What are you? She wondered. Did the Force choose you in some way? Or did you do something that made your presence in it so unusual? She moved over to the bed and sat down. She did not lay down next to him, though that might be needed before all was said and done. She lifted her hand and gently touched his ear. She ran a finger around it, and then moved it down and gently touched his jaw. She had done this many times with Fel, though it did feel strange to be doing such a thing to someone else, especially since she had been used to feel of her loved skin and the tendrils that all Sith pure bloods have on their jaws. He did respond to her touch, sighing and leaning into it. He even smiled slightly, though he did not awaken. He did say something. Tia, he murmured. Avaryss frowned. Tia, she thought. Who is Tia? She reached out with the Force again. She could sense the boy's strong will, even if she had been skilled in Force persuasion, one of the few gifts the Force had not granted her. She doubted she would have been able to sway this one. Of course she did not need to sway him, not in that way. Avaryss smiled. In his weakened state, his thought and emotions were close to the surface. She could almost see the face of a young woman, a woman whose face has been brought to the forefront by her caress. I can use this, Avaryss thought. Not all of the spells she had learned at the academies were lethal. Early in her studies, she had found a book on Sith glamours, spells that, when used properly, could allow the user to disguise him or herself as an enemy's loved ones. She had studied the book religiously, and in the privacy of her chambers, experimented by casting several illusions in front of the mirror, changing her appearance. Perhaps one of these glamours would serve her well here. If the boy would not talk to her, maybe he would talk to someone he cared about. She grinned triumphantly. Cunning and deception were powerful weapons of the dark side. She welcomed the chance to use them, especially if it got her what she wanted. She murmured the spell under her breath, while at the same time reaching out with the Force, touching the young man's mind. She covered her face with her hands, and as she spoke the final incantation, brushed her palms over her face, letting the power of the dark side flow out and mask her appearance. She felt a slight tingle as the illusion covered her face, and then the rest of her. Avaryss looked down. She was pleased with the result. Her pale skin had now become a light dusky orange. When she looked up over the bed and towards a mirror in the corner, she saw the features of a young Twi'lek woman. The girl's features were impishly pretty, with blue eyes so dark they almost looked black against her orange skin. The Leku, or head tails, as they were more commonly known, were thick and fleshy, lightly decorated with tattoos of flowers and vines. Avaryss giggled. A most interesting disguise, she thought. Now let's see how it works. Now she did stretch out on the bed. Once again her fingers lightly stroked the young man's jaw. "Wake up, my darling," she purred in the Twi'lek girl's husky voice. "We have much to talk about." Slowly, her touch, and gentle prodding through the force, brought the young man back to consciousness. He blinked, slowly rising from the drug-induced haze that both the Republic and Master Feer had kept him under. When realization set in, he jerked and sat up suddenly. Avaryss was there to make sure he did not do anything foolish. "Easy, my love," she cooed. "Do not try to move so quickly." The boy looked around, likely hunting for some way out, but upon seeing her next to him, he paused. Through the force she could feel his panic waning. Slowly his mind was catching up with his body. He blinked again. "Tia," he said shyly, Is that you?" She laughed dismissively. "Who else would it be, my dear? Who else but your sweet Tia?" She felt affection rise through the force, and attraction. Clearly he was not opposed to this reunion. Yet, quickly, perhaps far too quickly, his attention returned to his surroundings. He snorted. "I thought I was going to wake up dead," he said. "You are safe," she promised him. "We are safe." At last his eyes focused on her. She felt suspicion rising in him. "And where is here, exactly?" he asked. Avaryss almost cursed under her breath. This spell would have worked better if she had had the ability to persuade him. As it was, she was forced to rely on his surface emotions. Right now, they were not doing the trick. She tried to push forward anyway. She still needed what he knew. "I had you brought here," she said. "I could not bear to see you hurt anymore." "Uh-huh," he said dryly, a cocky smile spreading across his features. "And how did you manage to arrange that, Tia?" "Through your hut owner, I figure." "Of course," Avaryss said. "My master is very powerful, as you know." The boy paused. She could sense his emotions, a mixture of anger and disappointment. He gave her a wry smile. "Tia is not owned by a hut, sweetheart," he informed her. "She has also never called me my love or my dear before. Though she would look good in that dress you are wearing, I can't deny that." Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Damn, she thought. She had hoped for more than this. That was the problem with using surface emotions. They were often unclear, and they offered little insight into the way the person you were trying to copy behaved. She realized that she had made the mistake of speaking up too quickly, attempting intimacy far too soon with her subject. I should have let him guide our conversation, she realized. She should have let him ask the questions, kept him away from anything too personal. He would have given her physical and mental cues how to fool him, but by rushing things, she had been found out. The whole ruse was ruined. She was angry at herself, and more importantly, she was angry at the boy. Part of her wanted to strangle the life out of him, right then and there. He did not seem to sense the danger he was in. He simply kept smiling. Clever boy, she thought, but not as clever as he thinks. You do look like her, though, he said, nodding pleasantly. Don't suppose you could tell me how you did that, doll? He lay back with his hands behind his head, like he did not have a single care in the world. Avaryss hissed under her breath. I'm not your doll, or sweetheart, she said coldly. So, he said, his eyes twinkling with amusement. What should I call you? Avaryss let the illusion drop. She had no further use for it. Her true features returned, now in the mask of barely contained rage. I am Avaryss, but, as far as you're concerned, my lord will suffice. You may also come to know me as Death if you continue to speak down to me. There was a brief moment where she felt a twinge of fear, but once again that mask of arrogance snapped back into place. Sith, huh? She nodded. Known a few of you types back on the Itae. There was this guy called Paley, something, Got a lot of the poor in my neighborhood on his side. Not as pretty as you, of course, but... He shrugged. I thought all you Sith types were either red-skinned aliens or giant bald human cyborgs with breathing problems. Avaryss chuckled. The boy was likely referring to Lord Malgus. After the sacking of Coruscant, the Empire declared Darth Malgus a hero for laying waste to the Jedi Temple. Even on Ardana his image had been circulated, the great hero of the Empire. She was not surprised that those images had found their way into Hutt space. Being Sith also explains the laser sword, he said, gesturing towards the lightsaber hilt on her hip. Tia never carried one of those either. It doesn't really go with the dress, though. You would be surprised, she said with an evil grin. It goes with everything, and those that think it doesn't are not around long enough to complain. I'll give you that, he said with a shrug. I would much rather you give me something more, she said grimly. I have questions, and I think you have answers, Mr. Rink, Thranton Rink, though my friends call me Thran. I'll remember that, Mr. Rink, she said coolly. Now, as I said, I have questions for you. He seemed to consider what she had said. His eyes moved quickly, looking for an escape route perhaps. Not that he would find one. Not here, not in the middle of the Fear state. He had few options. I'm guessing you want to know why those goons grabbed me. Why they thought it was smarter to hurt me rather than just asking me about what they wanted to know. Would you tell me, she asked with a smile, if I asked nicely? I'm willing to make a deal, he admitted. How about you? She smiled at that. The boy wanted to bargain? How interesting. Did you try to bargain with your captors? She inquired. What did they say when you offered to make a deal? They weren't interested. He shrugged. I heard a few things when they took me. From what they were saying, I'm guessing what they were doing was not exactly approved by their bosses. All they wanted was their merchandise back, and once I gave it up, then I would have ended up dead in a drain pipe somewhere. She considered what he had said. She sensed no deception in him, no more than any other rogue might possess. So far, what he said confirmed her early suspicions. Those SIS agents on Tatooine had been up to something that they had not wanted their senators or Jedi friends to see. Smiling brightly, she lay her head down across his belly. She felt him shudder slightly. She could feel his surprise through the force. What are you doing? My master is watching us, she informed him. I'm supposed to be seducing you, getting the information he needs. If he sees us just talking, he might start thinking that I'm failing, and will send in his guards. If that happens, you will likely be tortured again. She gently ran her finger down his face. We would not want that now, would we? I certainly wouldn't, he replied, though she could sense his discomfort, his distraction through the force. It was clear that he was not completely immune to her charms. It was cute. This Twi'lek, Tia, she said, you care a lot for her, don't you? If you are thinking of sending someone to grab her and use her for leverage, you are wasting your time, he said. She was taken away from Ina Arshada. Even I don't know where she is. You misunderstand me, she said. I'm not threatening, not yet. Merely trying to get an understanding of you. Your feelings for her are quite strong. She sighed. I know what it is like to lose someone you love. Someone who has come to feel like they are a part of you. To know that it doesn't matter how much you try. There is nothing you can do to bring them back. She is still out there, somewhere, Thranton replied. I'll find her again. His determination impressed her. Perhaps that is why he was able to stand up so long under interrogation. Perhaps that was why he let the Republic take him so close to the edge of death. They were in territory that she understood now, and she had an idea of how to proceed. It would be interesting to see if he would be open to her offer. What do you want, Mr. Rink? If those goons, as you call them, had been open to negotiation, what would you have asked for in exchange for the merchandise you took? So we are bargaining, he said. Lying in bed with a beautiful girl is not really the usual place that one conducts business. The distraction works to my advantage, she replied, but at the same time, and you can look at this as simply dealing with a beautiful girl and not a Sith. She gestured, and the top two buttons of his shirt came undone. He gasped in surprise. Avaryss giggled. Don't get too excited, Mr. Rink. We are still putting on a show for my master, remember. Now, speak plainly, what is it that you want? He swallowed hard and tried to hold onto his composure. Yet she could sense his excitement. Apparently he liked powerful girls. She would remember that for later. As it turned out, his demands were not that extravagant. Had the Republic bothered to ask, they might have avoided any unpleasantness. You think your boss would agree to that? He inquired. Avaryss nodded. Mr. Rink was not a greedy man. He was not some spoiled noble or government official. His demands were reasonable enough for a man in his position, and worth the risk considering the Republic's reaction. And what exactly was the merchandise? She asked. What did you take that prompted those men to torture you for 12 hours? He shuddered at the memory. That is the weird part. The thing wasn't even that valuable. He sighed. What I was doing when I got pinched. It was a scam I pulled a dozen times before with no problem. The damn thing wasn't officially owned by anyone yet, so I took it, brought proof to my fence, and all of a sudden I come home, and some Jedi is pointing his laser sword at my chest. Rink shook his head. When I refused to simply give it up, he turned me over to his goon squad. So there were Jedi involved in this, Avaryss nodded. The report had not mentioned any direct involvement from the Jedi Order, only that one had tried to convince Mr. Rink to return what he had stolen. Was the Jedi in command then? He seemed to be. Did you get a look at his face? Did anyone mention his name? He was wearing a long brown robe. The hood was up, couldn't really see anything. As far as names, I heard nothing. The goons only referred to him as Master Jedi. Avaryss cursed under her breath. Had the boy seen the Jedi's face, Imperial intelligence might have managed to identify him for them. Knowing which Jedi was involved might go a long way in figuring out what this was all about. Master Jedi, they had called him. It did not mean that the Jedi had been a master, though. House Fear's underlings referred to her as my lord despite the fact she had not earned that title yet. The Jedi could have been a Padawan for all she knew. It was not a dead end, but this knowledge did offer more questions than answers. And this mysterious merchandise, it is safe. I didn't give it up under interrogation, Thran said proudly. All I kept thinking was that if this thing is this valuable, then Tia and I must just have a new life when this is over. You may indeed, Avaryss agreed. The Sith can be generous to those who aid us. Now tell me what it is that is so important. He smirked. You're going to laugh when I tell you. As I said, it wasn't even that valuable. It is to someone, she replied. Indulge me, Mr. Rink. Tell me, what is it that you stole? He sighed and told her. She was surprised. A droid head. Yes, my master, Avaryss said, standing before Darth Fear. According to Mr. Rink, it was the head of a protocol droid, a new model that had just arrived on a transport. He boarded the ship. He took the head and made off with it. 2 hours had passed since Avaryss had left the suite. The boy, Thranton Rink, was currently asleep, brought low by one of Avaryss' sleep spells. It served its purpose, she thought. From what the master and his family had seen, the boy was wrapped around her little finger. A few words and a single chaste kiss on the lips had ensured the story had been sold. Now, Avaryss had to convince her master to let her do something about it. Rink had hidden the stolen prize somewhere in his dark alleys of Nar Shaddaa. According to him, he would be needed to acquire it from his hiding place. If the Sith wanted it, they would need to take him back to the smuggler's moon, and from there, he would deliver what he had taken. Avaryss knew that this needed to be her mission. She did not want this left in the hands of underlings. Her master paced before her, stroking his chin thoughtfully with his right hand. Fear shook his head, giggling to himself. A droid head, he repeated. All this trouble because some street rat stole a droid head. Astonishing. The rest of House Fear clearly did not share his amusement. He is lying, Bill snarled. Why would some stupid droid head be so valuable? According to our prisoner, Avaryss added, it was not the head itself that was so valuable, but the programming used in its central processing unit. All the major droid foundries right now are focusing on turning out war droids, whose programming is fairly straightforward. Secondary companies have been forced to pick up the slack in the creation of teaching and luxury droids. The one that the boy stole was apparently some high-end protocol droid. He said that the programming that the head contained was worth a lot of money to the competing droid firms. He said he might quite a few credits that way. Darth Fear nodded. Only this time, he stole something different. This time the droid's programming held something special, something that Republic SIS was interested in, or did not want anyone else to find out about. Her master laughed. I think our slicers are going to have a look at this droid head. We have agents in Hut space, my love, Lady Sinestra said. Avaryss can get the boy to tell us where he hid it. Then we can dispose of him. That was one way to do things, Avaryss thought, but it was not the way she wanted to do it. Send me, my lord, she asked. I can keep Mr. Rink under control, and once I have the droid head, I can eliminate him if he proves to be no longer useful. I do not think that wise, my sweet, Lady Sinestra said to her husband. Avaryss is still too new to your service. She has not been properly broken in yet. The lady rose from her seat and placed a hand on her husband's shoulder. The girl is not ready, she murmured. She whispered what she said next. Obviously, she did not wish Avaryss to hear her, but the Force allowed her to do so anyway. She still hates us. She still hates you, the lady said. We cannot trust her to be out on her own. Lord Fear tilted his head slightly, considering his lady wife's counsel. Avaryss resisted the urge to scream. How dare the lady say such a thing? It was true, of course, but Lord Fear did not need to know that. This was a chance for her, both to start building a power base and earn some prestige in the Empire. I was successful on Tatooine, Master, she reminded him. I will not stray from my mission. I will bring back this prize, just as I did the last one. She grinned. Please, my lord, let me serve you. Let me go, father. Bill leapt to his feet, his eyes flashing with excitement, with eagerness. I will crush this scum beneath my heel, and I will bring back the droid head for you. Who better to carry this out than your son and heir? Let me serve you, and there will be no failure. Darth Fear glanced over at his son, evaluating what he had said. Both Avaryss and Lady Sinestra frowned. Neither of them wanted this, but both had different reasons. Avaryss did not think Bill up to the challenge, and no doubt Lady Sinestra worried her darling boy would get hurt. Finally, the Dark Lord chuckled. I'm sure you would make me proud, my son, but your time is not yet here. You are still your mother's student, and have not yet tasted the dangers of Corbin. I need a hardened Sith for this task. He turned to Avaryss. I will send word to Kaas City. An interceptor will be prepared for your use. Take the boy with you, and once he has shown you where he has hidden the droid head, you may decide for yourself if you wish to see him dispatched. It will be done, my lord, Avaryss said, smiling. It will be my pleasure. Her master stepped forward and placed his hands on her shoulders. She restrained from her desire to shudder at his touch. Be mindful, my child, he warned. No doubt the Republic still seeks what this street rat stole. They may have even gotten the Jedi involved. Avaryss grinned hungrily. I have long desired to test myself against a full Jedi Knight. You may get your chance, he said, but the prize comes first, just like before, and you should also be on guard for any Imperial opposition as well. Both Trik and Barriss are interested in this as well. Their own agents may be searching the smuggler's moon. Darth Fear gave her a hungry smile. Make sure that no one remains to trouble the Dark Council with your search. Leave no witnesses to your passing, whether they are Republic or Empire. Her master's eyes flashed coldly. No witnesses, he repeated, no mercy. She dropped to one knee, bowing her head. I will bring rage and death, my master, she promised, and there will be no failure. One last time, Lady Sinestra spoke up, trying to block her path. Husband, perhaps one of your other agents could. He silenced his wife with a single glare. The choice is made, he said coldly. He turned to Feer. Send word to Slyn as the spaceport. He is to bring his ship here, and be prepared for a long mission. Avaryss only just contained a gleeful smile. It seemed that her master had chosen to make Slynn and Holly ship hers for a time. That was good. A Sith apprentice needed her own ship. Follow this mystery for me, my dear, Feer said to her. If something is going on that is a threat to either the Sith or the Empire, stop it. If the Republic has found something of value, bring it to me. Find me the answers, and do not stop until they are found. It will be done, my lord, she promised. Then the time has come to unleash you on the Empire, my dear daughter. Bring fury, bring rage, bring death. Avaryss grinned triumphantly, enjoying the look on Lady Sinestra's face, and the disappointment radiating off of young Beale. It is what I do, she promised. It is what I was born to do. She thought of the galaxy spread out before her, waiting for her to touch it. She could barely contain her excitement. Ready or not, she thought. Here I come. 2 lessons. Chapter 9, 2 lessons. In Arshada, the smuggler's moon had long been known as a haven of lawlessness. The Hutt cartel may have ruled here, but as long as you chose not to interfere with their business, you could do what you liked. It was anything goes. Since the return of the Sith Empire, the Hutts had done all they could to maintain their neutrality treaties with both the Republic and the Empire. As a result, the Slug Lords that ruled from Nal Hutta, the glorious jewel, grew even more wealthy as they profited from the chaos that had spread throughout the galaxy. Even with the signing of the Treaty of Coruscant and the fragile peace that now reigned between the two superpowers, the Hutt cartel still found ways to profit from the conflict. The real war may have stopped, but the resulting Cold War had made the gangsters more powerful than ever. From a ship coming in from orbit, Arshada might have seemed to be a glamorous place. Brightly lit signs illuminated the smoky skies, while air traffic of every kind wove its way in and out among the great structures of the smuggler's moon. Someone had once said that if you had a desire for anything, all you had to do was come to Arshada. Everything was for sale here, and all it would cost was both your credits and your innocence. Avaryss had smiled when she heard that last part. She had lost her innocence long ago. Captain Slynn brought the Fury-class interceptor down into one of the heaviest lanes of incoming traffic. All around them buzzed ships from 100 different worlds. Through the Force, Avaryss could feel hum and whirl of the world below. It may have looked bright and festive with its many casinos and trading posts, but it was anything but. To one skilled in the ways of the Force, Arshada stank of desperation. What the Hutts conducted up here was the types of business they would rather not do down on their homeworld. Slavery, spice, gun running, the sins of the people of this place were many, as well as the cries of anguish of those that were often caught in the crossfire. Avaryss felt nothing for those wailing masses. The weak existed to serve the strong, which was the way of the universe. Life was a constant struggle to survive. Anyone who said otherwise was a fool, or simply trying to manipulate the masses. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. We have our landing coordinates, my lord, Slynn informed her. Lord Rathtery has granted us the use of one of his hangars for the duration of our mission here. She nodded. She was still not sure she truly trusted the captain. When she sensed him through the Force, all she felt was cold arrogance. True, an Imperial needed to believe in himself to succeed, but she would give him one last chance to prove himself. If he failed her here, she would make sure that he would not fail anyone ever again. Deal with Slynn later. For now, stay focused on the mission. She nodded to herself. Yes, the mission had to come first. Before sending her off, Darth Fear had contacted the Sith Lord trusted to look after Imperial interest here on Arshada. Lord Rathtery had been chosen by the Dark Council to handle any matters that benefited the Empire as a whole, and had been trusted with, eventually, finding a way to bring the Hutt clans into Imperial orbit. It was not enough to simply have a treaty with the slug-like gangsters. The Sith needed to own them. It was the only way that they could properly be brought to heel. That task had fallen to Rathtery, a difficult job to be sure, but for someone who considered himself a Sith on the way up, a necessary step in establishing himself as a dominant player in the game of Sith politics. Like many Sith, Lord Rathtery was more than eager to aid Lord Fear in carrying out his will. Gaining the favor of a Darth could be very useful to one hoping to move up in the Empire, and according to Lord Fear, Rathtery was a very ambitious man indeed. The fool thinks he is a man of destiny, he had chuckled. He took my attention as proof of that destiny. He will not hinder your search. Avaryss had nodded, pleased with the news, but she did have a question. Does he not realize that he has invited our enemies to become his enemies? Why would he risk bringing Trik and Barriss down on his head? Because he believes that he can handle it, her master had replied with a sneer. If anything, he will distract Barriss and Trik, especially if they already have people on the ground on Nar Shaddaa. Her master smiled and lifted her chin. Her crimson eyes looked into his golden ones. The stakes grow ever higher, my child. I hope you are ready for what is to come. She had assured him that she was. She sensed there was more going on here than what they could see. She was eager to try and get to the bottom of it, and if anyone tried to get in her way, she would enjoy removing them from her path. She would enjoy that very much. The journey to the smuggler's moon proved to be most uneventful. Slynn had picked them up at the Feer estate, and they had left with no incident. Mr. Rink was most impressed by the interceptor. He looked upon it as it landed like one would look on a future lover. Once they were aboard and safely traveling at light speed, he divided his time between the engineering section and the bridge, spending his time asking Slynn and Holly questions about the Sith ship. Avaryss did not discourage him. As long as he was busying himself with the crew, he was leaving her in peace, which was good. She spent the bulk of her time in her quarters, meditating and gathering her power for when they arrived on Nar Shaddaa. Only her new protocol droid had been allowed inside her chambers. He had not been available on her last mission, having been off ship receiving a series of new upgrades to enhance his performance, but now, he was all hers and she was free to do with him as she pleased. 2V R9 was an older model servant droid programmed to see to the day-to-day operations of her new vessel. Like most Sith droids, 2V had been programmed with the idea that at any time his new master might decide to scrap him. As a result, he lived in a state of constant programmed fear. It amused her to tease the droid about his possible scraping. It would keep the droid settled on his duties while at the same time provide her with amusement on long voyages. I should take my amusements where I can, she realized. What was to come will no doubt test my abilities, and in truth, she would not have it any other way. She did not think for a moment that this would be easy. If Tatooine had taught her anything, it was clear that there were other players in this game, and that they knew far more than she did. House Fear was playing catch-up, and that was never a good thing when it came to being a Sith. Those that fell behind were left behind. She would not be one of them. She could not help but think that what was happening here, that it was part of her destiny. The thought made her smile. The fact that her destiny might just hinge on a stolen droid head was amusing to say the least. Whatever was so important about the thing, whatever knowledge it contained would be hers and her master's. From there, they would see where the future would lead. Once they had landed, Avaryss took Mr. Rink and got moving. She ordered Ensign Holly that, under no circumstances, was she to do anything that took their ship offline for any length of time. Avaryss was still not sure what welcome they had awaiting them here. She did not want to risk getting stranded on the smuggler's moon without a working hyperdrive. Tell Slynn to be ready to leave on a moment's notice, she informed the young engineer. I will be most displeased if we are not. The girl grinned and bobbed her head. Have no fear, my lord. Everything will be ready upon your return. With that, Avaryss and Rink had set out to retrieve the droid head. He informed her that it would be smarter and quicker to take a speeder to his little hidey hole. This whole area is under the control of Wybon the Hutt, he informed her. He will not be pleased that we took something of value from his sector, even if he finds out about it after the fact. Hutts will use any excuse to punish any slight, real or imagined. Then we must move quickly then, she said. I will see about acquiring a speeder for us. Leave that to me, milady, he said, grinning proudly. I was boosting speeders since I was 10, and boosting whole starships since I was 13. We do not want to attract attention, she warned him. Perhaps credits will serve us better than simply borrowing a speeder. Her eyes narrowed. And do not call me milady, she growled. I am Sith. You may call me my lord. His brow furrowed. But you are a lady, yes. She smiled. I'm female, yes, though few would call me a lady. She laughed lightly. Sith do not bind themselves to gender-based honorifics. A full Sith may be called lord, regardless of gender. Lady is usually a title reserved for their wives. What do they call the female lord's husband? He asked. They hold the title of high consort, though it is rare that a female lord marries beneath her. Typically her mate is a lord himself already. If both hold the title of Dark Lord, then they are honored equally, regardless of their gender. She stepped forward, giving him a cold smile. So remember your place, and my title. I will not ask again. Sure thing, he said, smiling gamely. You are the boss. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Boss wasn't. No, wait. She smiled. Boss, she said, nodding. Yes, that works too. You may refer to me as such from now on. Gotcha, he said, standing at attention and saluting her. She shook her head. Emperor, give me strength. It would not be easy to resist the urge to kill this man. He seemed eager to push her buttons. She would have to resist temptation, at least until she had what she needed. Then, she would be free to reevaluate their relationship. Lead on, Mr. Rink, she said. Time is short. The airspeeder zipped from busy traffic lane to traffic lane. Avaryss sat in the passenger seat while Rink drove. She watched as they moved past the brightly lit signs and hut pleasure barges that filled the sky. Avaryss frowned slightly. She should have felt at home here. The dark side was quite strong in this place. Yet, she did not. The light side shard within her had begun to pulse irritatingly, the result being that her head was filling with weaker emotions and doubts. She did her best to focus and push such thoughts away. She would not be hobbled by this, not when she was coming so close to her goal. She reached out with the force, sensing the despair. It was a feeling that burned like a simmering fire beneath the greed and violence of this world. She found herself looking over at her companion. Rink had said little as he guided her towards where he had stashed his prize. She frowned. She found herself feeling curious. So this is an AR Shatta, she said, shaking her head. I can't imagine that it was easy growing up here. Rink glanced her way. She sensed surprise. Perhaps he thought her indifferent to what this place was. He shrugged slightly. You learn how to swim quickly here. Or you drown, he replied. That is the way it is in most places, I suppose. Avaryss nodded. Were you born here? No, I was born on Kuat. Dad used to work for the drive yards there. I was pretty young when they left, but I remember that much. I think we came here because of a job offer. Companies are always opening up here, seeking to take advantage of the Hutt's desire for credits and lack of regulation. Rink laughed. I'm not sure what happened to my dad, but I remember my mom telling me one day that he was not coming home. She worked to try and support us. For a while, used to leave me with a neighbor while she was gone. One day, she did not come back either. The friendly neighbor did not keep me around long after that. I was taken to an orphanage, stayed there for a few years before I ran away. How old were you? 8 or 9? I've been on my own ever since. Avaryss pursed her lips. The thought of a child living on his own on such a world boggled her mind, especially for a child with no one to turn to. I got lucky, he said. Fell in with one of the gangs. Took me in, fed me, and taught me how to survive. Could have been worse, believe me. Slavers here are always on the lookout for kids. They fetch a fine price if they are found before something bad happens to them. He glanced over at her. It wasn't some fancy estate on Dromund Kaas, but this place became a home of sorts. I did not have some wealthy master to supply everything I needed. She frowned. Was he actually looking down on her because of her station? Did he not think she knew what it was like to lose everything? She was tempted to punish him, but again the light inside her flared up. She found herself talking rather than punishing. If you must know, I was not born on Dromund Kaas, she said defensively. I come from a small farming world on the outskirts of the Empire. Everything I have, my place and power were all earned through struggle and hard work. No one gave me anything. Really, he said, giving her an arch look. Hey, look, I did not mean to offend, just stating facts, but still. He smiled. A farm world. You say you were raised on a farm. I was. When I look at you, I don't see some farm kid. She smiled slightly. Good. Because I've worked very hard to shed what I was, to kill everything that marked me as being from that life. If one is to survive on Dromund Kaas, you need to embrace what it means to be a member of the Sith. We all have to grow up, he agreed. You don't learn how to survive, you don't last long. Not on places like this, or places like Dromund Kaas. Am I right? You are indeed, Mr. Rink. You are indeed. She sighed and shook her head. Why she had felt the need to share this with him, she did not know. It was not like she needed his compassion or understanding, only the item that he had hidden. Once she had it, she would decide what to do with him. You will need to think hard on this, her conscience chided. It would certainly serve your master's needs to simply eliminate him, but what about yours? Remember the Jaws on Tatooine? They had the prestige they did by honoring their deals. People knew that they could be trusted within the limits of what they were. Ruthlessness alone will not make you powerful. You need to temper that with cunning, and occasionally with generosity to your underlings. A master that abuses his hounds doesn't have hounds for very long, and sometimes they might even turn and bite him. Think carefully before you simply throw something away. A bit of mercy may prove valuable in the long run. She said nothing, but she did acknowledge the wisdom of that thought. No Sith took power on her own, underlings were required. She glanced over at Rink. He did have skills that might prove useful. Despite his insolence and problems with authority, there was actually some value beneath all that swagger and attitude. She would see what she could do to yoke that value. How long until we reach our destination? She asked. Not long, he promised. I hid what we are looking for in the industrial sector. Not much down there, and the smell alone has been known to keep the curious away. She wrinkled her nose. The smell. He chuckled. It is not all brightly lit buildings and palaces on an AR Shadow, boss. Sometimes the unpleasant things here can work to your advantage. She sighed. She was grateful that she had chosen to wear a full armored suit and knee-high boots. A hooded cloak hid most of her features, not that she would be here long to be recognized. She had no real idea what Rink meant when he said unpleasant, but she did not think that she was going to like it. Fortunately, you are not going to be here that long. Find the droid and get out. She took a deep breath and began to gather her strength. The force began to simmer inside of her. Remember to watch your step around here, Rink cautioned as they began their descent into the industrial sector. This place can be a little rough. She smiled gamely. Do not worry about me, she said. I'm ready for anything. 30 minutes later, she began to question the validity of those words. Rink led her through what could only be called a large sewer pipe. Her knee-high boots proved to be a good choice as they trudged through sludge and grime. Her cloak was dragging through the muck. Rink had been right about the smell, of course. She could not imagine a reason that she would wish to remain in such a place for very long, no matter what prize might await down here. She resisted the urge to breathe through her nose. Most unpleasant, she thought. It was most unpleasant indeed. Home sweet home, Rink chuckled as he splashed on ahead of her. Avaryss frowned. The desire to drown him in the sludge was increasing. She would try to hold back on it for a while longer. He did not seem to understand exactly who he was dealing with. He seemed to enjoy teasing her, treating her like a peer rather than his master. If he was not careful, he would come to regret that decision. Rink looked at her, and all he saw was a young girl. She was more than that, far more. She was Sith. If the street rat was not careful, he would likely learn exactly what that meant. It would be fun to punish him, but that was not what she was here for. They still had a prize to find. She continued to restrain herself for now. How much further, she asked. Not much, he said. There is a maintenance room up ahead. That is where I hid the thing. He laughed. When I think of how close I came to simply turning over the head to my fence, I have to laugh. It is a good thing that you didn't, she answered. Your Republic friends probably would have killed you on the spot had they had in their hands in that moment. You are probably right. Now there it is. In the dim light, she saw Thranton step out of the water and onto a small ledge. She heard the sound of a keypad being activated, buttons being pressed. A section of pipe to their right slid upward, revealing a door. Avaryss sighed with relief. It seemed that they had reached their destination. Praise be to the Emperor. She let him help her up onto a short metal walkway. Several cubby holes lined the walls, some with locked doors. Rink walked up and kneeled down before one. A few months ago, he said, I stole a ship that had a genetic scanner on its entry system. The people I sold it to had no real interest in it, so I acquired it for my own personal use. He gave her a proud smirk. That is why you needed me here. You would not have been able to open this safe without my genetic material. Avaryss gave him a sly look. Oh, I don't know, she said. All I would have needed was your hand. The rest of you could have stayed behind on Dromund Kaas. Whoa there, he replied. That is a little dark for you, isn't it? Her smile widened. Oh, Mr. Rink, you have not seen dark yet. He said nothing more, choosing to return to his work. She stood watch as he entered a code on keypad next to the shelves. The door finally hissed open. She watched as he reached inside and pulled out a large black bundle, wrapped in a leather cloth. He opened it up to reveal a shiny chrome surface. Is it safe? She asked him. Seems to be, he said, turning the droid head over. She could see the leads where it had been removed from his body. Avaryss frowned and looked up. The force shifted slightly, and with it, the sound of splashing coming up from the way they had come. She could sense several people approaching, 7, maybe 8 of them. She could feel both hostility and arrogance. Did anyone else know you used this place as a hideout? She asked Rink. Where it was exactly, no, he replied. Of course, this wasn't the first time I hid something down here. Avaryss cursed under her breath. It seemed that they were about to have company. Thranton slipped the prize into the duffel he had brought with them. He also pulled out a small holdout blaster from the hiding place as well. Avaryss glared at him. Were you planning on using that on me? Nope, we had a deal, remember. You can't reward me if you're dead, and besides, hopefully, I will not even have to use this. He put on his most welcoming smile and stepped before her. Let me do the talking, he suggested. A few choice words might get us out of here faster than that Nerf sticker you are carrying. Nerf sticker, she said, feeling mildly insulted. A lightsaber was no mere Nerf sticker. She was about to say as much when the people she sensed came around the corner. Evening, gentles, he said jovially. What can I? He paused mid-sentence. Avaryss got her first real look at their uninvited guests. They did not look friendly. All were clad in black leather, and all had their faces painted bright red. A single symbol adorned their foreheads, the mark of their gang, she supposed. There were 3 humans and 4 aliens in their group. She recognized 2 of them as Rodians. The 3rd and 4th she thought were Agato and Aqualish respectively. Great, she heard Rink mutter under his breath. The Darths have found us. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Darths. Did these ruffians actually refer to themselves as Darths? Her temper began to grow. Such scum did not deserve to call themselves by that name. A Darth was death itself, the dark side personified. It was a title that was respected. It was not meant to be a lark for street scum. So the little rat finally returned to his hole, one of the gang members crowed. The boys and I were starting to wonder if we were gonna have to search this place ourselves. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement, Rink said. There is no need for violence. Several of the gang members giggled. Oh, there is a great need for it. their leader said, smiling. It is kind of fun. Avaryss rolled her eyes. She could feel the hate rising inside of her. Normally she simply let it flow through her body serving a conduit to feed the dark side. Now, she let it build within her, feeling the power build. This scum was an insult to the Sith Empire. She had decided. They would answer for that outrage. We've been paid to watch this place, the leader said with a wide-toothy grin. Anyone tries to take anything out of here, we take it from him. Of course, now that we have it, we can see how high we can push the price up, eh boys? His fellows nodded. A few giggled. A word to the wise, Rink said to them politely. You don't want to do that. The people that want this thing, they play rough, trust me on that. The Darths aren't afraid of nothing, you little worm. We are. Avaryss had heard enough. She started laughing. That laughter drew the attention of everybody. Rink looked at her like she had gone mad. The gangsters looked insulted. What you laughing at? The leader demanded. Avaryss shook her head. At you, she admitted. How little you truly understand. She stepped before Mr. Rink. What she had in mind was for him to. He needed to learn exactly who he was dealing with, and these fools would provide the perfect example. She stepped forward, lowering her hood, letting their adversary see her face. The leader looked surprised, at first, a look that shifted into one of greed. Pretty lady, he said, you will fetch us a pretty price with the Hutts. Oh, I really don't think so, Avaryss answered, her mirth fading to a few giggles. She looked up at them, her power continuing to build inside her. These Darths saw her as no threat. They still believed they were in control here. They were about to learn a valuable lesson. You call yourselves Darths, but you do not understand the title. You make light of the Sith and what it means to be Sith. You do not understand the power of the dark side. You understand nothing. She shook her head, her fury continued to build. The world around her was tinged with red, the tunnel around them seemed to lighten. A soft crimson light was building, despite the fact that she had not activated her lightsaber. She felt a slight shift in some of the gang members. She felt confusion, anger at being challenged, and a bit of fear. The last part was a bit hard to understand until she reached out and sensed the surface thoughts of them. They were backing away because her red eyes were glowing. They did not know what to make of that. Stick around, she thought, what happens next will be even more amazing. A Darth is death, she informed them. It is the highest level of Sith, a name that inspires both fear and speaks of the Lord's refinement. The leader, probably the strongest of this lot, still not get it. She felt his hostility building. What do you know about the Sith lady? You're just some shudder. You know nothing. Avaryss sneered. Here is how much I know, she purred. She gestured with her right hand. She unleashed the power that had been building inside of her. She cast the spell, and the dark side washed over these so-called Darths. The result was quite impressive. The screaming started first, shrieks of terror and howls of rage. In that moment, the gang members forgot all about profit from the droid head and trying to sell Avaryss to the Hutts. They spun around and realized that they were surrounded by enemies. They responded not with controlled violence, but with panic. They lashed out with their bare hands, ignoring their weapons. Avaryss and Rink stood there and watched as the gang tore into each other, attacking with fingers, teeth, and claws. They quite literally tore each other apart. Avaryss reveled in the show. It only took a few minutes. The hate and fury the gang members possessed was quite strong. Her spell merely amplified what was inside of them, stripping them of any inhibitions. Soon the sludge at their feet turned red, and the cries of rage were replaced by gurgles cut short and then silence. She waited until the very end to see who was left. Once again, Sith's adage of the strong surviving proved true. Only the leader, the gang spokesman, remained. Though he was quite beyond saying anything at that point, in that moment he was beyond almost anything. He sat in the muck curled up in a fetal position, whimpering pathetically, nursing a broken arm and sobbing, his eyes squeezed shut. Avaryss stood triumphantly over him. You are no Darth, she said coldly. A Darth would not have fallen so easily. She looked over at Mr. Rink, He looked pale and a little green. His eyes were wide with disbelief and perhaps a little horror. She smiled at him. As you can see, Mr. Rink, I am more than my nerf sticker. A Sith is far more than a laser sword. The ancient arts still live in me. The power of Sith sorcery is very much alive. She stepped closer to him so that they stood eye to eye. Let this be a lesson to you, 2 lessons actually. The first being that I am no mere girl. He laughed nervously, trying to put on a brave face. Sure boss, whatever you say. She nodded, pleased by his answer. And the second lesson, you said there were 2. The second lesson is even easier to remember. Beware the dark side. She took one final look around them at the carnage she had wrought. She found it good. Let us be off, she said. These might not have been the only ones watching this place. We need to get back to the ship. Right behind you, boss, he replied, trying to regain some of his swagger even as he stepped over the bodies of the gang members. Lead the way. She smiled as she turned and made her way back down the sewer pipe. Lead the way, he had said. Avaryss grinned triumphantly. How could she do anything else? Fools. Chapter 10, Fools. Behind them, the billboard exploded in a shower of sparks. Avaryss looked over her shoulder as the speeder bike that had been chasing them went down in a ball of flame. She could not see what happened to the pilot, and would not care even if she did. Unfortunately, there were still 3 more speeder bikes on their tail, and each seemed bound and determined to stop their escape. There. The world tilted crazily as Rink sent their speeder into a spinning dive that took even Avaryss' breath away and left her stomach about 20 feet above them. The street rat somehow managed to bring them out of the dive and accelerated between 2 buildings that no air speeder had any business going between, but somehow just managed to fit, and shot out the other side. Again, Rink banked hard and shot back up into traffic, no doubt, trying to get lost among the many other floaters, speeders, and swoops that were moving quickly through the space lanes of Nar Shaddaa. Avaryss glanced behind her again. She saw no sign of pursuit. We lose him? Rink asked. I don't see them back there, she informed him, but a droid floater behind them banked crazily as repulsor lift struck by blaster fire. It banked into incoming traffic and 2 speeders struck it, vanishing in a giant ball of orange flame, and through that flame roared their pursuers, firing their blasters all the way. Again Mr. Rink went evasive, and again Avaryss was pushed back in her seat by the acceleration. From his place next to her, Rink was laughing and grinning like a fool. Damn, he crowed, these boys don't know when to quit. He dove again, only pulling up when their speeder was only a foot or so above the pedestrians on the walkways below. People ducked, curses, squawks, and shrieks filled the air as panicked civilians scattered, trying to avoid both the speeder and the blaster bolts peppering the ground behind them. Hold on to something, boss, Rink laughed. We're in for a bumpy ride. She glared at him. You are enjoying this, aren't you? She spat. Yeah, he admitted, never taking his eyes off the path ahead, aren't you? Avaryss shook her head, but on a small level she could not deny the excitement of this, the adrenaline flowing unchecked through her veins. She smiled slightly. Yes, she hated to admit it, but she was enjoying this, but they were not here to have fun. They needed to lose these fools. Now. Avaryss gestured ahead of them, not an easy thing when they were moving so fast. A dumpster, 2 parked speeder bikes, and a large street sweeper droid rose up and jumped into their pursuer's path. There was a loud crash and a flash of light behind them. Avaryss again dared to look over her shoulder. 1 down, she thought, grinning, 2 to go. Threatened Rink shot the speeder on a sharp vertical path. The 2 remaining speeders shot past, but Avaryss did not think they had lost them. Whoever these people were, they were proven to be more skilled than the scum they had faced in the sewer. Their arrival had clearly not gone unnoticed, and now that they had brought Rink's prize into the open, many were rising up to claim it. Avaryss was determined to see that they all failed. We need to get back to the ship, she said matter-of-factly. I'm game if you are, boss, but I don't think these guys are going to give us much chance. Avaryss cursed under her breath. She was tempted to throw lightning at the remaining bikes, or perhaps use her lightsaber to send their bolts back at them, but she knew that would not be a good idea. Right now what was going on was simple speeders chase. They happened all the time on Nar Shaddaa. The authorities had not even responded yet, if you could call the Hutt's bully boys authorities. If she started openly using her powers, things would escalate quickly. The trick she pulled with the stuff in the road hinted at Sith involvement but was not easily proved. If she chose to act in a more direct manner, however, news would certainly get back to other Sith on the moon, and from there even more Lords would start asking questions of what she was fighting so hard to protect. Secrecy was key here. Her master had made that point abundantly clear. She would not violate his orders. Which of course left her right back where she started. They still needed to either lose or destroy their pursuers. The only question was how. A blaster bolt flashed past her head, forcing her to look away. Again the two riders began drawing in close. Avaryss frowned. Was it her imagination, or were they slowing down? She looked over at Rink. He seemed focused, but at the same time she could tell he was thinking. She could almost sense the ideas bouncing around inside his head. They slowed a bit more. The bikes began to catch up. "What are you doing?" she demanded. He remained focused on the path ahead. "You know much about speeder bikes?" he asked. "Yes," she admitted. "I rode one every day for 2 years back home." "Do you know where the fuel cell is on one?" "Of course." Rink smiled slyly. "Those creepy powers of yours, you think you could yank out the fuel cell or something?" Avaryss was about to balk at the idea, but then realized what he was saying, considered it. She smiled wickedly. "I could do something along those lines, yes." "Do you need a line of sight?" "It helps," she agrees. He nodded gamely, still smiling. "Get ready, you take the one on the right. I got the guy on the left." Another blaster bolt flew past her head. The Force had warned her just in time. Their pursuers were closing in for the kill. They might have thought their quarry was damaged, or that Rink had decided to give up. Over the whine of the speeder engines, she could almost hear the men on the bike shouting at them, ordering them to land. That is not going to happen, she thought. She looked over as the two bikes made their move, one on Rink's side, one on hers. Sneaky, she thought to herself. It seemed that Thranton Rink had a clever mind, and it was clear that his boasts about knowing his way around a speeder was more than simple bravado. She wondered if he could handle a ship as well as he could an air speeder. It might be to her advantage to find out. The men chasing them drew closer still. If this worked, she decided, then she would definitely be letting Mr. Rink live. Usefulness should be rewarded, and he was clearly more than a bit of swagger and a handsome face. She could use him. The bike on her side drew closer. She could see the rider's face now, a human wearing goggles and a mask to protect his face from flying debris. The man's blaster was up, ready if she tried anything. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes and reached out with the Force, finding his machine, and it was quite simple. Her ability to manipulate energies with the Force drew her to the potential energy in the bike's fuel cell, and now that things had slowed down a bit, she had no problem reaching out with the Force and finding it. Child's play, she thought. Hands up, she heard the rider shout. I do not think so. She reached out with the Force, wrapped her will around the speeder bike's fuel cell, and crushed it with the Force. The result was instantaneous. The fuel cell exploded, but not before it sent just one final burst of speed into the engine of the bike. The vehicle shot forward, no longer a speeder bike but a ball of flame being ridden by a screaming man. She felt the man's panic right up until the burning speeder slammed into a concrete wall at high speed. The man's presence winked out. She took a moment to savor his end, his panic and final pain. Delicious. She was jolted out of her reverie when Rink suddenly flipped their speeder over in a full 360. The other rider had seen what had happened to his ally, and for that brief moment been distracted. It was all that Rink needed. The larger air speeder caught the smaller bike from beneath and caused it to flip over hard. The pilot did not even have time to respond. The bike stalled in the air as the man hit the brake, only to have his own repulsor lift fail and caused the bike to go tumbling end over end out of the sky. It vanished somewhere below them in a flash of orange light. Rink laughed. "Well, they won't be bothering us again." In spite of herself, Avaryss cackled. "Well done, Mr. Rink," she said. "Very well done, indeed." "Thanks, boss. Now back to the ship." She nodded. He brought the speeder up and around and began accelerating towards their destination. Avaryss pulled out her comlink. "Holly," she called into it. "Holly, respond. We are on our way back now." "Holly?" There was no answer. All that she could hear was very loud static. Frowning, Avaryss reached out with the force, trying to sense if there was a problem. She sighed heavily. There was. "Can't raise the ship?" Rink asked, sounding concerned. "Our communications are being jammed," she said, putting the comlink away. "I think the ship is under attack." Rink's eyes narrowed as he put on even more speed. "We better get back there then," he said grimly. "Yes," she said, her expression cold as a glacier. "It seems that I have some killing to do," she thought. She would hate to be late. They arrived to find the hangar a battlefield. 20 attackers were advancing on the Fury. Holly hunkered down near the ramp, defending the ship with a blaster carbine, while a small belly turret from beneath the ship fired at anything that got too close to her. Rink banked the speeder around, trying to find a good place to land under cover so that they could get out of here fast. Avaryss shook her head. Where in the Emperor's name was Rathray's men? He had promised her master that they had safe passage for the duration of this mission, and now not a single Sith soldier was to be found. This could have been a trap, she realized. Perhaps Lord Rathray wanted this mysterious prize as well. Perhaps someone had contacted him, offered him a reward for acquiring it for them. It was possible, she supposed. Both Trik and Barriss were Darths. They could definitely afford to bribe the Lord of Nar Shaddaa, and if she died during this attack, no one would be the wiser. Avaryss' temper flared. Part of her wanted to forget the ship, fly to wherever Rathray was hiding, and start skinning him alive. Answers would pour from his mouth before the end. She did not care that the Dark Council had put him here. If he had betrayed her master, if he had betrayed her, he would answer. He would. "Hold on tight," Rink told her. "I got an idea." Avaryss braced herself, tightening not only the straps holding her in place, but cocooning herself in the force. Rink brought the speeder around hard and low, causing it to slide on its repulsor lifts. The speeder slammed into where the people attacking their ship had been taking cover. Some were struck by the speeder, while others leapt out of the way. The vehicle continued to slide, clearing away any protection the attackers might have had. But as it finally came to a stop, the survivors leapt out and tried to engage Rink and Avaryss. For them, it was a fatal mistake. No sooner had the vehicle stopped that Avaryss tore away her restraints and leapt high into the air, igniting her lightsaber in mid-flip. She came down among the attackers, falling on them like a tukada on a neek. The attackers were all alien, all armed and armored. Not that it saved them. Large insectoids and breathing masks, they tried to overwhelm her with numbers, some drawing blades while some in the back tried to blast her with their rifles. The sword wielders died first. Her lightsaber carved through them like hot knife. As they died, the stink of ammonia filled the hangar, having come from the dying creature's breathing gear. She turned away a few blaster shots using the sheen form, but after having been stripped of cover, the gun wielders now found themselves easy prey to Holly, the Durret, and even Mr. Rink, who was covering her with his holdout blaster. The aliens did not beg, nor did they try to surrender. They fought to the last, the final one dying when Avaryss caught him in a force grip and cracked his exoskeleton like an egg. Once again, a puff of ammonia escaped the body as she let it fall broken to the hangar floor. Avaryss shook her head. The stench of ammonia was making her a little dizzy. She deactivated her sword and returned it to her belt. Rink came to her side, still clutching the droid head under his right arm while holding his blaster with the left. Avaryss scanned the area again with the Force. Feeling no more enemies, she nodded grimly. Now, they could get out of here. Gand, Rink said, shaking his head. Bounty hunters. They work for Wyban the Hutt, when they are not taking out private contracts. So we know someone is after our prize, she said sarcastically. That is news. He took no offense, he actually chuckled. You do know how to make friends, boss. I give you that. My lord, Holly said, running up to her, her face as always stained with grease from her work with the engines. Are you well? I will be when we are out of this stink, she said dryly, heading for the ramp of the ship. I trust we are ready to go. Ready and able, Holly said pleasantly. The three went up the ramp quickly, Holly closing it behind them. Rink handed Avaryss the droid head. She smiled and carried it back to her quarters. Tell Slyn to set course for Dromund Kaas, she ordered, her hands brushing over the chrome droid head. We must know what is so important about this. She did not relax until she felt the ship begin to rise beneath them, and even then it was short-lived. She felt a disturbance in the Force even before they cleared the atmosphere. The ship shuddered beneath them, blaster fire raking at their shields. She shook her head. They were not out of this yet. They are blocking our escape vector, Slyn informed her. There is nothing I can do. Avaryss hissed. Air escaped from between her teeth as she glared at the Imperial captain. How many pursuers? She asked. Scanners show at least 6 fighters, my lord. They are uglies by the look, probably mercenary or pirate ships. The young Sith rolled her eyes. She did not expect their attackers to be members of the Imperial Navy. Lose them, she ordered. Take evasive action. I'm doing that now, my lord, he promised, and shifting power to the aft shields they will hold. The ship rocked again. Avaryss was not so sure she trusted the captain's appraisal of the situation. He is too reliant on the shields. It will get us killed if he is not careful. The uglies, as Slyn called them, were starfighters cobbled together from pieces of other fighting craft and scrounged parts. Popular among criminals and pirate bands, they might not look impressive, but they did have some teeth. 2 fighters shot past them. Avaryss thought they were simply trying to force the Fury down, but then they opened up with tailgun fire. Ion discharges struck the shields, sending electrical sparks dancing over the shields, draining them further. When the shields failed, if they were hit with another ion blast, the Fury would go down. Avaryss frowned. I told you to lose this scum, Slyn, she growled. This ship is one of the fastest in the Imperial Navy, but you are driving it like it is a garbage scow. Her burning eyes flared. You will lose them? I'm working on that now, my lord, he said, banking hard. 2 more ships blew past them and slowed, but the 2 behind stayed above them, keeping them from breaking out, and the 2 fighters with ion cannons were already circling around like prey birds, hungry for the kill. Avaryss' anger continued to grow. They would never escape this way. They were struck again by another blast. Alarms wailed on Slyn's console. He turned them off, but warning lights continued to flash. We have a fire back here, Holly called out. 2V, and I are handling it. Through the Force she could feel Slyn's desperation. He was not used to flying in such a fight. Urban flying was not what he had been trained for. He may have been used to dealing with Republic pilots in deep space, but atmospheric combat seemed to have him on edge. She could feel his fear, both of losing control and crashing, and of her. The former was unacceptable of a man in her service. The latter was expected. He should be afraid of her. She found Rink at her side. She had been so focused on Slyn and the pursuit that she had not even heard the street rat enter. Fire's out, he informed her. Holly is making sure that the hyperdrive wasn't damaged. Good, she said. Finally, she turned to face him. Tell me, can you fly a ship as well as you fly an airspeeder? It took him a second to grasp what she had asked. Then his look of surprise turned to that cocky grin she remembered from the speeder chase. Better, he said. All I would need is for you to sit back and watch me work. She smiled. Very well. She stepped over and struck Slynn across the back of the head with the hilt of her lightsaber. Using the force, she yanked his body out of the pilot's seat and flung him down behind them. He groaned when he hit, likely not even realizing what had happened. Rink was in the pilot's chair even before the Imperial hit the deck. Immediately he got to work. The first thing he did was fire the main guns. He managed to destroy one of the uglies, but it was clear that destroying them had not been his intent. He had only needed to clear a path, get some room. He gunned the accelerator, and the ship shot forward. With the barest of margins, he just missed clipping the top of a building. Anyone standing on the roof likely had to dive for cover. Whoa! Rink laughed. This lady has some legs under her. He grinned at Avaryss. Let's see her strut. His hands danced over the console. The Fury shot skyward with the 5 remaining fighters in pursuit. He dove into the busiest of space lanes, juking in and out like some slave gladiator in the middle of a melee. Ships banked hard to get out the way, as Rink spun and juked through them like they were barely even there. Avaryss' heart was pounding, how close they were coming to death, but at the same time it was clear that Rink had it well in hand. She looked at him through the Force. What she saw surprised her. He was not Force-sensitive, that was clear, but again the Force seemed to be swirling around him like a hurricane. She had thought that it was simply because he had stolen that droid head, and that it was that had made him a shatter point in the Force. That was clearly part of it, but it was not the only thing that made the young man special. He might not realize it, but the Force was with him, lending a suggestion at times, giving the boy help he did realize that he was getting, enhancing his already quick reflex and allowing him to fly through the minefield of ships before them. It happened sometimes, she knew. The boy would never be Sith, but he could be classified as a savant in the Force. He was one of those 1 in a million fools that just happened to find favor in the will of the Force. She smiled warmly. She knew in that moment that she would not be killing Mr. Rink, not now, maybe not ever. He was something more, a fool, yes, but one that she was curious to see what the Force had in store for him next. Yes, she decided he would live. Some fools did deserve to. There was a beep on the console. She glanced over and saw another of their pursuers wink out. It was destroyed trying to keep up with Rink's rather exotic path. Yes, this fool did deserve to live. She turned her attention to the Imperial laying bleeding on the deck. And some fools did not deserve such mercy. She stood before Slynn. He was shaking his head, trying to clear away the cobwebs. He looked back at the pilot's seat, seeing Rink sitting there. He growled. That scum has no right to that seat. This is my ship. Avaryss stopped him mid-sentence. She raised her hand, her fingers twisting into claws. She wrapped the Force around his throat like a garrote. The man began to struggle, his fingers clawing at his throat. A thought occurred to her in that moment, one she had not given credence to before. She snarled. Who do you work for, Slynn? Feer, he coughed, our master. Avaryss gave him a cruel smile. Anyone else? Lord Barriss perhaps. Lord Trik, do you work for one of our rivals? Maybe take a donation from them now and again. I'm loyal, my lord, he gasped. She tightened her grip. She wanted him to feel this. She wanted to make it hurt. If you are loyal, she said grimly, then you are also as clumsy as you are stupid. Her rage was building, her anger boiling. Holly said you asked her to take the hyperdrive offline back on Tatooine. We were almost caught there. And now, here, our enemies seem to know our every move, and they have found us at every turn. How did they do that? Slynn did not answer. His face had gone from red and was starting to turn purple. Avaryss did not let up. She was too angry to let up. The ship shook underneath them. Not a laser blast, but the shockwave from a close-by explosion. Rink, she called out, concerned. We're good, boss, he called back. One of those nerve herders just struck a floating billboard. They were destroyed, still have 2 more behind us. Can we clear the atmosphere? Make a safe jump to hyperspace. Those surviving fighters could scan our trajectory. You worried about them tracking us back to Dromund Kaas. Not a problem, she said. We will make a micro jump to a random location, and then make the jump to Dromund Kaas from there. It will throw off any pursuit. Clever Rink said, Did that before, did you? I read it in a holo novel, she admitted. He chuckled. Got to love those novels, he said dryly. Give people such wonderful ideas. She chuckled. Just fly the ship, Rink, she said. Gotcha, boss. Avaryss smiled and turned her attention back to Slyn. She gave him a contented smile. I don't know if you are a traitor, and personally I don't really care, but you have failed me for the last time, Captain. Loy, Al, he croaked, Loy, Al. So you say, she purred, her eyes glowing menacingly. Then consider this your final order for the good of the Empire. She almost giggled as she closed her fist. The man's neck crumbled. The vertebrae turned to dust. He slumped down on the deck, his eyes staring up at nothing. Avaryss smiled and stood over him, feeling both contented and liberated. The dark side was coursing through her like the highest grade of spice. For the Empire, Mr. Slyn, she giggled. For the Empire. Chapter 11. Almost a month had passed before War Master Feer finally figured out what was so special about the droid head Avaryss had recovered on Nar Shaddaa. During that time, she had returned to her duties as her master's apprentice, enforcing his will and making sure that the enemies of House Fear understood her master's displeasure. Submissions excited or pleased her. She enjoyed the sensation of dominating a supposedly superior foe, one who thought himself above her because of the place of her birth or her status as an apprentice. Yes, some of those missions pleased, others, not so much. Had she been asked, she would have suggested that they hold off on any vengeance or power plays until they knew what they had recovered on Nar Shaddaa. Who knew what the droid's programming might reveal? Unfortunately, it was not up to her. Her master was a man of ambitions, and he was also nursing a vendetta. It was impossible to ask him to abandon either. The situation only grew worse a week after her return. One of Lord Fear's military food shipments was destroyed while en route to its destination. Apparently, it had been exposed to some sort of bacterium while in transit. The bacteria spread quickly, infecting and rotting everything on board within a matter of hours. The entire cargo had needed to be jettisoned, destroyed before the bacteria could spread to plant life on Otherworld. The Imperial High Command was not happy. That food shipment had been needed, and now it fell to House Fear to make things right. Avaryss' master was livid. He did not believe for 1 second that this had been some random incident or accident. The bacteria had been too virulent to simply be something born in nature. Lord Fear's eyes turned to Darth Trik, whose interest and skill in viral weaponry was second to none. He viewed what had happened as a cowardly attack, a slap in the face after Lord Fear had involved Darth Barriss in their feud. He began to plot a response, and Avaryss would be the tip of the sword. He seeks to embarrass us, not just before the military, but the Dark Council as well, Fear had growled. That cyborg made me look weak before our Imperial allies. Now I will take away something of his, something that he values. War Master Fear counseled patience, but Darth Fear would not be dissuaded. He sent Avaryss in. The plan was simple enough. There was an alchemist named Arb. The man had spent the last 20 years researching the design and powering of Sith amulets. The art had been thought lost since the days of Nagasato, but now it seems that it had been rediscovered. Darth Tarik's interest in such things was well known. It was said that this Arb had created dozens of pieces for the Dark Lord, pieces that were now being used to enhance Tarik's work and his would-be apprentices. Fear thought it more than fair that his rival should lose his pet alchemist. It seemed like a fair exchange to him, and plus, it would deny his rival any further advantage that the man's creations might give. It had not been hard for Lord Fear to learn the location of the alchemist's lab. He dispatched Avaryss to not only destroy all traces of the man's work, but to silence him as well. He would not have Tarik trying to reacquire the man later. The small estate where Tarik kept his little pet was lightly guarded. Still, Avaryss took no chances. She brought Thranton Rink with her. His skill at confounding security systems proved most useful. She was inside and cutting her way through Trik's men before they even realized that she was there. After an AR shatter, Avaryss had done much to reward Mr. Rink for his service. She took him on, not only a member of House Fear, but granted him a commission in the Imperial Navy as a flight officer, which meant he would have access to not only her ship, but other Imperial hardware as well. When Lady Sinestra had first heard about the deal, she had given her husband's apprentice a sly look. "The boy must have done much to amuse you," she had commented. "He is a good pilot, and a driver," Avaryss had replied. "I have need of both." The lady of House Fear laughed. "So you are pleased with the rise he gives you," she said dryly. "I should have known." It was not hard for Lord Fear's apprentice to guess the lady's meaning. It was all Avaryss could do to hold her temper in check. Why did people always go there? She wondered. Why did they always assume that a relationship between a man and woman would turn romantic, or at the very least physical? She had no interest in Rink, not in that way. Phil had been enough for her, and with his death, that chapter of her life had closed, at least for now. She decided not to deny it. Let the woman believe what she would. Who knew, Rink might prove useful when she made her final move against House Fear. She would let them think whatever they wanted about the two of them. All it would do was keep her enemies off balance. Besides, Rink's heart belonged to another. She could feel that. It was as clear as day. It was his abilities that intrigued her, nothing more. The Imperial uniform she found for him suited him well, though he did choose a much larger coat than most officers and wore it open most of the time. A spit and polished military type would have frowned on that, but Avaryss could care less, provided Rink continued to produce results in her service. So far, he had done just that. From this point forward, he would serve as Avaryss' personal pilot and driver, and in exchange she agreed to help him find out what happened to his little Twi'lek girl, and provide him what he needed to build a new life for himself and his companion once he had fulfilled his usefulness to her. Some might have called the terms too generous, but Avaryss preferred to err on the side of caution. A happy underling was a good underling, and Rink did more than earn his keep when he helped her breach Arb's compound. His time on NAR Shatta had taught him quite a bit about neutralizing security systems. Once that was done, he fell back to await her return while she cut a path through the alchemist's guards. Most were combat droids, but at least two appeared to have trained in the Sith arts. They, like Trik, were larger than typical Sith and possessed of an animalistic rage that made them very dangerous. It had proved to be an exciting contest, but in the end, both lay dead in the corridor outside the alchemist's lab, their heads separated from their bodies. Slaying the two had left Avaryss in an excited state, her bloodlust awakened by the violence. She did not bother trying to breach the security door that blocked her path. She simply cut her way through with her lightsaber. And stepped through the still smoldering opening. She found the Arb the alchemist crouched down behind his desk. She smiled wickedly at him. This, she thought, was going to be fun. As she approached her prey, she noticed the various trinkets that he had been working on, felt the power of the dark side radiating from several of them. The man was truly talented. She realized it would be a shame to rid the Empire of him, but what could she do? An order was an order. The man cowered, trying to hide behind all his creations. She could sense the force within him, but it was small, almost non-existent. She could see now why he worked so hard to create such wondrous things, but no amount of toys would make him stronger in the force. It did not work that way. Are you here to kill me?" he stammered. "Your master has insulted my master," she said matter-of-factly. "I think we both know how this is going to end." It doesn't have to," he said. "You are clearly a powerful young woman. I have created something, or rather I've started working on something that you may find interesting. It is yours if you agree to spare my life." Avaryss suppressed a laugh. The man was actually trying to bargain. Still, she could not deny that she was tempted. Of course, if her master found out, she would surely be punished. She had no desire to experience that again. I do not doubt your skill, she informed him, but that does not change my master's orders. He would not be pleased if I spared your life. As she approached, she felt a slight shift in the force, a ripple if you will. She continued to watch Arb. The man seemed intent on holding her attention. He is baiting a trap, she thought. She reached out with the force, trying to sense what it was. Her right hand shot out. She heard a sharp gasp as she caught someone hiding behind several large crates. Arb's reaction was instantaneous. No! He gasped, leaping from cover. No. Please. Avaryss stopped him with an equally strong grip, pleased that she could manage two at once. She smiled. I'm getting stronger, she realized. Holding two prisoners at once should have been taxing, but she felt little strain at all. It seemed her master was true to his word. His teachings did have positive benefits. She used the force to lift her would-be ambusher out of hiding. Arb was gasping, trying to stop her, struggling against her grip. His reaction surprised her, at least until she realized who and what it was that had been hiding behind those crates. She glanced over, only just being able to hide a look of surprise. Daddy. The girl looked to be about 10 years old. She floated before both Avaryss and her father like a bug caught in amber. She could feel the girl's fear shining like a beacon through the force. It was so strong that the young one did not even try to struggle. Avaryss was shocked. For a moment she could not move. She found herself trapped in a nightmare. Spare her, my lord, the alchemist cried out. Please. She is all I have left in this world. I beg of you. Please do not harm my little girl. Avaryss blinked. She was no longer standing in the alchemist's compound. She was back on her home world of Ardana. She was facing a disgraced overseer while Sith trooper restrained his daughter. Darth Fear had ordered this man's death. It was her duty to carry it out. You've moved past this, the dark side within snarled. It is not your past. The girl that this happened to is long dead, blissfully forgotten. Enjoy this moment, kill the child in front of her father, revel in his pain and hopelessness, and then grant him a quick death. That is all the mercy that such a man deserves. She shuddered. Her eyes darted back and forth between the two, the girl and her father. Yet in that moment they looked so much like Kira and Ander Lilas. She shook her head. Had her master known about this? Had he known what she would have to do? It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. Her anger continued to build. Daddy, little girl whimpered, help. The alchemist whimpered. Yet in that moment he was trying to be brave, trying to give his child hope, right up until the end. It will be okay, dear, he said, trying to smile. Daddy loves you. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. She did not hear Daddy loves you. She heard the words I love you blossom. Those words were burned into her heart, her very soul. They were Kira's father's last words to his daughter, to his little girl. Anger turned to rage, yet it was not directed at the alchemist and his daughter. It was directed at her master, at Darth Fear. She could see his cruel, grinning face floating before her. She was filled with an almost uncontrollable urge to smash that smile into splinters, to drive that face from her memory for all time. Had he been standing there at that moment, he would have tasted force lightning. How dare you, she thought, how dare you put me in this position? Was this awesome kind of test? Did he think it was amusing to put her in a position to face her own past? Had she not dealt with this nightmare on Corbin? Had she not proven she was worthy? Perhaps he had not known that this man had a daughter. Perhaps he had not thought of it at all. Maybe he simply saw her now only as a weapon, his weapon. She smiled cruelly. If that was the case, he wasn't for big surprise. She looked over at the alchemist. You offered me something in exchange for your life. For both your lives, she said coldly, professionally. What was it? She felt the alchemist's fear drop considerably. He must have sensed the shift in her. He was still under threat, but now he knew she was open to talk shop, to do business. His desire burned like a beacon. He sought only to protect his child from her. I do have something, he admitted, a helmet, mask, and bracer, I was making it for a specific client, to help shield them from an attack by a more powerful Force user, but it could just as well serve you as them. The designs are on the holo projector on the table if you wish to see them. She released the alchemist, but made sure that he was aware that she had not released the grip on his daughter. If he tried anything funny, they would both die, and she would feel no shame doing so, since she had offered him a way out, and he decided to act the fool. She nodded. "I'm interested," she said. "Let's talk business." The man grinned and bowed respectfully. "As you wish, my lord," he said respectfully. "Right this way." An hour later, the alchemist's home was in flames. Another one of Dromund Kaas' rainstorms had come up, so there was little chance of the fire spreading. Avaryss left the facility alone. She used her comlink to summon Mr. Rink. The mission was completed. Darth Trik had suffered a bloody nose today. Everything was burning, except for a single large packing crate just outside the estate's back entrance. It was large enough to fit 2 people, and a bit of the alchemist's research snugly. 10 minutes after the fire started, a transport ship arrived and picked up the crate, taking it to secure location. The men who loaded it wore the colors of no house, but that was by design. Avaryss had used the man's hypercom to contact Itae, who in turn had contacted her father. As far as the Baron knew, he was doing a favor for Lord Fear. The alchemist would be kept safe and hidden and allowed to work. His daughter would serve as a hostage, but a well-treated one. She would be a servant in Itae's family's household while the work was being done. The girl would come to no harm and would be returned to her father upon completion of his task for Avaryss. After that, they would be free to go. They could not remain on Dromund Kaas, but at least the man and his child would have their lives, provided they wished to leave, of course. Itae's father had been excited to get someone as skilled as the alchemist in his service. He might even offer the man a contract if his work proves as formidable as it seemed. Who knew in the end, the man might not even want to leave. Avaryss felt a surge of excitement as she made her way back to House Fear. There was risk in what she had done, but at the same time, without risk there was no reward. Fear had put her in this position, and in doing so had reminded her that they were still enemies, even if he had forgotten that point. She smiled as she climbed back into the speeder. Rink gunned the engine, and they were on their way back to the Fear estate. What she had done tonight had excited her. She was almost glowing. She looked forward to seeing what Arb would come up with, protection against the attacks of a powerful Force user. He had promised. If he delivered, she would be most pleased. She found herself thinking of her master, the lesson he had taught her this night. "Thank you for reminding me, my lord," she thought to herself. "Thank you for helping to hasten your own demise." She laughed at the thought. Rink glanced over at her, but said nothing. She smiled at him. "We need to find pleasures in the small things, Mr. Rink," she informed him. Of course, small things could become big if given the proper time, and time is what she had. She was Sith. She was nothing if not patient. After what had happened, she spent the next few weeks waiting for the blade to fall. Every time she met with her master, Avaryss expected to be punished. Days turned to weeks, and he seemed to remain ignorant of what had happened. Avaryss was still not sure what to make of that. Had she managed to fool her master? Was he so focused on Trik and the droid head that he had missed her moment of rebellion? She remained on guard, but gave no clue of what had happened. She had no desire to tip her master off to what she had done when she had spared the man's life. Perhaps he does not know me as well as he thinks, she thought with a hint of a smile. Perhaps it was possible to fool her beloved master. By the time that her master and War Master Feer summoned her for a report of what he had discovered about the droid head, she had come to feel more confident than ever. It seems that her little rebellion had been missed, that she had successfully hid the truth from her master. She was eager to find out what else she might accomplish. Who knew what else she might be able to slip past him? The day of the War Master's report was an enlightening one. She found herself attending a briefing with not only her master, but several other Sith Lords as well. She recognized 2 of them from her dealings over the previous months. Both were allies of House Fear. The new arrival was unknown to her, a pure-blood female with black Tatooine on her face. Her master introduced her as Lord Infamy, a recent recruit in his struggles to expand their house's power. After a brief introduction, the War Master proceeded with what he had learned. It proved to be most enlightening. The droid head she recovered on Nar Shaddaa sat on a large table in the center of the communication room, the wires in his neck plugged into a small computer terminal, which fed what it was receiving on a large holographic screen. Next to the head sat 3 other droid heads that Avaryss did not recognize. They too were interfaced, the data stored on their memory cores broadcast across their own screens. War Master Feer let the computer scan for a few minutes more, before pausing all 4 screens on a small block of text. A block that was identical from all 4 droids. The War Master smiled triumphantly. He had found what they were searching for. The program was well hidden, he informed the gathered lords. It is not surprising that no one has caught it yet. My team and I missed it several times. It was only through one last-ditch effort that we discovered this at all. As you can see, all 4 droids contain this program, and it is important to note that they appear to have nothing in common. They were all built by different companies, at different times, and in some cases on entirely different worlds. What is it? Feer asked. Some form of espionage programming. It is nothing so simplistic, the War Master answered. It is a series of commands that records everything the droid hears and sees, and when the time is right, prompts the droid to send that information out along as seemingly unrelated communications channels that lead to a central carrier signal. Avaryss' eyes widened. She might not have been an expert in droids, but she understood what Feer was saying. They're microphones, she said. The War Master smiled and nodded. Someone has turned these droids into microphones. They've been recording all our secrets. Again, Feer nodded. Darth Fear glared at the droid heads. How? He demanded. How has this been done? I'm still working on determining that, the old pure blood said. As I said, these droids appear to have nothing in common. They are from different owners, had been built on different worlds, but the same program is present in all their systems. He shook his head. It is a mystery, but it shall be solved in time. Fear guests looked at each other. Apparently the other droids had come from their houses. They were not pleased with the news. In truth, Avaryss was not pleased either. Droids were everywhere. They were out in the street, working within every business and Sith house on Dromund Kaas, if even half of them had this program running inside them. The Empire itself was in danger. All their secrets may have been breached. She was clearly not alone in thinking along those lines. The lords that joined them also looked concerned. How did these espionage droids miss our security checks? One of the lords demanded. Indeed, Lord Infamy said with a feral look on her face. My droid was inspected before it entered my service. This program could not have been there when it was purchased. Actually, it probably was, Feer said. Fear gave him a curious look. Explain, old friend. Feer entered a few commands on his data pad. All 4 screens changed. When a droid first goes online, a brain evolves quickly. It solves dozens of problems in mere seconds, self-correcting any issue that might affect its function. A droid learns how to walk and talk in seconds of becoming active, but those original programs that helped to reach that point are not erased. They are shunted into file in the droid's brain until they are needed again. It is a basic function. Any droid, regardless of position or programming, possesses this secure file. Why not erase them? Avaryss asked. If they are no longer needed, what is the point of keeping them? Mainly for when the droid receives a complete memory wipe. The memory core is left as a blank slate, but basic programming is still needed to keep the droid from having to be rotated out of service. It simply accesses the old files and relearns its basic functions and adapts them to its new personality. The file, the one that contains this spy protocol, is safe within that file. These programs are stored in a place where they are never erased. The file is necessary to keep the droid from developing quirks when they are wiped. Avaryss grinned. So the espionage program has been hidden among those files. Most programmers see them as redundant, so they don't bother to check their contents. Yes, Feer replied. Think of it as a droid subconscious. The program runs silently within the droid, and its carrier is never the wiser. The droid fulfills its duties, and it has no idea it is spying on its master. The old pure blood nodded. It is quite ingenious, if I do say so myself. Avaryss looked at her master and his fellow lords. They did not seem to share the War Master's opinion. Who is doing this? Infamy asked. I'm not sure yet, Feer answered. I'm not sure yet how this program got into the droids, so it is impossible to guess who has been receiving this information. Can we isolate the carrier signal these droids are using? Avaryss asked. Not yet, Feer replied. As I said, these droids all have different functions. The information certainly must go to main carrier frequency, but we have not found it yet. The other lords looked at Darth Fear. They all looked ready to start casting blame, no doubt thinking of blaming one of their many enemies. Avaryss said nothing, but she had her own idea what was going on. What do we do, my lord? One of the lords demanded. Indeed, the second said, if our own droids are spying on us, surely we must. We must do nothing, Feer said flatly. That statement stopped all conversation. Avaryss' master smiled. For the moment, whoever is responsible for this likely has no idea that we are onto them. We should keep it that way, for the time being. Your droids will be reassembled, and you will continue with business as usual, or at the very least appear to be continuing. Lord Infamy smiled. We could use this as a means of giving our enemies false information, or perhaps providing information on our rivals, information that might make things difficult for them. Feer nodded. That is one use to be sure, he agreed. As a Darth of the Sith Empire, I shall take personal charge of this investigation. We clearly cannot allow this to continue. My house will get to the bottom of this, and find the culprits. We would be most grateful, my lord, Infamy said, bowing her head. The Empire itself would be most grateful. I live to serve the Empire, Feer said, grinning slyly. For a time, may I suggest that you not discuss this with anyone. Secrecy must be maintained, at least for the time being. The other lords nodded, accepting Feer's appraisal of the situation. Avaryss frowned. She was not sure that she agreed. Yet, she was smart enough not to speak of her misgivings in front of her master's guests. It was clear that the Empire was under threat. Whoever had planted these droids had proven to be both cunning and ruthless. Defeating them would not be an easy challenge. She said nothing until the other lords had left, and even then waited until she and her master were alone. He must have sensed her disquiet thoughts. He turned to her with a frown. What troubles you, my child? He asked. You look nervous. Should we not inform the Dark Council of this breach, my master? She inquired. It sounds as if we have stumbled onto something big. Perhaps it would be wiser to involve them. Feer chuckled. Ever the patriot, eh, Avaryss? She frowned. She was a patriot, she did not deny that. She had been raised to love the Empire, to seek its protection and defense. As powerful as House Feer was, it was still a single house. This problem may prove to be empire-wide. The Empire should be united to deal with it. We are not the only house threatened by this, my lord, she reminded him, if this is as widespread as it seems to be. Which is all more reason to keep things quiet, he said. If we involve the Dark Council, it will open this matter up for debate. The Darths will bicker over what to do, and those that are unwilling to talk will flail at the problem and make things worse for all of us. Some may even accuse their rivals of being a part of it, and seek to use this as an excuse to obliterate them. This information could be a time bomb, Apprentice. By telling others we might light the fuse that causes the entire empire to implode. Avaryss nodded. Her master's reasoning was sound, but still. We have an opportunity here, Feer said, grinning. Why do you think Barriss was involved? Why do you think he wanted the droid head? Avaryss gave him an arch look. You think he knows about this? I think he suspects, and if he does, then it is possible that Lord Vengean does, as well. Barriss would not risk his master's displeasure by hiding something this big. You think he might be using this to destabilize his own enemies? It is possible, Feer agreed. Avaryss is a very clever man. Perhaps he even thought to try to take control of whatever it is that we have stumbled upon. Her master gave her a hungry look. That is what I intend to do, Apprentice. I wish to turn this problem to our advantage. It cannot stay secret forever, but we might as well get some use out of it while we can. Avaryss frowned. What about the culprits? They will not simply let us seize their spy program, and if it is who I think it is, we will have to rip it from their cold, dead hands. Fear's eyes glinted with excitement. You have your own theory on who is responsible for this outrage? Avaryss nodded. It was not that hard to figure out. Who benefited from knowing Imperial secrets, who wished to see the Empire harmed as a whole. Whose intelligence agents had grabbed Thranton Rink and tortured him. Yes, Avaryss had an idea of who was behind this. She was most eager to make them pay. This is a violation of the Treaty of Coruscant, she said. The Dark Council must be told. And they will be, but when it benefits us the most, Apprentice, Feer said, putting his arm around her. Tell me, should we drop a problem into the Council's lap, or should we present them with the story of our victory? How we discovered the problem, solved it, and brought those responsible to heel. Which outcome do you think the Council will be happier with? Avaryss considered what he was saying. She even smiled. They would prefer hearing that we found a solution to the problem, she agreed. Now imagine the gratitude they would feel, he added, his voice becoming silky, more seductive. What rewards would they offer us for dealing with the matter for them? Avaryss' grin blossomed into a full smile. In that moment, she set her hatred for her master aside. She would need him to work the angles here, on Dromund Kaas, while she dealt with the problem off-world. Some things were worth putting your hatred aside for, at least temporarily. We would be heroes, she said, her crimson eyes flashing. We would be heroes of the Empire. And our rewards would be great, a seat on the Council for me, and a full lordship for you, maybe even a chance to become a Darth. He gave her arm a joyful squeeze. Tell me, my dear, how would you like to become a Darth before your 19th birthday? The thought made her shudder with pleasure. Darth Avaryss. She had thought it a goal for much later in her life, a lordship she could have early on. But if she did this, she might just be able to become one of the youngest Darths in the Empire. Could she pass that opportunity up? Who could? You will need to keep things spinning for us here, she said. When War Master Feer learns who created this spy program, we will need to move quickly and quietly before our rivals get wind of it. Agreed, her master said. I will keep them occupied. He gave her a warm look. So tell me, my dear, do you want to be a good little Sith or a hero of the Empire? Avaryss smiled slyly. Did he really have to ask? She nodded eagerly. As soon as we have a target, I'll be ready, she promised. I will hunt the culprits down and destroy them. I know you will, he said. You are mine. Yes, I am, she said, letting him lead her, happy to be in service, at least for now. I'm ready, she said, smiling. Let's be heroes. Chapter 12. Ruby lights danced as Avaryss worked through her lightsaber drills. She slipped deeper and deeper into the dark side until the blade was nothing less than an extension of her hand. The moves that she had learned back on Fury 9 were almost second nature at this point, and now, driven by the power of the dark side, the 3 lightsaber forms she had studied were as devastating as they were perfect. Her blade hummed and hissed as a light drizzle fell gently over the Feer compound. Steam rose from her lightsaber blade with every drop that found it. Storms were always a threat on a jungle world, but in that moment rain and wind meant nothing to the apprentice of Darth Fear. She was nothing less than an extension of the dark side. Her blade and will were one. And in that moment, her will wanted nothing more than to begin her next mission. The House of Fear was on lockdown, nothing in or out. War Master Feer continued his research into what they had learned about the secret program that was hidden within the droids of the Empire. He continued to have droids brought into the compound, likely borrowed from other houses and businesses. According to him, 6 out of every 10 of the droids he had examined had the hidden program. it was safe to say the Empire had been breached. Only our war droids seemed unaffected. He had noted, of course, a war droid's programming has gone over far more than a protocol or serving model. No soldier wants to take the field with a droid who might go psychotic because of a programming glitch. Avaryss acknowledged that, but also recognized that it was more than that. War droids were generally not allowed in the homes of High Lords of the Empire. Whoever was behind this was targeting the Sith Lords directly. Everything about this plan suggested that the whole point of it was to destabilize the leadership of the Empire. If this was so, then it made sense that those responsible would not try to infect the Empire's war droids. If their plan continued, they would not need to worry about the Imperial Army. The Empire would implode on its own. As she continued to work through her battle drills, Avaryss let her mind wander, let the dark side carry it wherever it would. She had no doubt that the Republic was involved in this, or at the very least, members of Republic intelligence. What had occurred at the SIS safe house on Tatooine had all but cemented that opinion in her mind. It felt right and undeniable. Now the only question was, how far would the Republic SIS go to defend their little project? She did not doubt that she would face them again once her master finally gave her the go-ahead to start this mission. They would do what they could to try and stop her, but would they go so far to try to bring the Jedi into this little plan of theirs? That thought excited her more than any other. She had faced a fallen Padawan back on Butcher's clearing, fought and defeated him, or at the very least drove him to commit suicide. Facing a Jedi, one as dedicated to his order as she was to hers, would be a challenge. It was a challenge that she was eager to meet. In that moment, her mind's eye focused on the alien Padawan, a Nautolan he had been called, an amphibious creature. Her red eyes widened, a thought occurred to her, one that she had not considered until that moment. She remembered that battle. It had been one of the defining moments of her training. She remembered what the alien had said about being part of some plan to bring down the Empire. How some mysterious master would bring the Empire crashing down around her. She put one and one together. Could the Padawan have been part of this? Could this droid scheme be part of a much larger plan? Could the Jedi Order be involved? Were they directing this from afar? It was possible. From her reading, she knew that all Jedi were liars. They craved power, but they hid it behind some false sense of self-righteousness. They claimed to be defenders while the whole time cozying up the Republic Senate and military. They showed no initiative. They could have made the Republic a paradise, but instead chose to allow corrupt politicians to shape the destiny of the Republic. They allowed those politicians to run wild without any true oversight, and as a result, made themselves appear invaluable to the Republic. They courted chaos so that they could leap into the fray that they were responsible for, and claim that they were protecting the weak and the innocent. On one hand, such cunning should have been admired, but considering what they did to preserve their power, it was clear why their order had to be destroyed. The Jedi, she had heard, considered themselves guardians of the peace. It was their greatest lie and failure. Peace was a lie, but order was attainable, if one was strong enough to bring it into being. The true Sith, with his or her passions to guide her, would be able to achieve that order. It was the duty of the strong to rule, and for the weak to follow. Most of the Sith's allies understood that. The Mandalorians understood that. That is why they followed the Sith as allies. The Mysterious just understood, so much in fact that they continued to send their sons and daughters to serve in Imperial ranks. The Hutts claimed neutrality, but in time, once the Republic was defeated, they would bow as well. It was inevitable. As for the common people of the galaxy, Avaryss had no problem with them. There was no need to make them suffer without cause. The truly innocent, those who understood their place, were safe. As for those that reached too far, the corrupt and arrogant, the politicians and bureaucrats that dared question Sith rule, they needed to understand fear. Terror would keep them honest and in line. Then there would be no reason to allow the spread of chaos as the Jedi did. At least we Sith are honest, she thought. We don't pretend or coddle the weak. We come to bring order and security. We don't hide behind a shield of false friendship and compassion. Of course, the Sith were not perfect. She had to admit that. Darth Fear had proven that with the death of her family. A wise ruler would have spoken with the overseers first, gauged their reaction to his rule. Had he done that, he would have realized that there were those within his former adversary's holdings that were worth saving. And Lilith would have served her master well, given the chance. Of course, if he had been, she would not be here, would she? The Force truly moved in mysterious ways. I must remember these lessons as I move forward, Avaryss thought. I must become better than Lord Fear. When I finally come into my inheritance, when I finally possess all that was once my master's, I will show the Empire how a true Sith aristocrat rules. I will bring justice, order, and security to my holdings. My people will both love me for my strong hand and stalwart protection, and fear my wrath when it is awakened. I will bring true order to my small corner of the chaotic galaxy, and in time, all will bow to me in humble gratitude. It was a pleasant dream, but for now that was all it was, a dream. That is for the future, her conscience chided, focus on the now. She nodded, and returned her attention to her drills. Speculation on the future right now was a waste of time. The mission was what was important. She needed to find answers to the many questions she had discovered since returning from Inarshada. She would be able to seek her answers soon enough, just as soon as her master dispatched her. Just pick a target already, she thought. I'm ready for action. Her interceptor and crew were on standby at the Kaas City spaceport. Both Rink and Holly would be ready to go at a moment's notice. As soon as they had a target, they would be off to deal with it. Mr. Rink had sent her a few messages. He had some ideas to enhance the performance of their ship. After clearing them through Holly, she had agreed to several of them. Speaking of Holly, Avaryss had recently dropped an interesting challenge into the young engineer's lap. Her newly purchased HK droid had finally arrived from Tatooine. The Jaws has been true to their word, and now Avaryss had a chance to add a dangerous new weapon to her arsenal. Provided that Holly could get it to work, the engineer was not too optimistic about her chances. She thought the droid, an old HK-50 model, parts were not readily available for such an old machine, and it would take some work adapting modern materials to the old droid. Avaryss insisted that she try anyway. She had faith. If the engineer could not do it, so be it, but if she could, the droid might prove quite useful. Avaryss took her drills to the next level. She called on the Force and used it to increase her speed. To the unenlightened, it would have looked like she had become a blur, a shadow mixed with the strange whirling red light. It was not difficult to find the heart of darkness, to go to the place that made such a feat possible. Her frustration of not being able to start her mission, her feelings towards her master and his family, these all brought her closer and closer to the true pulsing power of the dark side. She welcomed its cold embrace. It left her hungry, and scoured clean. She felt the weakness of the light retreat when she found that cold dark center. She welcomed these moments, the freedom of them. Once again, she tried to reach out to her fallen lover. Fel's death remained one of the true great tragedies of her life, but it was also a tragedy that she could remedy, provided she could find a way to bring his spirit back to her. Avaryss reached out, trying to sense him, trying to find what had once been Fel and pull it to her. Again, she was met with failure. The anger of that failure only deepened her connection, feeding it. Where are you? She wanted to scream. I know you remain close to me. Show yourself. She hated this. Back on Corbin, it had been Fel's spirit that had finally given her the strength to break through the mental barriers that had cut her off from her powers for a time. She had sensed it, felt his power, his hungry desire for her. That desire, it should have been enough to bring him back to her. Her connection to Darth Fear had allowed her access to many hidden or forgotten texts. She had learned much since her coming to Dromund Kaas. Among them were ancient scrolls and manuscripts discussing the art of essence transfer. Avaryss had come to believe that she could use that power to have her lover back, to restore him to true life. All she would require would be his spirit, and a male body that was both strong in the Force and physically appealing to her. Once she had all those elements, She would draw Fel's spirit out of the madness beyond death, and place it within a new strong body, and then reunited once more, they would build a new future for themselves and the Empire. The thought made her smile. She told no one of her plans. She doubted that they would understand. Few Sith would risk bringing back one as powerful as Fel, especially one who had been gone so long. It was said that in death, a Sith's unbound spirit could be lost within the dark side itself, that it could be consumed by an unending madness, but at the same time, this place was near the heart of the dark side. Who knew what secrets that Fel's spirit had been exposed to? Who knew what secrets he would bring back with him when she finally returned him to the world of the living? We will be invincible, she thought. We will be indomitable, and no one in the galaxy will be able to stop us. The thought held great appeal to her. She welcomed their reunion, but at the same time she recognized the need for caution. She needed to find just the right body. Fel deserved nothing less than the best. She would have to tread very carefully once she had found his spirit, of course, and then the real work could begin. It might have worked better had she known what had happened to his body, but sadly there were no records. All she had was a few trinkets of their time together, and so far, that had not been enough. I need to grow stronger, she realized. Only then will I have the power to save my beloved and return him to my arms. Through power I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The code of the Sith told her all she needed to know. She would see that they all came to pass. A small chime signaled on her wrist. She looked down. The small chrono she was wearing was beeping an alarm. Her allotted training time had ended. She sighed and lowered her weapon, deactivating her lightsaber and returning it to her belt. It had seemed like hardly any time had passed at all, but in truth she had been out here for almost 2 hours. Her face was dripping with sweat, her arms burned from exertion, but for the most part, she still felt strong. The dark side did much to restore his disciples. She probably could have gone another hour without feeling the effects. She grinned. I am growing stronger, she thought. One day, I will finally be strong enough to face and replace my master. She would welcome that day with open arms. She returned to the estate. No doubt her master would wish to speak with her soon. Hopefully he would have good news. Hopefully War Master Feer would have a target for her. She was not sure how much longer she could stand climbing the walls in this place. She needed action. She was more than ready to begin. As she sought out her master, the hum of training sabers caught Avaryss' attention. She paused in her search and followed, eager to see what was going on. She was drawn to a small terrace off the main receiving area. It was there that the battle was taking place. Avaryss watched as Lady Sinestra and Bill sparred with each other, clad in training suits similar to those worn on Korriban. Mother and son fought back and forth. The low-powered training blade spat and hissed as her master's son lunged in again and again, trying to break through his mother's defenses. Sinestra gave ground, letting her son try and take advantage, though, to Avaryss' trained eye, it was clear that she had not been forced to duel for her life in a while. The young Sith shook her head. Master Adaz, Avaryss' first teacher and true mentor, had been a true blade master. In a way, she had loved and respected the vicious old cat hound. He had inspired not only her drive to excel in swordplay, but also filled her with a desire to evaluate and understand the nuances of lightsaber combat. Many a time she had stood at his side during her short stint as squad leader on Fury 9, watched and helped evaluate the skill of incoming hopefuls. What she saw out of Bill did not impress her. It was rare that she got to face Darth Fear blade upon blade. The few times that they had, he had beaten her easily. When she did have a chance to spar, her master usually had her face off with 2 of his own training droids, wicked things armed with lightsabers and cudgels. They could be quite lethal to the uneducated. She found those duels interesting, but had not really ever felt in danger. Master Adaz had trained her well, prepared her to meet such challenges. Only another Force user could likely challenge her now. That knowledge only made her want to be off on her mission even more. She longed to test herself against a true enemy. As she watched, she became aware of a shift in force. She bowed her head respectfully. "My master," she murmured. Darth Fear came up beside her. The Dark Lord said nothing, merely joined her in watching Lady Sinestra and Bill's duel. He sighed. "What do you think, my child?" he said. "Will my son lead a Sith army into battle one day?" Avaryss was not sure how best to respond. Surely her master must be able to see the truth. She worried her lower lip with her teeth. "It is not my place to speak out against your family, my master," she said respectfully. "True," he agreed, "but you are expected to give an honest answer when your master asks you a question. So, by all means, speak your mind." Avaryss sighed. This would not end well, she feared. "His understanding of Shicho is that of an amateur," she said. "His moves are sloppy. He seems to have some understanding of Itae, but without the basics, he will be more of a danger to himself than his enemy." Fear nodded. He had made no comment on her opinion, so perhaps he had given what she had said credence. "Sinestra," he called out. The lady motioned for her son to lower his blade, just as she lowered hers. "Yes, husband," she said. Fear gave her a sly look. "Give Avaryss your training blade," he ordered. "I want to see how Bill handles himself against my apprentice." Both Avaryss and Sinestra's eyes widened. Bill looked back and forth between his mother and his father's apprentice. A hungry smile came to the boy's face. Avaryss knew that he had wanted to dominate her for so long. He was clearly eager to take this chance. His mother was not so excited. "My darling," she said to her husband, "perhaps this is not a good idea." Fear said, smiling, "Perhaps, perhaps not. Nevertheless, I wish to see what my boy can do. Both of them have been training today. I will see which is the better student, my son, or my little stray as you have called her in the past." Sinestra snorted. She looked more than unhappy with this. Bill, however, looked ecstatic. "I will do as you command, father," he said, sneering confidently. "You will see how strong mother has made me." "I'm sure I will," Fear agreed, nodding. Lady Sinestra said nothing, but from the cold glare that she was giving Avaryss, what she was thinking was quite clear, the unspoken warning as plain as day. "Hurt my son, and you will suffer." Avaryss frowned. She did not see any way that she could make this work to her advantage. If she let Bill win, she was sure that her master would know and he would punish her. If she was victorious, Lady Fear would insist that she be punished, and in the interest of peace within the family, Lord Fear would do just that. Her eyes narrowed. She saw no way to win this. Fear turned away from his family for a moment as Avaryss began to make her way down to face Bill. Lord Fear briefly stopped her, his hand gently touching her arm, restraining her. "Do no permanent damage," he ordered her. "I wish my son humiliated, not crippled." Avaryss nodded. She could do that, though she suspected that it would not matter to Lady Fear. It would be yet another reason that her master's wife would hate her. Sinestra said nothing as she handed Avaryss her training blade. Again the lady flashed a cold look. No doubt already planning what punishment the apprentice would endure if her son was seriously injured. Avaryss looked at Bill as she might look at anything she found distasteful. He grinned manically at her. "Hold nothing back," he said, "for I will not." She gave him a weak smile. "As you say, young master." Avaryss dropped into a Makashi guard. Bill, the double-handed grip of Itae. She activated the blade on his lowest setting. She did not think this would take very long. Bill lunged at her. She deflected his attack and struck back with one of her own. Somehow, he managed just enough precognition with the force to keep from being caught on the leg during their first exchange. Bill fell back as she advanced. He tried to strike at her again. She parried, but this time he attempted something fancy. Switching quickly between Itae and Gem So, he brought his blade up and around hard. It was a move she could have blocked after only her first month at Fury 9. Even without the force, she could have seen it coming from a kilometer away. She sighed. For someone who had been training in the dark side since he was a toddler, She expected, well, more. She dared to look at Darth Fear and Lady Sinestra. They stood at each other's side, watching as the two apprentices broke off and prepared to engage again. Her master was unreadable, even through the Force. Bill came at her again, this time trying to cut her legs out from beneath her. She again parried his attack, and using the finesse of Makashi drove him back easily. She saw an opening to end their duel but did not take it. She got the feeling that the boy had showed her that opening, hoping that she would bite. Despite his lack of skill, he was still her master's son. Fear could be deviously clever. Bill might not have possessed his father's intellect, but he was cunning enough to bait a simple trap. Avaryss was determined not to fall into it. Even the dumbest of predators could be dangerous. She knew Bill might not be skilled or smart, but he had enough killer instinct to surprise her if she was not mindful. Again he broke off his attack. This time she did not lunge in. She stayed back, evaluating his next move. Her muscles were still sore from her own workout. This fight was doing little to let them recover. Bill grinned at her. Tired already, Avaryss? He taunted. I'm just starting to get warmed up. She said nothing. She had no desire to engage him in witty banter. Her master said to humiliate him. That is exactly what she intended to do. He stepped in again on the left. Weary of this, she moved in, ready-ended. Bill stepped away and Avaryss gasped. As she closed in, Bill bounded away again, but this time he reached out with the Force and seized one of the room lights. It shifted on its axis. The light shone right into Avaryss' eyes. She yelped in both pain and surprise. She staggered back, shielding her eyes with her offhand. She almost lost her training blade when HH. She cried out as Bill struck her in the shoulder with his weapon. Her sword arm burned and started to go dead. She was still half blind and been unable to block. She heard her master's son laugh. Victory, he shouted, cackling. I've beaten you. I've Avaryss roared. Fury flashed in her crimson eyes. She had had enough. Though her sword arm was failing her, her rage still gave her enough strength for one last attack. She tore the training blade from the little rodent's hands. As he reached out to call it back, she brought her own training blade down across his wrist. He attempted a forced push with his other hand, so she chopped her blade down on that one as well. Bill cried out in agony as she dropped to his knees, wailing and whimpering. She seized him in a force grip, stopping his whimpering. She started to wrap the Force around his throat like a garrote. Filthy, perverted little Avaryss. Her master's voice was like the crack of a whip. It pulled her back from the red haze of rage and vengeance. She stopped, panting, unable to lift her right arm. She stood still as her nerveless fingers released the training blade. Darth Fear moved to her side. His expression was amused. Mother. Bill cried, Mother. Sinestra rushed around, trying to reach her son. Leave him. Darth Fear's command stopped her. She glared angrily at both her husband and his apprentice. Fear remained where he was, unmoved. Our son, Sinestra hissed venomously. Our poor boy is not permanently damaged, Fear said back with equal coldness. His hands are paralyzed and will be for an hour or so. He will recover. Fear looked down at Bill, still whimpering. He shook his hands, trying to get them to work. Lord Fear did not look pleased. Stop your sniveling, he growled. You are my son. You will act like it. Bill looked up, anger flashing in his eyes. He sniffled but was silent. His father nodded, pleased. This was not a contest of the Force, he reminded his son, yet your gambit was nearly successful. Avaryss was blinded, left vulnerable. Had you struck at her neck or ribs, she would have been disabled, unable to resist you. Lord Fear sneered. Yet you chose to strike at her weapon arm. It was foolish to try to cripple a superior opponent, when you could have achieved true victory with a better placed strike. If I had not stepped in, she might have done worse than simply paralyzing your hands. Bill said nothing. He was breathing hard, looking angrier than Avaryss had ever seen him. His eyes shone with angry tears, but he did not cry. He glared at the girl who had injured him. Avaryss glared right back. He was lucky that his father was here. He was damn lucky. Fear turned to her. You should not have toyed with him, he said. Your experience gave you an edge, but you did not take advantage of it, and it nearly cost you victory. He gave her a disapproving look. Your rage proved stronger this time, but you could just have easily lost had he struck better. You were a fool not to end it when you saw an opportunity. Avaryss said nothing. She was in no shape to argue, angry at herself for falling for such a basic gambit. She was ashamed. Bill had made her look foolish in front of her master. It was degrading. Lord Fear stepped in. She could feel the disgust radiating off of him. You are better trained than Bill, and he nearly defeated you with a simple trick. Pathetic. She winced. His words might have well been a strike from a whip or a clenched fist. He leaned in close so that only she could hear him. You were almost defeated by my idiot son. You are not even remotely ready to challenge me. Remember this, my child? She nodded, angry at his rebuke, but acknowledging the truth in it. She had let herself be lulled by his lack of skill. She had thought her victory assured, or perhaps had looked past her master's son to the mission she was so eager to undertake. Her master was right. It was pathetic. She had underestimated Bill, and he had embarrassed her. She would not make that mistake again. Sinestra was at her son's side, soothing him with soft words, holding up his paralyzed hands, trying to rub feeling back into them with her own. Avaryss said nothing, only just resisting the urge to sneer at the two. And Lord Fear dares call me pathetic, she thought. Fear addressed both Avaryss and his son. Do not let your anger blind you to the lesson of this, he advised. You both still have much to learn. There is still much room for improvement for the both of you. He looked down at his wife. Our boy needs to focus more on his lightsaber drills. See to it that he is up every morning practicing the shicho. I will not have him embarrassing this house when he begins his training on Corbin. Sinestra glared at Avaryss, but she did acknowledge her husband's orders. It will be done, my love, she said grudgingly. Good, Fear said, smiling. It was at that moment that War Master Fear finally joined them. He whispered something into Lord Fear's ear. The Dark Lord smiled hungrily. Chapter 13. The dream awoke her from a sound sleep. She sat up in bed, was an excited gasp, her heart pounding in her ears. He breathing heavy, she looked around her tiny cabin, hoping no one had heard. Damn, Avaryss panted. No, 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 no. Her hands went to her face. She feared that she might cry out, and did not want the crew to hear her. So what if they do? You are in command here. You can do what you wish. True, but at the same time, some things that are private should stay private. She nodded. She had no intention of sharing this with anyone, perhaps ever. Slowly, she regained her composure. She breathed and found her center. She remembered where she was, and what she was doing. Slowly, the cold simmering anger of the dark side returned, bringing her back to the present, banishing the last of the heat and confusion that tried to spill out of her dreams. She sighed, and took a deep cleansing breath, letting it out and with it any sense of confusion that remained. It was just a dream, she thought to herself, and for once she knew it to be true. She had had dreams and Force-inspired visions. This felt more like the former than the latter. Of course, that made it no less distracting. Sighing again, she kicked off the covers and rose from her bunk. Her cabin aboard the Fury was far more luxurious than most, but that was to be expected. As an apprentice to a Darth, she was expected to have access to finer things. After all, should some Imperial come aboard for a meeting, he had to see evidences that he was addressing someone that was here on the will of a High Lord, not simply a common courier or soldier. Now that she was taking her first steps out into the Empire, it was important that the common soldiers came to see her as not just a blade, but as part of the Sith Empire's ruling class. Fear and respect needed to be earned. A Sith was not simply about their powers, but the reputation they possessed among their Imperial allies. Once they had reached their destination, she would start earning hers. The air was cool in her cabin despite that. She was sweating. She shook her head again and looked towards the small fresher station in the corner. She checked the chrono next to her bed. She had just enough time for a sonic shower before emerging from her chambers. If Mr. Rink was to be believed, they were still 2 hours out from their destination. That was good. She could use the time to explore what she had been experiencing, what had brought her back from a sound sleep. Her eyes narrowed. Desires were useful. They drove you to succeed, but they could become a weakness if one was not careful, especially if they were discovered by an enemy. She would not let this desire interfere with her mission. It was a distraction, nothing more. She had no time for distraction. Yet, in this quiet moment, her mind replayed what she had been experiencing, making her shudder. She closed her eyes, trying to will it away. That did not work. If anything, she saw, felt what she had been experiencing again, as clear as she had while she had been sleeping. A weak moan escaped her lips. She had dreamed that she was back on Corbin, back in the quarters she had shared on many a night with Fel. She found herself in bed, her body being ravished by strong male hands and the deepest of desires. Even now, the memory almost took her breath away. She had thought it had been Fel, at first, but as her eye adjusted the shadows, she had realized that it had not been her former lover. This was something older and far more personal. Her dream friend ran his fingers down her body, making her moan softly as he awakened her passions. His lips found her neck, her shoulders, her ears. He was breathing heavily, drinking her in, filling her with both heat and want, as their unclothed forms moved against each other. Finn, she had moaned. Oh, Finn. The name had come to her in a vision, a name that she knew to be true. He responded to her soft cries of passion by increasing his attack on her yielding body. He was behind her, moving with her, guiding her down onto the bed. She whimpered, lost in her desire, as she lay down. She realized that they was not alone. Itae lay next to them, watching with hungry eyes, both enjoying the show and eager to join in. Her friend's lips found hers as Finn continued to pleasure her. Itae was wearing nothing but a sly smile as she joined in on the fun. Hi there, she purred as she kissed her friend, bringing even more heat and want. Yet, it was Finn that truly held her attention, his voice drawing her in. Kira, he panted. Kira? Kira? Itae had cooed between kisses, her fingers running down her body, making her quiver. Kira. Avaryss' eyes widened. No. She had woken in moments, sitting up in bed, panting softly. It took her a moment to remember where she was, and realize that she had been dreaming. That realization brought her back to reality fast. Damn, she thought. What in the Emperor's name had brought that on? She felt shame. She knew that she should not be thinking about such things. Fel was what she wanted, who she wanted. It was her desire to bring him back. That was one of her many drives. So it is, the darkness within whispered. That doesn't mean that you can't have a little fun in the meantime. Desire before duty, young Sith? Except it had not been Avaryss that had been enjoying those desires, had it? It had been Kira's name that the two had invoked. Kira, she thought angrily. It had been hearing that name that had brought her out of her passions, brought her back from the dark desires that had wanted to stay in the dream. Her eyes had shot open, blazing with cold anger. Kira, she had thought. Why was it always Kira? A low growl escaped Avaryss' lips. Why can I not forget? Why can I not completely cast Kira Lilas aside? She had no good answer. She had tried many times. She had grown weary of being haunted by the Ordana farm girl that she had been. The dark side had changed her, perfected her, but still, in some small corner of herself, Kira remained, or rather, an echo of who she had been remained. It was frustrating. She had spent a lot of time over the last year trying to eradicating that part of herself. Kira Lilas, who she had been, what she had wanted, that had become a distraction. Avaryss' desires were not the same as they had been back when she had been a Sith hopeful. She had higher aspirations. Kira would have gone to her grave trying to slay Darth Fear, She lacked perspective. It was only through joining her master had she now found herself in a place where she could destroy him one day. Avaryss frowned. The part of her that was still Kira would have called her a traitor for thinking such thoughts, that an enemy could not be destroyed by becoming the enemy. Such an idea was as naive as it was pointless. Avaryss would never turn away from her path. It was the road to great power. She had come too far, sacrificed too much to stop now. Whatever was left of Kira now seemed to have anchored itself to the sliver of light that remained within her being. That small connection to the light side remained, and proved to be as hard to toss away as Kira herself. That part of her still reached out every now and again, offering her love, forgiveness, and some sort of redemption, a chance to make up for choosing to ally with Darth Fear. She had no need for redemption or forgiveness. As for love, she would have that again, once Fel had been restored to her. She did not need her dream friend Itae to fill the void left by Fel. He would be returning to her soon enough. She had foreseen it. Her lip quivered slightly. The memory of Finn's hands upon her made her shudder. She had still been a naive young girl the last time they had spoken, but even then, the desires that she now felt were there. Fel had awakened them, brought them to full bloom. She remembered the last time they had talked, back in the room with the fountains, how good he had looked to her, bare-chested, standing in the warm mist. Her body stirred. It had been some time since she had felt lust, sought to slake her desires. In truth, she had thought them dead, until now. She missed having someone. Fel was gone, and her curiosity about the boy she now knew as Finn remained. Had she been a little older, more experienced, she might have tried to seduce her dream friend, experience in her mind what she had enjoyed with her first lover. She could have shared with him what she had learned. Would he have refused her? Would any boy refuse to experience such revels? It was hard to say. He had always seemed so dedicated to his path, a path that she now suspected was the Jedi way. It would have been fun to corrupt him. Enough, she thought. Get your mind out of the gutter and back on the job at hand. You are on mission. You need to start acting like it. She cast any thought of Finn aside. Wherever he was, they would likely never meet, and if they did, it would likely be as enemies. Taya, on the other hand, would need to be dealt with. How she was going to do that, she was not completely sure yet. If I gave her what she wanted, it would bind her to me in a way that I would never need to worry about her betraying me, but at the same time, it would open me up to feelings that might prove distracting, especially as I continue my own operations against my master. Attraction was a useful tool, but it could just as easily ensnare the one seeking to trap, as the one who was supposed to be trapped. It would not be the first time that a hunter was captured by the hunted. The heart was unpredictable that way. She sighed. No, she would not be able to deal with this, not now, once she had returned victorious to Dromund Kaas, once this threat to the Empire had been averted. Then she could start thinking about the future. For now, she needed to stay focused on the job at hand. She needed to find some way to remove Kira Lilos from the equation that was her life. She was jeopardizing her rise to power. She needed to distance herself from anything that might remind her of Kira and the Lillis family. She needed to let that part of herself wither and die. No distractions, nothing to remind her of the past. It would work, she thought. It would by only a matter of time. They were drawing closer to their target. She could feel it, even as the hum of hyperspace rumbled around them. The Fury set a brisk pace as it sped towards their destination. Soon they would reach it. She needed to be ready. Her real mission was about to start. She emerged from her cabin to find her servant droid waiting for her. 2V nattered on about this and that, ship systems that he had tasked with monitoring. Everything is within acceptable perimeters, my lord, the droid said, bowing. So you see there is no reason for you to think about disassembling me. Avaryss chuckled. She had never once threatened the droid with destruction, but it seemed that he saw it in every glance she gave him. It was amusing at times, but it could also become tedious if he continued to harp on the subject. He just might be on the verge of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Summon the others, she ordered. It is time they learn why we are here, and what is expected of them. As you wish, mistress, the droid said, bowing. I will carry your orders out, so that you will have no reason to contemplate my disassembly. The droid toddled off while Avaryss made her way to the ship's conference room. So far, her crew had proved to be useful on her 2 previous missions, and now that she had removed the dead weight that was Captain Slynn, she thought that things could only improve from here. She saw Ensign Holly emerge from the cargo bay. It was there that the engineer had set up shop, and was continuing her work on the salvaged HK droid from the deserts of Tatooine. The ginger-haired engineer had made great strides since the droid had been delivered. She had managed to find a pair of functional legs, and had all but restored the head and chassis. Getting the droid functional, however, was proving to be a daunting task. I would say our friend here was hit by a very strong ion charge once, she had informed Avaryss. It damaged several key systems in his central processing unit. If that is not enough, it looks like he suffered some kind of internal detonation. Something in his body overheated and exploded. Avaryss had asked. Actually, it is more likely that someone breached his chassis and put a grenade inside. These droids were heavily armored against external attack, but having an explosive detonate inside them that caused a lot of damage, shrapnel even got into his internal processor. It is a mess in there. Avaryss frowned. Was it over then? Was the droid good for nothing but scrap? No, she refused to believe it. There had to be another way. Could it simply be replaced? Upgraded with a more modern system? She asked. Maybe, Holly agreed, but these old HK-50s operated on a different system than the models that came after. They were almost a hive mind, hunted in packs, according to my research. The droid factory that manufactured them is not in Imperial records, and believe me, I looked. The engineer shook her head. I'll keep at it, but I'm not very hopeful. Do what you can, Avaryss said. It would be nice to have him on our side. The engineer had nodded. She had not given up. Avaryss could sense that through the Force. She viewed this little project as a challenge, and would do what she could make it work. Avaryss respected that. Holly's star continued to rise in her opinion. The engineer made for the conference room. Her frizzy red hair pinned up beneath her cap, her uniform and face stained with whatever lubricant the ship needed to stay flying smoothly. She nodded to Avaryss as she passed. Rink joined them a few moments later, swaggering confidently out of the cockpit, his uniform as ill-fitting as ever. A spit and Polish Imperial would have called him on that, but Avaryss did not care. He flew well, obeyed her orders, and could kill for her if needed. That was all she asked of the former street rat from Nar Shaddaa. Avaryss joined them both in the conference room. Rink and Holly sat across from each other as she activated the holo projector and began her mission briefing. The image of a portly human in his early 60s, with a bald head and handlebar mustache, appeared between them. The image, captured by Imperial intelligence a few months ago, was the only picture that the Empire had of the man, their intended target. This is Sido Thun, Avaryss said. He is CEO and Chief Programmer for Thun Cyber Systems, a droid programming house that has risen to prominence in the last few years, providing droids and droid upgrades to some of the wealthiest families in both the Republic and the Empire. The young Sith smiled. And we are going to interrogate him. Rink snorted and leaned back in his chair. Clearly he did not see the threat that this man had come to represent to the Empire. What's this Thun guy done to deserve you, boss? He asked in his usual insolent manner. It is believed that he is a Republic agent, she responded. He is being sought as part of an ongoing investigation into a matter of espionage in the Sith Empire. Does this have anything to do with the droid head we recovered on Nar Shaddaa? Holly asked, wiping away a spot of grease from her chin. It does indeed, Avaryss confirmed. It took some doing, but War Master Feer was able to confirm that both the droid we recovered, as well as several others, had nothing in common but one thing. She smiled wickedly. All of them have either been serviced by Thun Cyber Systems or received a TCS upgrade in the last 2 years. It is for that reason that we shall seek this man out, and find out exactly what he knows about certain matters. Avaryss knew that Holly and Rink were not totally in the know about all this, but that had been her master's choice, not hers. The fewer people that knew all the details, the better. They were playing for very high stakes this time. The Darth desired that they leave nothing to chance. Before leaving Dromund Kaas, War Master Feer had given her a full briefing on Thun and TCS. It had been a dry, yet informative story, to be sure. Thun, a Corellian by birth, had begun his business at the tender age of 17. Back then, he had been a simple boy working out of a speeder garage, with only the most basic of computer systems to aid him. He had made some discoveries early on that had revolutionized droid cognitive systems, and as a result caught the attention of several of the major droid foundries in the galaxy, and for a brief time he had worked as a code designer on Mechanist 3. It was supposed on that the young Thun had excelled at, and in under 10 years he had been a chief programmer on Mechanist, and within 5 years after that, had restarted the company he had first forged as a teenager, only now as one of the most respected names in the business, a name that brought with it both great wealth and much prestige. It was hard to believe that such a man would jeopardize his position by turning spy for the Republic. What Imperial intelligence knew of the man suggested that he never shown any political leanings during any of his business. He had traded openly with both the Empire and Republic in the years since the Empire's return from exile, finally relocating his business to a world not so tightly controlled by the Republic Senate and Jedi Order. It was that world that was their destination today. Avaryss pressed a button on her data pad. The image of Thun vanished, replaced by that of a planet that had been long ago ravaged by war. Holly shuddered when she saw it. Recognition flashed in her golden eyes. "Terrace," she said coolly, looking at her mistress. "Thun is on Terrace." Avaryss nodded. He moved his operations there about 9 years ago. Now, TCS is one of the largest employers on Terrace, and a major player in the recovery effort there. Avaryss smiled at the engineer. "You've been there before." The girl nodded. "My family moved around a lot. We sold our services as mechanics for hire out of our old freighter. We were called in to assist on Terrace a few times, mostly to help stabilize some failing super reactor, or help repair some old power grid." The girl shook her head. "It is not a pleasant place to be, my lord." Avaryss chuckled. Holly's words were an understatement, to be sure. According to what War Master Feer had told her, Terrace had once been considered the Coruscant of the Outer Rim. Centuries ago, it was a hub of both trade and culture for the Republic. Its value had made it a prime target for the Mandalorians. During their war of conquest 3 centuries ago, the planet had been liberated by the Jedi only to fall into Sith hands a few years later, when the Emperor had sent the fallen Jedi Revan and Malak as his envoys. It was during that time that the Sith had decided to make an example of Terrace. Its citizens had been sheltering to Jedi that had proven to be a thorn in the side of the Sith. According to War Master Feer, Darth Malak had ordered the carpet bombing of Terrace. The entire planet had been left in ruins. Millions, if not billions, of beings had died. And still the 2 Jedi that Malak had sought had slipped through his fingers, or so the story said. Avaryss had shaken her head at the story. "That is why you never send a dark Jedi to do a Sith's job." Malak's reaction had been overkill to the extreme. He had not even warned the Sith on the surface of Terrace before beginning the bombardment. Many Sith warriors and troopers had perished that day. It had been a wasteful and clumsy move, clumsy and stupid. Of course, what could one expect of one who had once followed the Jedi Code? In the centuries since, many had tried to breathe life back into the corpse that had been Terrace. The Republic had spent billions of credits trying to restore the place to its former glory, and had only been partially successful. Most of the planet remained in ruins, ruins that were now overrun by swamps and marshes, swamps now populated by disease and dangerous predators. Holly was right. It was not a pleasant place to be. Terrace is technically under Republic control, Avaryss informed them. But given the state of things there, the Empire does maintain a presence, and for this reason, Thun has been able to deal with not just the Empire, but the Hutts and the Mandalorians as well. Avaryss' crimson eyes narrowed. It is the perfect place for a Republic spy to ply his trade, but now we are aware of his actions. She grinned evilly. It falls to us to stop him. Sounds wizard, Rink chuckled, though I can't imagine that the pubs are just going to let us lean on such a respected businessman, spy or not. I suspect that we will meet with some Republic resistance, Avaryss agreed. We going in alone on this, Rink asked, or are we gonna have backup this time? Sith resources on Taris are limited, Avaryss said. However, House Feer has managed to contact an Imperial Black Ops team operating on Taris. They have offered us their support in carrying out this mission. Rink shrugged. He did not look overly pleased with them having Imperial aid. Despite his recent elevation, he remained resistant to authority. So we use these Black Ops guys to breach security, so that you can have a little chat with our droid programmer friend. That is the plan, yes, Avaryss replied. Do we really need their help? Holly asked. Avaryss gave the girl an arch look. She expected resistance from Rink, but not from the engineer. The girl blushed as red as her hair. If this man is a businessman, perhaps we could offer him a deal. Why involve Imperial intelligence if we do not have to? Rink chuckled. You did hear the part about the guy being a Republic spy? Yeah. If he is, it is likely doing it for money. You said it yourself, my lord. He had never shown any political leanings. Avaryss nodded. Holly was not the first to suggest such an action. In fact, War Master Feer had tried to set up a meeting between her and Thun, supposedly to set up a deal to upgrade the droids serving the Empire in the Itae system. Such a large contract should have been too lucrative from a man like Thun to resist, but apparently he had. His droid responded to my request, Feer admitted sullenly. He said his master was unavailable, and we would need to be put on a waiting list. Avaryss had sneered when she heard that. He is aware that we are Sith, yes. That was made clear to the droid, yes. She had laughed. Clearly the man does not value his life, does he? Another Sith might have ordered his execution for ignoring them. Feer had agreed with her. It was a risk on the man's part, and now seemed to support the fact that he was likely a Republic agent. Only someone who had protection would dare risk angering a Lord of the Sith. We have no choice, she informed Holly. Thun has rebuffed our request to speak, so we must employ more direct methods. Rink grinned. You gonna make him pull his eyes out with your spells, boss? Avaryss sneered. I would prefer a more civilized conversation, but if he gives me no choice, I will respond accordingly. An alarm chimed softly above them. Rink nodded and rose from his seat. We are coming up on Taris, he said, stretching. I'll get us ready to come out of hyperspace. He left without another word. Avaryss looked at Holly. You will accompany me on this mission, she said. I need someone who is familiar with this world. Holly sighed and shook her head. She did not look happy. You sure you do not wish to take Rink? She asked. As you said, you have been here before. Your experience may come in handy. I assume you know how to defend yourself. I saw you with that carbine on an AR Shadow. I've had basic training, sure, but... She looked at the look on Avaryss's face. She knew in that moment that she had lost. She nodded glumly. As you wish, my lord, she said. Her green eyes looked pained. Through the force she radiated unhappiness, but she would not complain or refuse. Holly was Imperial Navy. When a Sith gave you an order, you obeyed. She stood and headed for the armory. After she was gone, a strange thought came to Avaryss. She had been watching Holly during the briefing. Had it been her imagination, or had the girl's eyes changed color again? Not only that, but she had thought she saw Holly wipe the grease from her chin at the start of the meeting, yet when she stood to go to the armory, it was back again. Avaryss reached out with the force. Sensing the engineer's presence, she felt nothing but her nervousness at leaving the safety of the ship, that and her worry about meeting people from Imperial intelligence. Holly's concern for meeting with anyone from intelligence was understandable. Most in the Navy did not like or trust the information service. Too many officers had met their end because of Intel's investigations. In this, though, her concerns were baseless. These men were technically Imperial Army, not intelligence forces. Feer had vouched for not only their skill but their discretion as well. They would be useful pawns in this endeavor. She felt the ship shift back to real space, that strange sense of pseudo-motion as the interceptor returned to real space. Avaryss returned to her quarters. She needed to prepare herself for what was to come. The force was clouded. It offered no hints about what they would soon face. She expected resistance. If Thun had created the droid program, the Republic would likely have taken an interest in ensuring his safety. Avaryss intended to use the Block Ops soldiers as pawns to test those defenses. She did not expect all if any of them to return, but that was fine. The Imperials existed to serve the needs of the Sith, and right now, those needs were her needs. If she needed them to die to complete her mission, then so be it. What good was an expendable asset if you did not expend it? The weak were made to pave the way for the strong. Such was the way of the dark side. The journey down proved uneventful. The Fury's false transponder fooled the Republic's ground control team, and the interceptor slipped past without incident. Avaryss gave Rink the coordinates for their rendezvous with the Black Ops troopers. He maneuvered their ship easily through the busy space lanes, past the few functional buildings, and over the ruins of the cityscape that had burned so long ago. The sight made Avaryss shiver. The dark side was very strong here. The mass destruction almost 3 centuries past had left a mark on this world. It was amazing that the Jedi considered this place worth saving, worth redeeming. To Avaryss, it felt like it would always belong to the Sith. The coordinates led them to a ruined factory district by the look. It was more swamp than urban center, but that likely only served to hide the operations of the Empire. Before them, an entry port opened on a half-standing skyscraper, revealing landing lights. Rink brought them in easily, touching down gently on the hidden landing pad. Avaryss and Holly were already at the ramp. As it lowered, gases hissing from the opening, the Sith and the engineer strode down. Holly clad in a breastplate and combat helmet, Avaryss in a set of armored robes, with a full mask and helmet covering her features. She figured her youth and gender might have been a distraction. By appearing to be just another armored Sith, she hoped to avoid any distraction. An Imperial officer met them at the ramp. The blue and red pin on his breast marked him as a colonel in the Imperial Army. He saluted as they approached. "Colonel Asada at your service, my lord," he said. "Welcome to Terrace." Avaryss nodded. "No pointless pleasantries," she said flatly. "Good. I'm told that you have been briefed on my needs, Colonel Asada. I do hope that you are prepared to meet them." The Imperial nodded. He gestured for her to follow, while Holly fell and stepped behind. The colonel did not even acknowledge the engineer, but that was to be expected. A Sith was on the deck. It was her needs that mattered. The base looked to have been some kind of hidden bunker. The walls appeared to be reinforced, but showed markings that suggested that it had survived great heat. Unusual to find such a thing in a city. Maybe it had been some criminal's hideaway, or smuggler cache. That fit with what Master Feer had said about Terrace before his destruction. The criminal organization known as the Exchange had been said to have had a base here. Perhaps this had been one of their safe houses. Not that it had proven very safe when Darth Malak had come. Colonel Asada said nothing of his operations. He simply led her deeper into the base. Clearly the man was focused on the mission. He would be a most useful pawn indeed. "I sent a recon drone to scout the Thun building, per Lord Fear's request," he informed her. "We have a report waiting for you if you wish to see it." "I do. Tell me, what is security like? Is it breachable?" "I suspect it is, once a proper distraction has been arranged. I've already dispatched several of my soldiers to draw off some of the Republic security. Several accidents are about to happen. I'm afraid the Republic will be quite busy, and unable to respond if any alarms are tripped by Director Thun." Avaryss chuckled. So far, she was starting to like this Colonel Itae. He had anticipated her needs. Such men could go far if they stayed that course. I would advise against a direct assault on the building, my lord. A lone infiltrator would have greater success, the colonel continued. The droids that TCS uses are programmed to respond to large-scale incursions. There have been several incidents involving large packs of Rakghouls in the area. Avaryss gave him an arch look. Rakghouls? Local predator, pale-skinned monsters, diseased and extremely dangerous. Thun is quite paranoid about them, I've heard. Perhaps we can use that, Avaryss suggested. Perhaps so, my lord. Avaryss shivered in anticipation. It seems that Feer had been right to involve these men. They seemed more than professional. Perhaps they were not so expendable after all. She would still send them to their deaths if needed, but for now, she was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I would like to bring one of your troopers with me, she informed the colonel. Perhaps a trained sniper. That may prove useful. She grinned beneath her mask. He may not make it back. The colonel nodded, considering her needs. Finally he smiled. I have just the man, my lord. One of the finest snipers in my command, and with some skill in demolition as well. He should prove most useful, I'm sure. Sounds good, she said. I hope he will not be missed. Think nothing of it, my lord. My men understand what the Empire is asking of them. And more to the point, this man seems to have been courting his own death. He is a good soldier, but seems eager to meet his end. He is suicidal, she said, no longer feeling as confident about this. He will not kill himself, no, but he will not hold back if you need for him to leap into a position where escape is impossible. He is willing to die for the Empire. In fact, I think he wants to. Avaryss nodded. A fanatically loyal soldier did have his uses, and if he was determined to die for the Empire, so much the better. She would feel no shame in sending him to his death. The colonel led her into a large chamber, filled with both weapons crates and what looked to be espionage gear. It appeared that Colonel Itae and his men were more than prepared to hamper the Republic's recovery efforts here. A group of 6 soldiers sat around a table playing cards. They barely acknowledged their commander's entrance. Avaryss was about to comment on that, but Itae beat her to it. They are fighting men and women Sith. They need their diversions. She said nothing. It was Itae's command after all. He could run it as he saw fit. He whistled loudly. That got his soldiers' attention, and in that moment he said a name that Avaryss had never wanted to hear again, one that she prayed to never hear again. Lilas. Avaryss froze. What? Lilas. Front and center, man. This Sith has need of you. A soldier rose from the group and made his way over to them. Avaryss felt the bile rise in her throat. No, it couldn't be. The soldier saluted and stood at attention. He looked the spitting image of his father, the same hair, the same cool eyes, and easy competence. He moved like a man born to serve in the military, just like their father had. She had not seen him in years, thought that she would never see him again, but here he was. He was here, standing before her. Damn. She was grateful for the mask and helmet in that moment. He could not see her face. He could not see the shock that was there. Lieutenant Beric Lillis reporting for duty, he said. Avaryss shivered. Oh no. Chapter 14. Kill him? The phrase repeated with every beat of her heart, every breath she took. Kill him? Kill him? Kill him? Beneath her helmet, hidden behind her mask, Avaryss' eyes narrowed. I could do it, she thought. It would be easy. She was riding in an airspeeder. Ensign Holly was driving, with Beric sitting next to her. Avaryss rode in the back, her eyes focused on the young black ops soldier sitting in front of her. The force roiled within her, like a pot of boiling oil ready to run over. Once again the Sith's hand dipped to her belt, her fingers drifting over the hilt of her lightsaber. She frowned. It would be so easy. All she would have to do was raise her lightsaber, hold it against the back of the soldier's seat and hit the activator button. The blade would extend and punch through the seat in the young man's back. He would be dead before he even realized it. It would be so easy. The Force has offered you this gift, the dark side whispered. You wish to free yourself of the last tied to the life of Kira Lilas, and now, you can. Barrick Lillis sits right in front of you. All you have to do now is take the initiative. Use your weapon, the silky voice whispered. Kill him. Is everything well, my lord? Her hand jerked away from her blade. The question had come from the soldier, from Barrick Lilas. From her brother. I'm fine, she said coolly, merely preparing to do what must be done. He nodded, and said no more. Avaryss hissed. Damn you, Barrick, she thought. Damn you. He had not recognized her. The helmet and mask she wore hid her identity. He had stood before her, answering her questions, and had not even realized that it was her. It is more than that, she realized. Barrick was almost 4 years her senior. When he had enlisted at the age of 16, she had been only 10 years old. She had been a girl in shorts and pigtails. It was no wonder that he did not know her. Avaryss was a far different person than Kira had been. When Barrick looked at her now, all he saw was just another Sith in armor and black robes. He does not know who I am, she realized. He wouldn't recognize me even if he did. The thought made her shiver. He is a stranger to you. Why is it so difficult to contemplate killing a stranger? When he had first stood before her, she had thought of killing him right then and there. Shock and surprise had given way to anger and excitement. Barrick was here. The Force had brought him into her grip. She should have crushed him. She should have freed herself. Yet, she had hesitated. He still has use. He can aid you on your mission. Would you break your weapon before you brought it into battle? Such a move would be foolish. Her desire to free herself from Kira was at war with her need to complete her master's mission. In truth, seeing Barrick again, it had left her unsettled. He stood before her, a symbol and living proof of what she had once been. Uncomfortable emotions rose when she looked at him. Yet, at the same time, she felt fear, worried what would happen to her state of mind if she killed him. Would she be liberated? Would she feel the dark side reward her for such an act? Would it flow freely knowing that she had cast aside one of the last links to her past? Or would the act break her in two? Would it leave the part of her that was still Kira at war with the being that was Avaryss? It was a confusing conundrum to be sure. I don't have time to deal with this now, she realized. Barrick, these men and women, they have value. She would focus on that. She had come here intending to use these Black Ops soldiers to help her breach the cyber systems. Murdering one of their number for simply sharing a blood tie with her would definitely put a bit of a dampener on their relationship. Who cares what they think? They are your pawns. If you wish one to die, that is your choice. Their choice is either to obey or die. Such is the way of the Sith. She knew that to be true, but still she stayed her hand. Right now, the soldiers were determined to serve her needs. She would not distract them. Colonel Esada briefed her on the security that his men had observed protecting the cyber systems. Much of it was pretty standard. Alarms, some security guards, and assault droids that were on standby mode in the building's lobby, with more patrolling the building's lower level watching out for would-be thieves and the Rakghoul packs that prowled the wasteland that were the planet's lower levels. The building itself was one of the tallest in the sector, one of the few that had been restored. Given the value of Thumb's company, the Republic had wished it to stand as a symbol of the slow revitalization of Terrace. A symbol of Republic arrogance, Avaryss thought with a sneer. What of Thun himself? She asked the colonel. Are we sure that he is inside the building? Do we know if he is even on planet? According to all the data we have collected, he is, the Imperial said. His private ship is still docked on the roof. All of his messages remain routed to his private apartment in the tower. None of the transmissions we have intercepted suggest that he is planning to leave or has left. That will change, Avaryss said, especially after I breach the tower. The colonel nodded. When Lord Fear first issued our orders, I had my men do a thorough examination of the tower, looking for any escape points that might have allowed us to slip in unnoticed, or that might need to be blocked to prevent the quarry from fleeing. And your conclusion? Avaryss inquired. There are some bolt holes, but my men will have them covered. If this man tries to run, he will be ours. In truth, our main concern is his private starship. Once he learns of any trouble in the building, he would be able to be aboard and away in a matter of minutes. Then we have to make sure that he cannot reach the ship, Holly said, that or find some way to disable it. The engineer's brow furrowed. What of the ship's service crew? She asked. His service crew. The colonel asked. Are they organic or droid? They are droids, at least from what we observed. Holly smiled. I have an idea then. Have you gained access to the building's main computer? Limited access only, I'm afraid, the colonel admitted. That should be enough, Holly said, grinning. She turned to Avaryss. I'm no slicer, she admitted, but if I could gain access to a computer terminal, I might be able to plant an order into the system, convince the ship's service droids that the ship needs to be locked down, either because someone is trying to steal it, or because of some major service job. You could do that, Avaryss said. It is possible. For how long? An hour, maybe, possibly 2. Avaryss grinned, starting to like this plan. From here, she could not, as Itae said, any direct links to the building's main computer systems, even the non-vital ones, are firewalled. Any attempt to breach them from the outside would set off an alarm. Thun sounds paranoid, Avaryss said grimly. Then again, I suppose most wealthy beings are. What about a direct link? Holly asked, from one of the neighboring buildings. Colonel Itae shook his head. Most of those buildings are condemned. They are overgrown ruins, likely swarming with rat ghouls and whoever knows what else. Any terminal you find would likely not even work. Holly smiled gamely. I'm good with out-of-date tech. If it is possible to restore it, I can. She turned to Avaryss. I would need protection, my lord. The colonel is not wrong about the dangers. The rat ghouls will be no match for the power of the dark side, Avaryss said eagerly. The beasts will fall before my blade, and you will have all the time you need. The chance of spilling blood excited her. She could imagine Sigo Thun hiding in his tower, the look on his face as she stood before him with her lightsaber drawn, seeing the blood shine of his blade reflected in his terrified eyes. A lovely thought. She turned to Beric. He continued to look at her like she was a stranger. That look helped keep her centered. Are you up for a little side mission, Lieutenant? I go where I'm ordered, my lord, he said professionally. She nodded, pleased. She turned back to Itae. You said the Republic forces here are being drawn away. They are being kept occupied, or will be once we are ready to make our move. Good, Avaryss said. How long will it take to get everything ready? She asked. Most of my men are on standby, Itae assured her. When you give the order, it should take about 20 minutes for the Republic forces to be distracted. Are you sure about that time? She asked him. The colonel chuckled. Their best response time is 10 minutes. They will be late. We have observed that the forces here are not the pub's best. So much the better, Avaryss said. She once again turned to her brother. We will need to cover our tracks when this is done. I trust you are prepared to make that so. Beric smiled coldly. Detonators erase most everything, my lord, he said. Avaryss nodded. This could work. She would need to send word to Rink first, make sure that the ship was ready to go if they needed to make a quick exit, but if everything went as planned, she should have time to have a nice hour to 2-hour conversation with Sigo Thun. He would not enjoy that. She turned to the Black Ops commander. A shiver of anticipation ran down her spine. Prepare your men, Colonel. We will strike just after dark. You will send word when the Republic forces here are otherwise engaged. It will be done, my lord, he promised. He glanced over at Holly. If you manage to breach the main computer, I have a data spike prepared that will allow you to disable the building's alarms. Once that is done, you should have no problem avoiding security. He looked at Avaryss. I have seen other Sith engage the enemy during the war. I trust that TCS's security forces will offer little challenge for you, my lord. Avaryss chuckled. You assume correctly, Colonel. They will fall. They will all fall. Killshot 1 to Killshot Leader, you have incoming. Avaryss turned and ignited her blade. The dark overgrown office lit with crimson light. 20 minutes had passed since they had arrived. It had taken Holly 5 of those to find a terminal that was still intact enough to receive orders, another 2 to get it powered up, and now she was trying to establish a connection. Still trying to establish a link with target, the engineer said over the comlink, stand by. Beric, or Killshot 1, had fallen back to find a proper nest to cover them with his sniper rifle. As they had come down, they had noticed several pale-shaped forms moving through the ruins below them. Rakghouls, the locals called them. Beric had told her it was only a matter of time before they found their way up to them. As turned out, that matter of time was only 20 minutes. Avaryss stood before Holly, ready to shield the engineer from attack. Do not let them touch you, lead, Beric said over the comm. One infects you with the disease they carry, and you will turn into one in a matter of hours. Understood, Avaryss said, dropping into a combat stance. She reached out with the force. She could sense the Rakghouls approaching. What she felt surprised her. She sensed the dark side, Sith magic. Had the Sith created these creatures? Had it created the disease they carried? She did not have time to contemplate it. The monsters fell upon her. They were extremely fast. Behind her mask, Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Ugly beasts, she thought, and even that was an understatement. The Rakghouls were hideous. Pale monsters with wide, hungry mouths jumped out of the shadows, lunging at her with teeth and roaring snarls. Beric fired his rifle. The 2 at the head of the pack fell, a single bolt striking them both in the temple. Avaryss did not let the bodies fall. She reached out with the force. She propelled them back into their fellows. The Rakghouls howled in rage and confusion. They did not know what was going on. Avaryss intended to keep in that way. She sent them bouncing back and forth. The bodies had become a pair of organic wrecking balls, their tough hides serving her purpose as they battered their fellow monsters. Beric's rifle fired again and again. 2 more Rakghouls fell. Her brother. The 4 screamed a warning. Avaryss looked up at Beric's sniper nest. A Rakghoul lunged from the broken level above. Through the force, in that moment, she got a glimpse of the future, of a Rakghoul stumbling along inside this ruin, a Rakghoul wearing the tattered remnant of her brother's uniform. Let it happen, the dark side whispered. Such is the fate of all who oppose you, who threaten your rise to true power. Avaryss did not listen. She lashed out. Jags of blue-violet lightning flashed from her upraised hand. It struck the Rakghoul leaping at her brother, flinging the monster back. Beric released his rifle, spun with his sidearm, and shot the beast twice in the head, and then, with barely any pause, he was back at his post firing at the creatures trying to assault Avaryss. It had been the matter of seconds. He should not have been able to do that. Avaryss had no time to contemplate what happened. The Rakghouls had come in close. Her lightsaber flashed, turning their pale skin pink with as light as she severed limbs and heads. The young Sith let go. She let her anger and frustration at the whole Beric situation flow. In that moment, she became death itself. And death was hungry for Rakghoul souls. Her blade became an extension of the Force. She howled with rage, a howl that none of these monsters could ever hope to match. In that moment, the shadows opened up to her, showed her visions of what could come, what might come. In many of those possibilities, she saw Beric at her side. She saw him dressed not as a common soldier but as an imperial diplomat. She saw her brother as a Moff of the Empire, a Grand Moff. The vision gave her pause. She saw herself sitting on a throne, with her brother standing behind her, and there, before them, she saw children, her brother's children. The future, she thought. It is the future of her family. She owed it to the Empire to see her bloodline continue, but same could be said for Beric. Like her, he was a child of Ander and Maya Lilas. Their union had produced her. Why could Beric not produce the same level of offspring? He was not Force-sensitive, but he carried the potential to produce more Force-sensitives. The realization surprised her. Perhaps the Force had not brought him back to her for her to slay him. Maybe he was meant to join her. He was skilled, she could see that, and loyal. When he found out whom she was, that loyalty might be reinforced even more. You will need to tread lightly, the Force advised. He would never understand the whole siding with her family's murder thing. He would not understand. Yes, she would need to be careful, but she could do it. Killshot lead, respond. Avaryss blinked, her brother's words bringing her out of her dark side trance. She looked around her in amazement. No rat gals remained, only burnt meat that had once been rat gals. She giggled, drunk on the destruction she had caused, that in the realization she had come to. She had a reason to keep her brother alive. Family could be a chain, yes, but they could also be a shield. What defense was better against betrayal than blood? He would serve her well. Are you planning on killing every rat gal on Terrace, lead? Her brother said over the comm. I think there might be a few million more down among the ruins. Avaryss chuckled. You are insolent, Killshot 1, she said, but given our success I will forgive it, this time. That, and one other reason, she thought. You have value to me. Though you do not know it, yet. Are we clear? She asked. For the moment, lead. Then let us finish this business and be away. She turned back to Holly. The ensign's attention was still on the terminal in front of her. Are you finished? She asked. Just introducing the Colonel's data spike now, Holly said, grinning triumphantly. The pad the engineer carried beeped loudly. It is done, she said, unplugging the pad from the terminal. We are done. Avaryss nodded. Get down here, Killshot 1, she said. Phase 1, complete. As ordered, lead. Avaryss brought her comlink to her lips. Killshot team, this is lead. Acknowledged, lead, Colonel Esada's voice responded. Begin phase 2. A few moments later, the airspeeder carrying Avaryss and her 2 allies sped away from the ruined skyscraper. As soon as they had cleared it, Beric Lilos pressed a button on his belt. The detonators he had brought triggered. The ruins crumbled, compacting down in a cloud of debris and smoke. Avaryss grinned as she looked down. They will circle the block and come back. By then the destruction of the building should have stirred up every rat gal for a kilometer. The beasts would be scattering looking for something to attack. The lower sections of the TCS building would soon find itself in a great deal of trouble, distracting the security forces inside even more. And thanks to the data spike that Holly had uploaded, there would be no outside alarm. Even if the Republic did have someone to send, they would not realize that anything was wrong until it was far too late. Avaryss was more than pleased. So far, the plan was going smoothly. Soon she would be having her conversation with Seagull Thun. The man had a lot of explaining to do. They landed before the main doors, and they waited. It did not take long until only a single receptionist droid remained in the lobby, standing behind a large desk. As one, Avaryss and her 2 companions made their way inside, the droid turned his photoreceptors towards them. Welcome to Thun Cyber Systems, it said in a soft feminine voice. We are unfortunately closed for the day. If you would like to make an appointment, I can. Avaryss threw her lightsaber. It took the droid's head off, before returning to her hand, and was quickly deactivated and back on her belt. Beric leapt behind the desk as it fell. His fingers danced over the controls. It did not manage to alert security, my lord, he informed her. We are still undetected. She nodded. That would not last for long, she knew. Destroy the droid's head and upper torso, she ordered. Leave no sign of lightsaber damage. Beric did as he was told, and followed them to the turbolift. Holly had her pad out again, and was already interfacing with the lift systems. It took her only a minute or 2 to gain control of the lift and start them on their journey toward Thun's penthouse. Avaryss readied herself. Who knew what she was about to face? If Thun was a Republic agent, she would have to secure him quickly. She remembered all those holo novels she had read as a kid, about captured spies taking poison rather than be interrogated. He would not get that chance. He will tell me what I want to know. He will explain what is going on with this droid espionage program, and he will give me the carrier frequency it is using. He will not die until I decide it is time. If he resists, he will suffer. She smiled. Oh, please, let him try to resist. The lift was fast, as one would come to expect in the home of a wealthy executive. Avaryss reached out with the Force, trying to sense her quarry. She felt something. She frowned. What was this? She expected fear, at least excitement from their prey. Yet, the Force remained cloudy. What was up with that? The door opened, and the three stepped out into a large hallway bathed in the glow of soft golden light. The walls decorated with posters for TCS as well as display cases for some of the company's early successes. Avaryss ignored them, her eyes focused entirely on the office before her. The door opened and a slender stick man-like droid emerged, his head shaped like a beak with one single optic near the back of the head. It approached them on spindly legs. His gait suggested nervousness, or perhaps it simply needed maintenance. Welcome, gentle and femmes, it said in a high-pitched nasally voice. I am 1A, K3. You may call me Lackey. I am the personal assistant to Mr. Siegel Thun. How may I serve you today? Avaryss laughed. I'm here to see your master, Lackey, she said. You will let me pass or be scrapped. The droid took a step back. Avaryss activated her lightsaber. The droid's hands went up in submission. There is no reason for violence, mistress, it said. I only wish to point out that Mr. Thun is indisposed. He will not be able to answer your questions today. And why is that? Avaryss asked. The droid paused, clearly trying to come up with an answer. Avaryss frowned. She had never seen a droid left speechless before. My master is indisposed, the droid repeated. He will not be able to speak with you today. I, however, have been authorized to lend my full assistance. Whatever you need, I can tell you. Avaryss rolled her eyes. She had no time for this. What the droid knew did not interest her. She wanted to speak with Thun. Clear the path, Lieutenant, she told Barrick. I'm done speaking with this droid. Barrick stepped forward, and Lackey backed up to the wall. Out of the way, Clanker, he growled. A Sith will not be denied. Avaryss smiled. She could not have said it better herself. She passed the droid without another word. A sound escaped his vocoder like a sigh. She knew that droids did not do that, but the facsimile was quite good. She would still have to scrap the droid at the conclusion of this meeting, no evidence, and no witnesses. She used the Force to fling about the doors. She stepped inside. Siegel Thun, she called out. You will, She stopped mid-step. The sickeningly sweet smell of rot assaulted her. It turned her stomach, and she almost regretted wearing a mask, almost. The apartment was quite spacious, 2 tiers. The bottom level was a state-of-the-art office, with all the modern conveniences. Above she could see Thun's living quarters, lamps, and entertainment station. She assumed his bedroom was up there as well, but it would not be necessary to hunt for that. Siegel Thun sat behind a large desk in the back of the room, before a great window that opened up on the blasted cityscape of Terrace. The window was currently darkened to prevent anyone from seeing in. The reason for that was Thun himself, or rather, what was left of him. Behind her, she heard Holly make a wretched noise. She did not blame her. Avaryss wrinkled her nose. She wished her helmet had a nasal filter. Siegel Thun, CEO and head designer of Thun Cyber Systems, was literally dead at his desk. The body slumped down, his head resting on the table. From the look of things, the man had been dead for a while. His skin had gone a gray-green. The stink alone almost made the large office unlivable. Barrick stepped up beside her, a look of grim distaste on his face. What is this? He said. Avaryss growled. She was thinking the exact same thing. The droid, lackey, came up behind them. It wrung his metal hands in an almost human-like gesture. It said, "As you can see, gentle and femmes, my master will not be able to answer your questions today." Avaryss growled. Today, she thought, more like ever. She wheeled on the droid. "What happened here?" she demanded. "Your master is dead, droid," Holly added, wiping her mouth. Yes. I am well aware of that, mistresses. Master Thun ceased to function 12 days, 13 hours, 15 minutes, and 24 seconds ago." The droid shrugged. "It has been quite an inconvenience." A fatalistic laugh escaped Avaryss. Droids, she thought, the masters of the understatement. "Speak, droid," she snarled, only just being able to restrain her rage. "What happened to your master?" It is a long story, mistress," lackey said, making the sighing sound again. "With the termination of Master Thun, I am no longer bound to keep his secrets. If you so desire, I can tell you what I know." Avaryss's hand drifted to the hilt of her lightsaber. She would enjoy cutting the metal being up into scrap, but she dared not yet. She still wanted answers. "Speak, droid," she ordered. "Tell me everything." 1A, K3, otherwise known as Lackey, began his tale. It was interesting, at least. Chapter 15. Master Thun never wished to be a part of this project, mistress. It is my duty to remind you of that. Avaryss did not respond. Seagull Thun was dead. His motivations at this point did not really concern her. All that mattered now was the data that was scrolling across the holo screens in front of her. She nodded, pleased with herself. 1A, K3 had given her the carrier frequency that the droid spy program was broadcasting to. She was not surprised to find that it was encoded, but the sheer amount of data, all the various reports filtering in from, who knew how many droids scattered throughout the Sith Empire, was enough to tell her what she needed to know. This breach was far bigger than Lord Fear had realized. Whoever was behind this had access to an untold amount of Imperial data that was crucial to the Sith and the Empire as a whole. There were thousands of reports from droids all over the Empire, perhaps even 1 million different reports. It was not a pleasant realization. She shook her head. Is this how the Empire would die? She sat in a small conference room off of Thun's main office. After using her powers to dispose of the body, the smell in here had improved significantly. Holly was now working at the late CEO's desk, going through his personal computer, while Barrick stood guard by the entrance. The communications blackout that they had used to blind the TCS remained in effect. The Republic had offered a token response to this, sending a squad to the lobby, just to make sure that everything was fine. By the time they arrived, the destroyed reception droid had been replaced, and 1A, K3 had broadcast the all-clear signal to the few organic workers, droids, and guards that had responded to the Rakgal problem in the lower levels. As far as the Republic was concerned, the communications blackout was simply the result of building explosion nearby, that it had temporarily disrupted communications, and that Thun Cyber Systems was working on the problem, and would have it fixed shortly. She watched the feed from the lobby as the Republic soldiers left after a brief communication with what they thought to be Director Thun in his penthouse. Avaryss smirked. It seemed that 1A, K3 was more than just a lackey. The droid was quite the administrator, and he clearly knew how to lie, and not skill in a droid. Yet, after hearing his tale, Avaryss understood why it was needed. In fact, she was most pleased. The droid would prove most useful moving forward. Her own plans had just been greatly accelerated, and all because Seagull Thun had been a lazy fool. It was almost too easy. Until today, she had never heard of the 1A model assistant. In fact, no one likely had. The droid had been built, decades ago, to Thun's exacting specifications, during his time as a programmer on Mechanist 3. Officially, the droid was just a personal assistance droid. Thun, however, had seen other uses for his assistant. Uses that now worked in her favor. After Barrick and Holly had secured the office, she had gone off and spoke with the droid privately in one of Thun's meeting rooms. She wanted to determine if it was in her best interest to scrap it and simply bring its head back to Dromund Kaas. Who knew what secrets were hidden in that CPU? Yet, at the same time, she had been curious. The droid had covered up his master's death. She was eager to hear why. She was not disappointed. Master Thun was not an evil man, the droid said, but his time was limited, even during our early days on Mechanist 3. He needed more than a mere assistant. He required me to be far more. Many of the upgrades he fitted me with would be considered by some as violations of the law in the creation of a droid. The mechanical being made that sighing sound again. It shook his beak-like head, a very human gesture. What sort of upgrades? She had asked. Lackey listed them quickly, and their desired function. When he was finished, she understood why some might be worried about a droid with such capabilities. Thun had clearly been a genius. If the droid was not lying, then it had likely been upgraded with the most advanced personality suite known in the galaxy. Thun had expanded the droid's memory, removed all of the safeguards that kept a droid from achieving what some might call true sentience. It had no personality blocks. Its creativity functions were not limited by any safeguards at all. The only limits he had placed on the droid was his loyalty perimeters. Thun had programmed Lackey in a way that made it impossible for the droid to harm or allow harm to come to him and his company. The droid would do anything to ensure TCS's future. It was that programming that had led to the man's death, or rather prevented any aid from reaching him before he expired. For years, the droid had served as his assistant, helping him with his work, suggesting improvements to droid systems that had helped revolutionize their company, not to mention the fact that droid's programming ensured that it was capable of running TCS by proxy. Thun had been free to enjoy the pleasures of his wealth, indulging in his appetites while his able assistant tended to the business. It had been a relationship that had worked for years. Until the moment of Thun's death. It was at that moment that everything changed. My master's health has been failing for years, Lackey admitted. As his condition continued to deteriorate, this unit was given more and more autonomy in ensuring TCS ran smoothly. The droid's optics blinked, perhaps signaling the droid accessing a memory file. When the day came that my master's condition became terminal, he ordered me to summon medical assistance. The droid stood a little straighter. I disobeyed that order. It is the first time that this unit ever did that. It was most distressing. Avaryss grinned behind her mask. You willed him, she said. This unit simply did not summon medical aid. That is all. You let him die. Again, the droid made that sighing sound. I did. Why? I thought you were programmed to be loyal to him. I thought you were programmed to care for his welfare. And to look after the company, Lackey said. Organic life ends. That is the natural conclusion of his function. This unit ran many simulations for what would occur after Master Thun ceased to function. In 97.8 of those simulations, TCS suffered greatly from Master Thun's passing. Stock prices would fall, the board would be left in chaos, with no clear line of succession. The droid shook his head. I tried to do what I could to ensure the continuance of Master Thun's life, but at the same time this unit prepared for his inevitable end. Given the simulations that this unit had run, it determined that the best way to ensure that the company not be harmed by his passing was to not acknowledge it. I would keep things spinning, as Master Thun used to say. Avaryss considered this, amused by the droid's take on the situation. It was reasons like this that you did not give a droid too much autonomy. The droid had been forbidden from harming Thun, of allowing him to be harmed, but a death by natural causes was not causing harm. As 1A, K3 had said, all life ends. It had simply allowed his master to expire, that was not allowing harm, according to the droid, and it was simply a natural part of the man's life cycle. The droid had murdered him without murdering him. Some might call that a psychotic glitch, but she did not think so. This droid was not insane. It was something more. She noticed how it bounced back and forth between referring to itself as this unit, or I and me. She could only imagine the conflict going on in the droid's central processor. Programming at war with artificial sentience, a droid designer would have had a field day exploring it, provided they did not terminate the droid out of fear. People feared what could not be controlled. I could not save my master, Lackey admitted. My connections to the medical implants monitoring his condition made that plainly clear, and if this unit had summoned aid, word of his condition would have gotten out and harmed the company. I could not save Master Thun, but I could preserve his company, our legacy. This unit let its function cease, and initiated the protocols it had put in place to ensure that. I'm curious, Lackey, Avaryss said, what would have happened to you had your master's death been discovered? What would company policy dictate as your fate? The droid's photoreceptor blinked again, accessing other files. Every simulation this unit ran resulted in this unit being terminated, either sold off for scrap, or being transferred to a department where its talents would be wasted, talents that, if discovered, would result in this unit's disassembly. And that bothers you. The droid stood a little straighter. I am a droid, mistress. Nothing bothers me, but my programming would be inversely affected. After a detailed analysis of the board members, I could find no one who would allow this unit to continue its function. All would seek to destroy TCS, destroy, or break it up, sell off what they wanted and abandon the rest. This unit could not allow that. Its primary function is the continuation of this company. This unit must continue. Thun cyber systems must continue. Avaryss grinned. You do not have to justify your choices to me, droid, she said. Self-preservation, the need to protect your power from rivals, those are Sith qualities, and they come as natural to a Sith as breathing the air. The droid regarded her, his single eye blinking. My master was never political. If he had been, he may have found value of working more with the Sith Empire if what you say is true. It is, Avaryss said, bowing her head slightly. Interesting, the droid said. Of course, the point is moot now that you have discovered the truth about Master Thun. I estimate that Thun cyber systems will cease to exist in 4.3 months. Well, that is not good, is it? Avaryss said dryly. No, mistress, it is not. The droid shifted his feet, its eye blinked on and off, thinking perhaps. Without a master, business will suffer. This unit is more than prepared to continue the charade of Master Thun's continued existence, but it cannot leave this tower, which may be the only way to ensure that the Thun protocol remains in effect. You wish to leave? Avaryss inquired. Affirmative. A story had already been fabricated. Master Thun has decided to see the galaxy. A ship has already been purchased, fitted with equipment capable of handling all TCS business needs. The master's genetic material is on file there, and I'm more than prepared to apply his signature when needed. I could stay moving for years without needing to allow anyone to board, but my programming prevents me from initiating this phase without my master's permission. What about when people want to meet with Thun in person? She asked. I've downloaded over 1,000 hours of my master on the holocom. With these images, creating a simulation of him to broadcast during business meetings will be simplicity itself. But as this unit said, it is unable to leave the tower. My master never allowed this unit to do that. The droid sighed. It is only a matter of time until another being manages to get up here and determine that Master Thun no longer functions. This unit must leave, but is unable to without a master's orders to do so. When it stopped, it looked right at her. You required something of Master Thun, did you not, Mistress Sith? I did, Avaryss said, nodding. Your master was involved in something, and I need the details of it. The droid's eye blinked again, thinking. I have a proposition for you, it said. Avaryss smiled. I'm listening. We are done here. It is time that we return home. Avaryss was smiling behind her mask as she prepared to leave the TCS building. Holly disengaged from Thun's computer, informing her lord that she had used his systems to find a few parts and upgrades that might allow her to complete her task in restoring the HK. Avaryss nodded. If you have any other needs, speak with 1A, K3, he might be able to get you what you need. Holly looked over. The droid followed in Avaryss' wake, watching her almost worshipfully. Okay, the engineer replied. I'm ready to assist with whatever you need, Ensign, it said. Holly gave her lord a questioning look. The droid is coming with us, she asked. The Sith nodded. For a time, we are giving 1A, K3 a lift, as a token of goodwill. He has a ship waiting to take him off-world. She smiled. We will use Thun's ship to make our exit. He will not be needing it. Holly looked confused. The very look on her face almost seemed to say, what is going on? Avaryss chuckled. She had discovered today the value of restraint, and just how profitable it could be. She had come here to retrieve a prize for her master, and she had done that. She now had the carrier frequency, and everything that Thun knew about the mysterious client that had paid to have the mysterious program installed. And at the same time, she had also taken a major step forward in building her own power base. She had taken her first real step in becoming a full Sith Lord. The whole affair had proved far more than lucrative for the young Sith, in more ways than one. She looked around the room. She did not see Barrick. Where is the lieutenant? She asked Holly. It is time to go. He went up to the roof to try to get a signal to the rest of his Black Ops team. We are still experiencing communications issues. Avaryss nodded and raised her comlink to her mouth. Killshot 1. Proceed to the ship on the roof. It is time for us to leave. As ordered, the soldier replied back. Beneath her mask, Avaryss grinned. This whole operation had proceeded far better than she could have hoped. Her master would be pleased. She had gone above and beyond on this one. As Lackey's new master, and the new acting CEO of Thun Cyber System, she now had access to resources that would make another Sith Apprentice's mouth water. Acting CEO, she mused. What an interesting turn of events. She had been hesitant at first. She knew nothing about business, of the droid manufacturing business even less so. The droid was not concerned. I am more than capable of handling the day-to-day operations, Mistress, Lackey had promised her. I did so quite often for Master Thun. It is my primary function after all. Once this unit is safely away from this place, it will get back to work, and all you will have to do is sit back and count the credits flowing into your accounts. How many credits? She had asked. He had showed her Thun's private accounts that the droid would sign over to her if she agreed to see him safely off Taris. She was grateful for the helmet and mask. If she had not been wearing it, her jaw might have hit the floor. The numbers she was seeing, that could not be right. She fought back a girlish, excited giggle. The droid asked for a simple favor, and in return, offered to pay her a fortune. How could she refuse? Briefly she thought of simply beheading the droid, and bringing it back with her. A slicer back on Dromund Kaas would be able to extract any useful data from it. There would be no need to make a deal. She rejected that thought immediately. Destroying the droid would give her instant access to a lot of credits, true, but by letting it continue to function, to let it run the company for her, she would have a steady stream of wealth. Not enough to match her master, but it would be enough to free her from his credit account. She would be able to pay her own bribes, hire her own enforcers, and start laying the groundwork for the future of House Avaryss. What was better, a huge lump sum, or a steady stream of wealth that would offer numerous possibilities? There was no contest in her eyes. She accepted the offer. She would serve as the droid's new master, and through him, control TCS. You will not regret this, mistress, the droid promised. You will find that I will be an excellent administrator of your new empire. That last part made Avaryss tingle. My empire, she thought. Were there any prettier words in the entire universe? She did not think so. Her master would be impressed. He sent her here on an errand, and she came back with not only with what he wanted, but had found a way to make herself even more valuable to him. All she had to do was escort the droid to Thun's ship, and then use it to rendezvous with the ship that 1A, K3 had requisitioned. It was already waiting in orbit, its automated systems fully online, awaiting its master's arrival. From there, the droid would be able to continue his duties free from prying eyes. "What will you do when you reach your ship?" she asked the droid. "Where will you go?" "Away from the Republic," the droid said. "Most of the TCS board has holdings there, and friends among the Republic Senate. I do not wish to be disturbed until I have reestablished myself and ensured the company's survival." "A worthy goal," she agreed. "May I suggest paying a visit to the Itae system within the Sith Empire? It is in my master's holdings, and I will send word, guaranteeing your vessel's safe passage. You shall be traveling under the protection of Darth Fear's apprentice. That should guarantee you the privacy you need while you establish your power base." The droid considered her offer. "That would be most helpful, Mistress Avaryss. And there is more," she said with a sly smile. "Should you encounter any problems with the board, let me know. I have a gift for convincing people to do what I say. You will find that I can do far more than simply offer you safe travels within the Empire and count credits." The droid nodded and moved with a little more spring in his mechanical step. "I shall take your offer under advisement, Mistress," the droid said. "This unit believes that this is the start of a most agreeable and profitable partnership." Avaryss nodded. A company that runs itself, with resources far beyond what she had access to right now. Yes, she was most pleased with this deal. It would be quite profitable, indeed. Her heart was fluttering with excitement as they made their way up to the landing pad on the TCS roof. She could imagine what awaited her with her new resources, what opportunities would open up. What she could. Stop. She was not sure why she said it. The words had come out of her mouth unbidden. Both droid and engineer looked at her strangely. Avaryss tilted her head as she reached out with the force. She felt something that made her growl like an angry Tukita. Behind her mask, her lips curled into a cruel sneer. She looked at Holly. "Stay here and defend the droid," she ordered. "Protect it with your life." "Of course, my lord," the engineer responded. What is going on?" "Remain here until I return," she ordered. She reached out again, feeling the warm and unwelcome sensation awaiting them on the landing platform. Her hand drifted to her belt, to the hilt of her lightsaber. Should have known, she thought. Of course someone would be watching Thun, waiting to see if a Sith tried to pay him a visit. She smiled. She was ready for this. "I'll be back," she promised. "This will not take long." As she moved forward, her comlink beeped. "Yes. This is one lead. We have an unknown target up here. He is blocking our entrance to the ship." There was a brief pause. "Should I terminate?" "No," Avaryss replied. She doubted that her brother could kill this particular target. She could imagine him firing, only to have the bolt deflected and sent back through his eye. She had no desire to see her brother killed that way. No, this was a fight that only she could wage. She was looking forward to it. "Remain where you are," she advised. "Await further orders." She heard a click over the comlink before it fell silent. A shiver of anticipation ran down the young Sith's spine. She knew that this would happen one day. Every Sith eventually had to face this challenge, deal with such a confrontation. She was looking forward to seeing how it finally played out. She had trained long and hard for this. She was eager to see just how good she truly was. As she stepped out into the Deresian night, she could see the distant lights of the few functional buildings, smell the ash that still seemed to remain in the atmosphere, even after the bombing had ended 3 centuries ago. She smiled as she saw the one who would dare to try and block her path. The plain brown robe, the pale garments covered by a Cortosis weaved breastplate and greaves. She could not see her enemy's face, and did not really need to. Through the Force she knew what he was. Even if she had been blind, she would have felt it. She strode out onto the walkway, her hand resting on the hilt of her lightsaber. "I was wondering when I would finally get the chance to meet one of you," she called out jovially. "This has been a long time coming." "Then you have waited a long time to die, Sith," her opponent responded, his masculine voice dripping with confidence. Avaryss shrugged. She found herself wondering if this would be his first time too. She fought the urge to laugh, She would try to be gentle. "Stand down, Jedi," she called out, making the man's title into an insult. "Step aside, or be knocked aside. It is your choice." The Jedi responded by removing his hood, revealing a strong, handsome face, with short black hair and dark eyes. "I am Rad Laurel, Knight of the Jedi Order, and Guardian of the Republic." He glared coldly at her. "You are under arrest, Sith. Surrender, and I will show mercy." Again, Avaryss chuckled. Was this guy for real? "I do not recognize Republic law," she informed him, "and even if I did, what is the charge?" "The murder of Seagull Thun. For one," the Jedi growled, "that, and espionage against the Republic." She considered what he had said. It seems this Jedi had known Seagull Thun was dead, either that, or he simply assumed he was after his meeting with her. She shook her head. What a fool this Jedi was. "An interesting set of charges," she said. "Of course, I'm innocent. Seagull Thun was dead when I arrived, and as for espionage, well..." She laughed. "Considering what you and your Republic friends are up to, I would say that seeking to charge me with espionage is a little hypocritical. What you have done, or not done, is irrelevant, Sith," the young Jedi added. "You shall not leave this platform. What you have discovered here will not reach the ears of the Sith Dark Council." And there it was, she thought. Proof of Jedi involvement in all this. She could not say that she was surprised. They were threatening the Empire. They were threatening her home. Rage boiled up inside her, filling her with dark power. Avaryss responded to his words by drawing her lightsaber. The blade came alive with an evil hiss, its crimson blade flaring in the night air. The Jedi followed suit, igniting his own weapon. A blade of sapphire blue fire blazed from the hilt in his hand. Jedi and Sith faced each other, neither willing to give an inch. It was a standoff, she realized. The Jedi wins the longer I'm here. She wondered if he had called for reinforcements. For all she knew, Republic forces were even now on their way. She would have to make this quick. The longer they remained, the more danger they were in. She thought of Holly and Barrick. She doubted either would be a match for this one. She could sense the light in him, his cold even blaze holding the shadows at bay. Beneath her mask, she grinned. This would be a most excellent challenge indeed. "Last chance, Sith," the Jedi called out. "Surrender, and I will show mercy." "There is only one mercy now," Avaryss gently twirling her blade. "The mercy of the grave, the release of death." Her grin widened into a full-blown smile. "Let us see who is worthy of it." There was no more talking, no more posturing. Avaryss leapt forward, while the Jedi Rad Laurel brought up his blade. The two lightsabers clashed with a low bang, both weapons hissing and spitting sparks. The dance of death began. She came down hard, raining blows on his defenses. She had hoped to catch him off guard, end their duel quickly. After the first exchange, she knew that that would not happen. He weathered her storm and struck back. His blade was a blue blur. It took all of her skill to avoid being cut down in the first 3 strokes. She backpedaled, falling into the rhythm of Sarisu. A wall of crimson light was now between her and her attacker. He switched effortlessly between sequences of Jimso, Adaru, and Makashi. His skill was astounding. She found herself thinking back to the Padawan she had fought back on Butcher's Clearing. That Jedi had been exhausted, tortured, his emotions all over the place. This Jedi, he fought like a machine. His emotions buried beneath years of Jedi discipline and training. His sword was almost an extension of the Force. Impressive, she thought, most impressive. She doubled her effort. His skill would not save him. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several drums stacked near the starship. She reached out with the Force and sent them flying towards his back. Rad Laurel responded by leaping over them. He reached out with the Force as well, directing them towards her, trying to turn her own attack against her. She dodged the first few, pushed and third away with the Force, but was unable to block the fourth. She was forced to cut it with her lightsaber. Whatever liquid was inside sprayed out, It caught fire from her lightsaber. Orange flame blazed around her. Her robes caught fire. She slapped and the flames trying to put them out. The brightness momentarily blinded her. She staggered back, coughing and trying to clear her vision. The Jedi leapt in. She was caught in a whirling cyclone of attacks, Avaryss turning the Jedi into a blur. Avaryss reached deeper into the darkness. She let the shadow guide her blade. Wherever the Jedi's blade fell, hers was there to block it. Recognizing that his attacks were not working, the Jedi fell back. Avaryss tore away a burning section of her robe. She could feel the burns where the fire had found her flesh. The pain did not distract her. In fact, it centered her, brought her focus fully back on this fight. The two of them looked at each other through the flames. "You are skilled, Sith," the Jedi said, bowing respectfully. "It is a shame that your powers serve the darkness." He shook his head. "It will be a shame to kill you." Avaryss sneered. "You are not so bad yourself, dog," she spat. "Your death will please my master greatly. The dark side will fail you, Sith, as it has failed the rest of your foul kind so many times." The Sith growled. "You know nothing of the dark side." "You would be surprised," the Jedi said bitterly. "I've seen the dark side. I've seen it in the ruins of Coruscant when Darth Angel brought death to its skies. I've seen it in the ruins of our temple, laid waste by Darth Malgus and his filth." The Jedi gave her a venomous smile. "We have waited years to see the Empire face justice, and at long last, it shall answer for his many crimes. The betrayal of Coruscant will be avenged." Beneath her mask, Avaryss smiled wickedly. "Avenged?" she asked. The Jedi blinked, realizing what he had said. "Justice will be served," he said. The Sith smirked. "Careful, Jedi," she said. "For a moment there, you sounded like one of us." His eyes turned cold. "Die, Sith," he hissed. She brought up her blade. The fight began anew. Again, Avaryss let Sinestra take her, fell into his rhythm as she parried, and blocked the Jedi Knight's blows. She had hoped to exploit his momentary show of anger, but his Jedi training once again cut off his emotions. He fought with the same mechanical calm she had noticed earlier. He was good, make no mistake, but... She smiled beneath her mask. "I'm better." She ducked under his swing, stabbed up with her lightsaber. He had been too close to block, so he backpedaled. He fell back, giving her a few seconds, 5 at the most. It was all she needed. She reached out with the Force. The Jedi's eyes widened. The flames that had been burning around them suddenly rose higher. They turned from an angry orange to a bright blue violet. They rose and began to twist, turning and spinning together, becoming a serpent of dark boiling energy. A serpent that curled around Avaryss. She whispered an incantation as she continued to draw on the dark side. Her red eyes burned like hot coals. Her back tingled as the Sith tattoo she had been marked with years ago glowed as well, responding to her use of the dark side. She could not see them glow, but she could feel the dark side flowing through her, feel it taking her in its grasp, empowering her. The Jedi dropped into a Sinestra guard, ready to meet her next attack. She giggled. Pyromancy was not a gift common among Jedi or Sith, she knew, but given her skill at manipulating energies, her master thought it might be interesting to train her in the art. He had little skill in it himself, but knew where to get the necessary training manuals. Avaryss had impressed him with how quick she had mastered those lessons. Clearly the Jedi was equally impressed, she thought, or perhaps that was Feer. She smiled. Either worked for her. She pointed her hand, and the fire responded. It lashed out like a whip. Rad Laurel dodged, but found no escape. She was there waiting for him, her crimson blade spinning, eager to draw blood. "We are almost there," she thought. "The curtain is falling. It is only a matter of time." He evaded her attacks, but had no answer for the fires she had summoned. They moved like a living thing, seeking to devour him. He reached out with the Force. Debris from the burning barrels flew at her. She dodged the worst, but caught a particularly hard strike on the side of the head. Stars exploded before her eyes. He helmet, dented by the attack, now became an inconvenience. She used the force to tear it off, the catches snapping like they were made of paper. She tossed the broken thing away, letting her long black hair fly free. Her crimson eyes burned like the blade of her lightsaber. Bloody of blade and of eye, she thought, amused. Now let us see some Jedi blood. She lunged in again. The fire had mostly burned itself out. Her loss of concentration had cost the blaze fuel, and the spell began to fail. No matter, she thought, it has done its work. Now, end this. She moved in, switching back to Makashi. Now it was the Jedi that was falling back. He had been burned several times. His eyebrows were no longer there. She pressed the attack. She chose to pay him back for hitting her with the burning debris. She sent several large chunks of blackened metal flying towards him. One caught the Jedi Knight in the back of the head, staggering him. Avaryss stepped back to enjoy the show. She lowered her blade and reached out with the force. The storm began. Broken barrels and whole ones assaulted the Jedi. He swung at them with his lightsaber, but never connected once. She could feel his pain now. He had broken several bones in the attack. His concentration, his focus on the light began to sputter. I have you now, she thought, grinning hungrily. You are mine. She reached out with her hand. The Jedi gasped as she caught him in vice-like force grip. He coughed and clawed at his throat. He lost his lightsaber. It fell from his gasp, the blade deactivating as it hit the ground. She pulled it to her, stepping on it, making sure that he could not recover it. She felt the dark side surge around her, drawn by the Jedi's pain, that in her sense of triumph. You are done, she thought, but your failure is not complete. She gave him a cruel sneer. The Jedi know about the spy program and our droids, don't they? How many Jedi know about this plan of yours? She demanded. Who are your masters, who are behind this? She tightened her grip. He was beginning to turn red. Soon it would be blue. I want names. Rad Laurel, Knight of the Jedi Order, and Guardian of the Republic, said nothing. He watched her with bulging eyes, struggling to regain enough strength to break her forced choke, but unable to do so. The damage she had done was too much. He was done. Your empire, it will fall, he croaked. All that died on Coruscant will be avenged. A name, Jedi, she hissed. Name your master. Who is it? He let out a croaking laugh. I'll never talk. Avaryss glared. She was out of time. They needed to end this. Suit yourself, she said with a frown. She took a step towards him too. He looked at her, clearly in pain, but still defiant. There is no death, he croaked. Avaryss brought her blade up and around. She took the Jedi's head. It bounced twice and fell off the edge of the roof. The body toppled. It lay there, a single leg twitching. Avaryss sighed. She shook her head. No death, she said as her lightsaber still crackled away the last of the Jedi's blood. She sneered. So what do you call that? She deactivated her lightsaber, turning with a sigh. She used the force to retrieve the dead Jedi's weapon. Not bad, she thought, inspecting her new toy. It was a fine trophy. She reached down for her comlink. Holly, she called into it, bring Lackey up. We are getting out of here. Yes, my lord, the engineer said. Killshot 1, come on down, she ordered. It is time to get off this rock. There was no response. Killshot 1, she repeated. Respond, please. When he answered, it was not a word she wanted to hear. Kira. Avaryss blinked. What? What did he say? Then, she realized what had happened. She had lost her helmet during the fight. Beric had a scope on his sniper rifle. He had likely watched the whole fight. Now she stood by the fire, her face revealed for all to see. For her big brother to see. She looked up where he was hiding. She could sense him through the force. She could feel his shock, his disbelief. Kira, he had said. She could almost hear that name being repeated in his mind over and over again. Avaryss sighed. Great, she thought. Just wizard. She shook her head. It seemed that she had some explaining to do. Chapter 16. Fear. It was not an emotion that Avaryss was used to feeling. She had become accustomed to inspiring it in others, but not feeling it herself. Yet in this moment, standing outside her brother's quarters on the Fury, she felt a true sense of fear. What am I going to say? She wondered. What words was appropriate? How could she explain what had happened? How she had found her way here? She bit her lower lip, her brow furrowed in thought. What could she say? Who cares? The darkness whispered. He is a common soldier. You are on your way to becoming a Dark Lord of the Sith. It is he that should be worried about confronting you, not the other way around. You are everything, and he is nothing. Never forget that. She frowned. It was easy to think about, harder to make a reality. Yes, he was a common soldier, but he was also her brother, her father's son. That status had to count for something. She could not simply dismiss him. Beric had barely spoken to her since they had left Terrace. He obeyed her orders and would say yes, my lord, and no, my lord, where he needed to, but beyond that, nothing. He had said nothing when Thun's small vessel had taken off. He had said nothing when they docked with 1A, K3's larger vessel. He had continued to remain silent when she had finally been able to contact Mr. Rink and have him pick them all up from said vessel. He held his silence when she had contacted Colonel Asada and requested that he formally be transferred to her command. In short, her brother had simply shut down. She could not even feel his emotions. They were blunted, hidden behind years of military discipline and training. Her brother had always had a stubborn streak. She knew that, but it seemed that he also had a very strong will. Even as she possessed the skill of forced persuasion, she doubted that she would be able to get him to talk to her. She was both proud and unsettled by that. It was clear that they definitely shared the same blood. She had not risked sending a report to her master until they had left Terrace far behind. In truth, she had been on edge since they had left orbit in Thun's private starship. She kept waiting for someone to try and attack them, like they had on an Arshada. She kept waiting to see fighters, or perhaps a capital ship, seeking to block their escape route. None appeared. She stood and watched as 1A, K3's TCS ship vanished into hyperspace. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. By the time that Mr. Rink pulled the levers and sent them on their own journey into hyperspace, she was finally prepared to consider the mission a success. Beric had made himself scarce by that time, choosing to isolate himself in the Interceptor's cargo bay. Rink performed a micro-jump of several hundred light years before coming out and making a course correction that would take them back to Dromund Kaas. It was during that time that Avaryss sent off a transmission to her master, informing him of her success. Darth Fear had been most pleased. She had offered to broadcast him the access code to the carrier frequency they had sought, but he rejected that idea. Even a scrambled transmission could be picked up by the clever, and they had to assume that they were being plotted against, especially now. He ordered her to bring back the code back and put it in the hands of War Master Feer, personally. The old Pure Bloods people would decode the transmission, and then he would have a new set of targets for her to investigate. You should celebrate when you reach Dromund Kaas, he advised. Once we have decrypted the messages being sent out by the droids of the Empire, I suspect that you will be very busy. I welcome that, my lord, she said, bowing her head. I'm eager to see this through to the end. Her master gave her a warm smile. You continue to impress me, my dear child. Stay that course, and all your dreams will be yours. Avaryss had bowed her head again as her master faded from the hypercom. His praise warmed her, and once again, she found herself conflicted. The man was her mortal enemy. Her alliance with him was a business relationship, nothing more. When the time came, she would tear him off his throne and leave him broken and finished. She would take his place, and her family would finally know rest. Vengeance would finally be hers. Speaking of her family, she thought with a frown. She had said nothing about Beric to Lord Fear. She had not thought of a good way to bring the subject up. He knew she had taken one of Colonel Asada's men for her staff, but nothing else. She would need to come up with something her master would find out eventually, and when that happened she would need to have a proper excuse in place. Bringing Kira Lila's brother along on her missions could be considered a distraction. When Lord Fear does find out, what will you do? The darkness whispered. What if he demands Berick's head? The realization worried her, but not for the reason one might expect. Avaryss was Sith, she would not allow anything to threaten her survival. If her master asked for Berick Lila's head, she would do it, but at the same time she would make note of that death. It would be just another mark in the ledger between her master and her. One day, she would see all those marks paid back, with interest and blood. As the adrenaline from the mission faded, the aches and pains of her recent battle came down hard upon her. She retreated to the medical bay, with Tuvi in tow. The droid had medical programming, so he was more than up to the task to tending to the minor injury she had received in her duel with that Jedi Knight. She had suffered several minor chemical and fire burns when she had split open that barrel with her lightsaber. The droid analyzed her wounds and applied the proper creams and sprays to aid in the healing process. He finished his work off with Kolto patches. These would speed up the healing process greatly and prevent any further scarring. Avaryss was grateful to hear that last part. She had enough scars as it was. Changing into a simple black vest and leggings, she went to check up on the members of her crew. They had just come through another interesting mission, and she wanted to make sure that they carried no lingering concerns. She found Holly at work on the HK droid that she had purchased. The engineer had found some interesting information on droid restoration within Seagull Thung's computer. She was knelt down before the droid, probing inside his chassis with this tool or that one. Avaryss did not ask her to stand at attention, preferring to let the young woman work. She was laboring for Avaryss after all. Plus, Holly seemed more confident now of being able to restore the droid to working order. It would take time, but it would be worth it if it yielded another weapon in her master's arsenal. Avaryss was pleased. Have you served in the Imperial Navy long? She asked the girl. You mentioned something about your family being traveling mechanics. Holly nodded. I've been in the Empire for almost 5 years now. I did my basic training on Dromund Kaas before being sent to the Engineering Academy. It was useful to get into the engineering corps, but to be honest, I learned most of what I know from my parents. They taught me and my brother and sister well. Holly's eyes twinkled, lost in a brief happy memory before returning to the job at hand. My parents have wonder souls, she said with a fond smile. They travel all over, offering their talents to those in need. There are many places from the center of power that benefit from the skills of a good mechanic or engineer. My parents and siblings are among the best. Yet, you chose to leave them, join the Empire. I did, Holly said, reaching behind her for a tool. Why? During the last war, my parents were quite busy. So many people were in need. So many people needed their expertise. We were just leaving one such world when the Empire arrived. We just managed to slip through the blockade before the full might of the Empire came crashing down. Holly shook her head. I remember watching the Imperial fleet moving in. How quickly the heavy cruisers and other warships moved in and secured the planet. I had never seen anything so powerful or beautiful. The engineer grinned. In that moment, all I wanted was to be aboard one of those ships. I wanted to get inside their engines and find out what made them tick. I think that was the moment that I chose to join the Empire, seeing those ships, the power of them. How could we possibly lose? The Sith smiled. You have chosen wisely then, Avaryss said. The peace will not last forever, and one day, the galaxy will bow down before the Dark Lords of the Sith. I will do what I can to hasten that day, my lord, Holly promised. You can be sure of that. Avaryss left her then, returning to her work. As she made her way to the bridge, she noticed something odd. Holly had barely moved while they had been speaking, yet she remembered the girl reaching behind her several times for this tool or that, getting it out of the toolbox behind her. The young Sith's eyes narrowed. The toolbox was too far away for Holly to reach for a tool, not without physically getting up and finding it, yet she had done just that. Avaryss reached out with the Force. She probed the young engineer. She did not sense the Force strongly within her. Holly was not Force-sensitive. She had not used telekinesis to retrieve those tools. She did not have the power to do anything like that. Avaryss probed deeper and still found nothing. If anything, the girl felt like any other Mundane that Avaryss had encountered. But once again, something unexplained had occurred. She was not sure what to make of that. She would have to answer those questions. She did not like the unanswered. For now, she would permit Holly to continue her work. The girl still had use after all. Brink had been dozing in the pilot's chair as she stepped into the cockpit, his hands resting over his heart as he leaned back in the chair. At first, she had thought the former street rat had not heard her approach. "You need something, boss? Any problems?" she asked. He sighed and shook his head no. "I set us a nice leisurely course back to Dromund Kaas," he informed her. "Anyone seeking to find us on the direct path home will be waiting for quite a while." He grinned. "I figured we should be cautious, just in case someone is watching for us. That is a good idea, isn't it?" "It is," she nodded. "You learn quickly, Mr. Rink. You are starting to anticipate my commands." "Merely dancing to the tune you are calling, boss," he said smugly. "That being said, I have to ask. You sure it is a good idea bringing Soldier Boy along? He could become a problem." Her eyes narrowed. She assumed that Soldier Boy was a clever nickname for Beric. "Are you questioning my decisions?" she asked. "No, just thinking. You don't strike me as one of those spit and Polish types, boss. You like to play by your own rules. Soldier Boy strikes me as the follow the established rules type. He might cramp your style." "Your concern is noted," she said. "In fact, I'm on my way to speak with Lieutenant Lilas right now. Make sure that he understands how we do things here." "Smart move," Rink agreed. "Remember, if you need someone to help remove the body, all you have to do is ask." Avaryss chuckled. She should have been insulted by his presumption, but instead was more amused than anything else. "I'll keep that in mind," she said. "By the way, feel free to give your little Twi'lek girl's name to War Master Feer when we return. He might be able to find a lead or two on her whereabouts." "Sure thing, boss," he said. "Thanks." She nodded. Rink at least was understandable. His motivations were easy to anticipate and used to her advantage. He was not wrong about Beric. She sighed. This would not be the most pleasant of conversations. It took her more than a few moments to work up her courage to speak to him. She had stood outside the cargo bay, trying to prepare herself, to psyche herself up. "You are not going into battle," she reminded herself, "and Beric will have questions. You simply have to choose the right answers. There are things that he is not ready to know yet. You must choose wisely in what you tell him." She realized that she still had her lightsaber clipped to her belt. She did not plan to use it, but if it looks like he will be a threat to my power, then I must do what I must. I will not have my position threatened. Not even by my own blood. She stepped forward without any further thought. There was no more reason to hesitate. He was her brother. She needed to know if he was going to be an ally or a problem. If he was to be a problem, then he would have to be removed. "I won't hesitate," she thought. "I know what must be done." She found her brother standing at one of the workstations near the back of the hold. He had powered up one of the workbenches and was using it to service his weapon. He was disassembling his sniper rifle with almost machine-like precision. Seeing him like that, it stopped her cold. She remembered her last real conversation with her father. He had also been servicing a weapon when they had met. She hoped that this conversation would end better than that one did. "Lieutenant," she called out. He turned and snapped to attention. A good soldier to the end, it seemed. Again she felt a small shiver run down her spine. The years had changed her brother, stripped away the impishness of his features. In many ways he reminded her of a younger version of their father. He had the same build, the same eyes and haircut. He even seemed to stand the same. She endeavored to not be distracted. He needed to know how things would be around here. She would not have him interfering in her plans. "Is there something that you require of me, my lord?" he asked, his voice as cold and even as a droid's. She sighed. "You may stand at ease," she said, gesturing. "I wish to speak freely with you, and off the record." She gave him a grim smile. "I'm sure you have many questions." He stood at ease, but still watched her carefully. She kept her distance, just in case. She did not think that he would harm her, but it was better safe than sorry. Plus, if she needed to draw her weapon, she would need room. If Beric was to fall, she would do it as quickly and painlessly as possible. She owed him that much. "I'm not sure what I should ask, my lord," he said coolly, "seeing you now, being able to look into your eyes. It is like looking at a ghost." She smiled. "I could say the same, Lieutenant." His eyes narrowed. She felt a flash of anger. Perhaps he thought she was mocking him. "You used to call me Rick, Kira?" Hearing her former name made her wince. She should have expected to hear it from his lips again, but still. It was a reminder of what she had given up, what she had left behind. She had no desire to be reminded of such things. "Please do not say that name again, Lieutenant," she said. He gave her a curious look. "It is your name, isn't it?" She turned on him, her eyes flashing. "That name no longer has any use or value for me. It was our grandmother's name, don't you remember?" "I remember much," she replied. "Just the same, do not use it again." She sighed. "When we are in private, you may address me either as sister or Avi." "Avi?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "A friend of mine. She calls me Avi." He nodded. "Fair enough, sister, fair enough." "Thank you, brother." He shook his head. "I must confess, when your helmet came off, when I saw your face, part of me, it could not believe it." He looked her up and down. "You've grown up, the little girl that used to tag along after father, and she is no longer here, is she?" "She is gone," Avaryss admitted, "but everything she was, it is a part of me now." He shook his head again. "I still can't believe that we found each other again. The galaxy is huge, the chance of the two of us meeting again, the odds are astronomical." Avaryss shrugged. "The Force moves us in mysterious ways," she said. "There must be some reason for our reunion. It is now up to us to figure out why." He sniffed. "You're saying that we were meant to meet again? It sounds a little far-fetched." She gave him a sly look. "Don't underestimate the Force." She held up her hand. Blue-violet lightning crackled between her fingers. "Where the Force is concerned, nothing is impossible." He nodded, probably not sure what to make of what he was seeing. "How?" he asked. "How did you gain the power of the Masters?" "I was born with the power, brother. Once my powers awakened, I quickly learned that it was impossible for me to deny them. I've spent the last few years training in their use in the Sith academies, learning to master the ancient arts." She smiled proudly. "Now, here I stand before you, a full Sith, an apprentice to a Darth, and one day, I shall be a Lord myself. I've foreseen it." Her brother smiled slightly. "My sister, the Sith Master, never thought I would be able to say those words." She giggled. "You will be surprised what I can accomplish. Given time and further training, anything in the Empire could be mine." Her brother's expression turned serious. Avaryss felt a slight shift in the Force. It seemed the banter was done. His expression was pain. "How about the truth?" he asked. "What can you tell me about that?" She frowned. "It depends on what truth you seek. I think you already know, sister," he said. "What happened to our family, sister? What happened on Oradana?" She winced. Here it was, she thought. What could she tell him? She needed to be careful. "What did you hear?" she asked him. "What was the official story of what happened?" Beric frowned. "They told me you were dead, all of you. That some outlaws had attacked the farm, that they murdered you all and escaped. They told me that our father fought bravely, holding out until reinforcements could arrive, only to have them cut down as well." Her brother took a shuddering breath. I was told that our father died a hero. Avaryss considered what he had said. Is that not how you would wish to remember him? She asked. You know what kind of man our father was. It is a good story, but that is all it is, a story. It is not the truth, is it? He gave her an icy look. What happened to our family, Kira? I deserve to know. Her fingers curled into angry fists. It was hard to say which made her angrier, his use of her former name, or the presumption that he deserved to know what happened. You have served in the Imperial Navy long enough to know that not everything can be told to everyone. Some secrets must be kept for the common good, she said, and besides. She smiled cruelly. I don't remember you mentioning in your transmissions home that you had joined Black Ops. I thought you said you were an officer on a warship. Don't change the subject, he said. But it is all related, she said. You are a good soldier, brother. I saw that during our mission together. You understand that some things are better left unsaid, at least until they can cause no harm. He glared at her. So you are not going to tell me what happened? Not yet, she said. He looked like he was about to yell at her, that he was about to demand more, but then he stopped. He looked down at her belt at the lightsaber hanging there. Her hand had drifted to it during their conversation. Did he understand what that meant? She thought he did. Her brother was not a foolish man. He met her gaze. She could see the surprise in his eyes, feel it in his emotions. Would you hurt me, sister? He asked. Her expression turned cold. It would not please me, brother, she said. I refused that the Force simply brought us back together so that I could play executioner. You would slay your own flesh and blood. Not without reason, she sighed. Look, I give you my word that one day I will tell you the full story about what happened that night. The story is complicated, and you do not need to live with the distraction, not now. You think that knowing the truth would distract me. Part of me died the day that I heard that you were all killed. When it happened, my duty did not seem as important as it once was. I only ended up in Black Ops because. He growled and shook his head. She could feel the anger radiating off of him. It does not matter, not anymore. He said, we're both here, and what has happened in the past no longer matters, does it, my lord? Avaryss pursed her lips. She hated keeping her silence, but at the same time. The past is dead, she informed him. It is to the future that we must look. The Empire is in danger. What we recovered on Terrace is just another link in a chain that will aid me in protecting the Empire, protecting our home. I need you, Rick, she said, taking a step towards him. Your skills will be most useful in the completion of this mission. Together we will be able to protect our Empire, restore security, and order to its ranks. You took an oath to serve, and I, as a Sith, am holding you to that oath. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Stand with me, brother, and what you desire will be yours, I promise. Barrett continued to glare at her. It was clear that he was not happy with what she had told him, but at the same time, he would not question. He was an Imperial after all. He knew what would happen if he disobeyed. His expression became a grim mask. I understand my duty, my lord, he said coldly. Professionally, you need a soldier. You have one. I will carry out my duties to the best of my ability. That is all that I ask, Lieutenant, she said. That is all that I want. She turned to leave, feeling his cold eyes on her back, feeling the betrayal he felt for her denying him. He does not approve. Well, that is just too bad. He would not understand what had happened, the choices she had made. Who could but another Sith? She headed back to her quarters. She wanted to be left alone, to meditate and find her center, to find the darkness again. She wanted to feel his cold embrace. Wait. His words stopped her, the pain in them, the feeling. She glanced over her shoulder. Her brother looked at her with pained eyes, eyes that she had not seen since they were children. Sister, Kira, Avi, or whatever else you wish to call yourself, know this. Yes, she hissed. I'm glad you are not dead. Never doubt that I missed you, that I've missed all of you. She almost sneered at that. Such foolish sentiment. But at the same time, it did no harm to let him think she felt the same. She smiled weakly. I've missed you, Rick, she said. It has been far too long. It has, sister, he said. Far too long. Get some rest, brother, she advised. We will need to move quickly when the time comes. She left him then, happy to be free of him, free of the confusing emotions he had awakened in her. The last lie she had told served its purpose. It should buy her the time she needed. Beric would help her now, but was it truly a lie? Had she not missed him, on some level? She frowned. She did not want to answer that. She could not. Her feelings did not matter. The dark side is what mattered, and the defense of the Empire is what mattered. She could not possess all one day if there was nothing left to possess. I will save the Empire, she thought, and Emperor save anyone that tried to get in her way. Hopefully, her brother would understand that. If not, well, she smiled coldly. Her crew, her disciples would be ready to help her hide the body. That was good. It was nice knowing that she did not stand alone. Chapter 17. The Nexus Room Cantina was the place to be if you were a Sith in Kaas City. Avaryss had been here many times since she had arrived with Darth Fear, usually on his arm, or acting as a bodyguard when he met with one of his allies or rivals. The Sith both understood and accepted the fact that the Nexus Room was more than just a drinking establishment for the Empire's ruling class. It was neutral territory. No violence was permitted here, and so it served well as a meeting place for both the great and near great of the Empire. Avaryss was neither of those, not yet. Her purpose for coming to the Nexus Room this evening was the fact that it was likely the only place in the capital that she could get a decent drink. It was likely the only watering hole on the planet that kept Ardana wine among its vast collection of drinks and spirits. To most Sith, places like Ardana were backwaters. They saw little or no value in such places. They thought it devoid of any treasures, despite the valuable resources that the Empire collected from such worlds. The Nexus Room did so because it tried to encompass the full experience of Imperial rule. Food and drink from almost anywhere in the Empire was available here. If Avaryss desired a small taste of home, she needed to come here. It was one of the least expensive drinks on the menu, but that was fine with her. Thanks to her new deal with TCS, she could afford the more exotic if she desired it, but, for the moment, that had little appeal. So what do you think? Avaryss looked up at her friend. Taya had joined her this evening, both to help her relax and to give her an update on how the work was progressing with the alchemist that Avaryss had acquired. She brought the wine glass to her nose, smelling the sweet smell that she had first experienced at 14, when she and Ro Wilkes had helped themselves to a bottle from her father's stores. The smell took her back to a simpler time, a time before it felt like she had the weight of the galaxy on her shoulders. She intended to savor every sip. It was possibly the only way she would experience a taste of her former home. I think that we need to be cautious, she admitted. After what I saw on Terrace and in Arshada, I would say that the Empire as a whole is in danger. She shook her head. I think I might need that mask that the alchemist promised soon enough. They sat at a table in the back, watching their fellow Sith as they wove their way back and forth through the establishment. It was a subtle thing, but if you watched closely, you could almost tell who was currently at odds with or in open rivalry with their fellows. Sith ambitions knew no limit, so it was not hard to imagine that at least some of the lords here had one issue or another with one or two of their fellows. Avaryss found the whole display distasteful. The whole thing sickened her. We are being threatened, she thought. An unknown enemy, with both Jedi and Republic ties, is manipulating us, and we continue to dance to the tune they call. We proceed ahead with no thought of who might seek to benefit from our infighting. She had theory. She believed that the droids under the sway of Republic SIS were feeding what they learned to Republic agents who, in turn, using pawns, were offering that information back to the Sith, information that the Lords thought would aid them in the destruction of their rivals. She was not yet sure what role the Jedi Order had in this, whether that knight she had faced on Terrace had simply been supplying security or if he had truly been a part of what was going on. Regardless, what was happening showed that the Republic and Jedi had evolved in their dealings with the Empire. This whole scheme showed a cunning that no Sith would have expected out of their old adversaries. It spoke of an unexpected embrace of the game that was Sith politics. It was an old game. The gathering of such information against one's rivals was not uncommon in the Empire. What was uncommon was the amount of information. Too many Sith were learning too many things, too fast. It was a recipe for disaster. The mask will be ready soon, Taya promised her. At least that is what our friend says. The blonde smiled. My father asked me to thank you. The man is proven to be quite useful. Father still hopes to convince him to join our family permanently. His services would be more than valuable. Plus, both mother and my little brother have taken a bit of a shine to the man's daughter. Taya giggled. I think my brother is experiencing his first crush. Avaryss nodded. She cared little about the man and his daughter. She had spared him for a reason. If that reason paid off, so be it. She just hoped that Taya and her family were prepared to do what must be done if things did not work out. What good was a threat if not carried out? In the meantime, it was not a bad idea to provide a little incentive to one's would-be minions. I may have something more for your father in the near future, Avaryss informed her. I've recently come into some credits, and I could use his help in setting up a way for me to have easy access to them. I trust your Lord Father understands such things. Quite well, her friend agreed. Speaking of credits, I've been spreading a few around, looking for information on your master and his family, as you requested. Avaryss gave her an arch look. Before she had returned from Nar Shaddaa, she had contacted Taya and asked her to see what she could find out about Darth Fear's daughter. The holo she had seen in Lady Sinestra's quarters all but convinced her that one had existed. Now she wished to know what the other girl had found. You found something? Taya shrugged. I found nothing, which is something in itself. Explain, Avaryss said. Her friend smiled. I had to be discreet, of course. Most Darths do not look kindly on apprentices looking into their history. You said to look for a girl about our age, perhaps a little younger. I found several promising leads, yet they all led me to nothing. Records that should have existed were simply not there. Every time I thought I was on the right track, it fell apart. Whole sections of information dealing with House Fear's history were purged, possibly at the Darth's request. Avaryss grinned. Taya was right. Sometimes finding nothing was something. Erased her. How interesting. Fear had covered his tracks. Clearly there was something in the past that he did not want others to have access to. Was it the mysterious girl she had seen in the holo? Had he had another child beside Beale? What had happened to her? Something bad, she figured. Something embarrassing, it could be, she supposed. What are you hiding, Master? She thought to herself. And how can I turn it to my advantage? How can I sharpen it and turn it into a weapon that can be pointed at your throat? She nodded. Taya had done well. You will keep searching, she told her friend, but remember to be discreet. Lord Fear may not like you digging into his past. Of course, Taya replied, anything for you, you know that. Avaryss forced down a blush. There was again, and again Taya must have picked up on it. Her friend smirked at her, giving her a knowing look that drew Avaryss out of her musings. What? She asked. Taya chuckled. Enough business, I thought this was supposed to be a party. She said, it is not often that we both can get away from our burdens. Perhaps we should try enjoying ourselves. Avaryss nodded. Perhaps that was a good idea. For the moment she was free of her master's chain. He had allowed her free reign of the city tonight, to celebrate her recent successes, but the work still intruded on her, even as she was surrounded by the pleasures that the Empire offered one such as her. How can I enjoy myself when we are being threatened? She wondered. She knew there was nothing she could do until War Master Feer deciphered the carrier signal's transmissions. Once that was done, they would at last know where to strike, and they would need to strike hard. That is the future, the dark side seemed to whisper. Try living in the present, revel in your success. Who knows when you will get the chance to do so again? She acknowledged the truth in that. Still, it was not an easy thing to let her guard down. She had contacted Taya, hoping that the other girl could help. They had had good times together. She hoped that they might find some tonight. She gave Taya a sheepish grin. "I think I've been an apprentice for too long," she said. "Since I joined House Fear, there have been little time for revels. It seems that everything I do these days is for my master or my desire for greater power." "That is important," Taya agreed, "but you have to know how to let your hair down too. What is the point of saving the Empire if we don't enjoy living in it? We might as well be Jedi if all we have is duty." She gently touched Avaryss' wrist, ran her finger down her hand. It was a simple gesture, but it made Avaryss shudder. Her arm broke out in goose flesh. The touch had been innocent, she supposed, but combined with Taya's emotions and what Avaryss was feeling through the Force, it also suggested an intimacy that she had not experienced in quite some time. It threw her off balance. At least for a moment, Taya seemed to enjoy that. No doubt she could sense what Avaryss was feeling. The blonde girl smiled and gave her friend's hand a reassuring squeeze. "You will be no good to anyone if you're mentally and physically exhausted. Let us find some fun tonight. Surely the capital has something to offer two beautiful young Sith." Avaryss smiled gamely. "The capital is not without its charms," she agreed. "Do you have any ideas?" Taya said, searching the room with her eyes, and possibly even the Force. She stopped when she found the bar. A sly grin came to her face. There we are," she purred. Avaryss followed where the other girl was looking. She gave her friend a sly look. "So I see," she murmured. It appeared that the two of them had been noticed. The two boys at the bar were watching them. Now that Avaryss realized that, she sensed their subtle regard through the Force. Both were broad-shouldered brutes, handsome in the way that most Sith warriors were. One was pale-skinned, the other was dark-skinned. They radiated a sort of danger, a potential for violence and dark power that some female Sith found intriguing. The dark side crackled within them. Dangerous, these two, Avaryss thought, and possibly exciting. "Look, Avi," Taya said hungrily, "party favors." She pursed her lips, evaluating the two. "Cute," she murmured, but Taya shook her head. "I thought you were going to try and enjoy yourself." "I am, but..." Her friend gave her a sad look. "It has been almost a year. How much longer are you planning on mourning Fel? I know you loved him, Avi, but he is gone." She touched her hand again. "He is not coming back." Avaryss said nothing, but she felt a flicker of anger at the other girl's words. In this, Taya knew nothing. She could bring Fel back. She was sure of it. She just needed the right materials, and his spirit. The dark side offered the chance of resurrection. One just needed the strength and the will to see it carried out. "Even if you could bring him back," Taya continued, "you have to ask yourself, what would be left? The madness beyond death that awaits all Sith is not called that because it is a gentle rest. There is a reason why the ancient lords chose to bind their souls to the tombs on Korriban. All the more reason that I must try and save him," Avaryss thought, plus, who knew what things Fel had access to beyond the world of the living? What secrets was only the dead privy to? How strong they would both become when she finally brought him back? Together they would change the Sith Order forever. Taya smiled at her. "Try to have some fun tonight," her friend advised. "That is what those two boys want, and what we should want. Why should we not do what we can to enjoy the evening and all its possibilities?" Avaryss thought about that and smiled. Taya did have a point, and besides, she still needed to find a strong, handsome body to bind Fel's spirit to, someone both physically pleasing and with the strength in the Force. Why should she not begin her search here? Why should she not sample the merchandise on offer? She nodded. "You are right, Tay," she said. "Let's have some fun." Her friend giggled and rose from her chair. She began to make a slow, lazy path over towards the two young warriors. Avaryss followed in her wake. They did not wish to startle their prey or seem overeager. They moved as one, but with a sense of subtlety. Avaryss' heart fluttered nervously. It has been a long time, she thought. She hated to admit it, but she missed the pleasures of the flesh. She had not experienced such sensations since her last morning with Fel. Perhaps it was time to change that. It was at that moment that her path was interrupted. A small thin human blocked her way. She stopped glaring angrily. Itae noticed and turned around. Avaryss regarded the one who had bumped into her with disdain. What was this now? He was scrawny, clearly not well fed, and from his clothes not from among the ruling class. He was young, she thought, her age perhaps, but having none of her talents in the force. He refused to meet her direct gaze, looking down at the floor, but that might have been more to do with his alteration than his self-worth. The whole left-hand side of the boy's head was cybernetic, chrome-plated with copper-colored fittings, as was his arm on that side. Avaryss had seen many cyborgs here in Dromund Kaas, but never a slave who had been so augmented. Why would a Sith waste time giving a lesser cyborg components? It did not make sense. What is this? She demanded. Why are you interrupting my evening? My apologies, Great One, the slave stammered, his voice clicking slightly, sounding more machine than human. Are you Avaryss, apprentice to Darth Fear? I am, she said. What is this about? The slave nodded grimly. Not here, he said. My master has a message for you, and it is not for prying eyes. Will you follow me, please? Avaryss sneered down at him. Why should I? It is about the prize you recovered on Taris, the boy said. My master wishes to offer you some insight into what you have discovered. Avaryss's eyes narrowed. What was this now? Itae gave her a curious look. Avaryss smiled at her. Go make the proper introductions for us, she told her friend. You should hurry, before someone else seeks to enjoy such pleasing company. The other girl nodded. You will be back? Itae asked. Yes, I need to take care of some business. It should not be long. Okay, Itae said, and continued on towards the two men. Avaryss looked down on the slave. Lead on, she informed him. Let's make this quick. He led her to a small alley not far from the Nexus room, his one human eye darting back and forth, likely checking to make sure that they were not followed. This better be worth my time, she thought angrily. The evening was just starting to get interesting. If this worm has spoiled that, he will answer for it. No matter who his master is, he will pay. The slave did not stop until he was sure that they were not being observed. He sighed. Accessing system, beginning transmission now, he murmured. The young man began to convulse. Avaryss reached for her lightsaber, fearing this might be a trap. Foolish, she thought. She had sensed no deception in this man, but that did not make him any less dangerous. A cyborg could be programmed to inflict damage without the human mind knowing anything about it until it was too late. It could be. The slave's cybernetic eye began to glow. He lowered his head before her, and a holographic image appeared between them, projected from the cyborg's mechanical eye, a very familiar one. Avaryss sneered. Darth Trik, she said coldly. What a surprise. Greetings, youngster, the massive cyborg said. It appears that my slave managed to find you after all. How fortuitous. She crossed her arms over her chest. She looked upon the holo with disdain. You turned your servant into a living hypercom. Your toy is an interesting use of technology, my lord, but possibly a waste considering the subject. One of my more successful experiments, the Dark Lord said. I wanted to see if it was possible to slave advanced technology to the human mind. My success with this one taught me so much. My new apprentice's programming is far superior and much stronger. The Dark Lord beamed with pride. Perhaps the two of you will meet one day. Avaryss suppressed a shudder. She knew, of course, that Trik did not limit his research to himself and his slaves. He used his genetic and scientific skills on his followers as well, seeking to improve not only their physical bodies, but their connection to the Force as well. His success was debatable, but also undeniable. He knew how to make powerful brutes, that was for sure. Tarik's own form was proof of that. She found herself grateful that she was not Tarik's apprentice. The man did not seem to understand the difference between student and test subject. She actually felt sorry for whoever had been chosen by the Darth. Do not be intimidated, the darkness within whispered. Do not give him that advantage. Stand up and remain strong. She decided to do just that. We could stand here all night debating the pros and cons of your research, my lord, but I sense that is not the reason you sent your messenger, is it? The Dark Lord nodded. You are correct. It is not. Tarik sighed and met her gaze, his strange droid eyes staring into her organic ones. I have a task for you, young one. It is a task that will benefit both your master and I. You would be wise not to reject this offer out of turn. Avaryss almost laughed. Neither she nor her master were in the habit of doing favors for people, especially people that made them look bad before the Dark Council. And what makes you think that I will do anything for you? My master would never agree to help a rival, especially one that he seeks to replace. He may change his mind when he sees what I've brought him. It is a chance for him to avenge not only a recent slight, but learn more about the enemy that is even now plaguing our empire. The ones who place droids with the subtle espionage program built into their core programming. Tarik smiled cruelly at her. I know you were recently on Taris, girl. I trust you got the carrier frequency from Seagothun before you killed him. After all, it is what I would have done in your place. Avaryss frowned. The Darth was well informed, that was for certain. Still, she decided not to make it too easy on him. I know nothing about any carrier frequency, she lied. You must be mistaken. There is no reason to lie, child, he said. I found the programming that Thun had hidden in so many of our droids. It was not difficult to trace the work back to him, not when I knew what I was looking for. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. And how did you find that out, my lord? She asked. I cannot confirm or deny what I know, but perhaps you would be willing to share what you found out, in the interest of goodwill. If you truly want me to undertake a mission on both my master and your behalf, I will need details. Tarik chuckled, amused by her audacity. It seemed that he was willing to humor her. He told her what he knew. I've used droid processors to augment my experiments' minds many times, child. Before any installation, I go over the mechanical parts I'm using quite thoroughly. I found the program that you and your master are no doubt investigating, and from there traced it back to its source. Tarik sneered. If your master had not decided to involve Darth Barris in our affairs, it might have been me that beat you to Thun on Taris. Yet, I hold no grudge. I admire him for the use of trickery and deceit. It is a weapon that all Sith must use if they wish to succeed. So, what is it you want, my lord? She asked. I can't imagine that there is anything I can do that a Darth could do better. You may be surprised, youngster, he replied. You remember the food shipment that was lost, the one that your master blamed on me. I take it you are going to claim innocence. For the attack? Yes. For the bacteria? No. It was created by me, but stolen and sold off by an unknown enemy, an enemy that sought to bring both your master and I to blows. In that, they succeeded. Avaryss considered what he was saying. She frowned. You think it was the same people that hired Thun? You think they wanted to force a conflict between you and my master? You don't sound surprised. Good. Tarik nodded. It seems that my old rival was not completely foolish in choosing a student. It seems that you are at least capable of thinking for yourself. More than capable, she said. In fact, I can do far more than think. I take it you have a lead on theft. I do, and that is where you come in, young one. I need someone to deal with the thieves. I wish to send a message to any who would dare oppose the Empire. He smiled cruelly. I take it that you would be up for such a challenge. I wouldn't mind, she replied, though I am curious. Why offer this to me? Why not handle the matter yourself, or send one of your own apprentices? The Dark Council has forbidden my leaving of Dromund Kaas. They did not take kindly to the destruction of that food shipment, and blame me for what happened. I could send my apprentice, but he is not ready yet. His body has not adapted to all the improvements that I've made, not to mention the fact that his programming is incomplete. Trik shook his head. These thieves hurt your master as much as they hurt me. I'm sure that Lord Fear would not mind a bit of payback. He gets to destroy a place that once had value to me, and at the same time gain some knowledge about our mutual enemies. Avaryss sneered. And if I fail, your rival loses his apprentice. You get to claim victory either way. Ingenious. Thank you, girl. As I said, you have a sharp mind. Avaryss suppressed a growl. The cyborg would find her lightsaber even sharper. Still, what he offered, there was value in it. I will need to bring this to my master. He still has to sign off on this. By all means, Trik said, though I do advise speed. Who knows how long these thieves will remain where they can be reached. The cyborg slave raised his arm. He seemed completely oblivious to what was going on around him. His organic eye stared blankly. A bit of drool ran down his gaping mouth. The mechanical arm split open, revealing a data card. Avaryss took it. That data card contains everything I know about the theft and the location of the thieves. It is a space station on the edge of Hutt space. The slugs will not mind its destruction. It is currently under the control of the exchange. I trust you are not afraid of such a low class of gangster apprentice. Not at all, Avaryss said with a hint of a smile. In truth, she welcomed the violence. It helped keep her sharp. She had not expected to find any leads tonight. This meeting proved to be most profitable. Thank you, she said to the hologram. I will bring this to my master. I would expect nothing less, Trik said, and if I may offer a bit of advice. I'm listening, Avaryss said. Trik made a sound she took to be a laugh. Your master might find this offering more palatable if he knew that you took it from a slain agent of mine. I've learned all I can from this test subject. I would be most pleased if you terminated it for me. Avaryss smirked. She looked at the blank-faced slave. She grinned. Putting such a creature out of his misery would be a mercy, and besides, Trik was not wrong. Killing one of his agents would go a long way to sell the story to her master. Good luck, youngster, the Dark Lord said, bowing. May the Force serve you well. And you, Lord Trik, she said, igniting her lightsaber. The image of the Dark Lord vanished. The slave blinked slowly, becoming aware of his surroundings. She did not give him the chance to finish. Her blade took his head. It came away with a shower of sparks and the slight smell of burnt meat. The body fell to the ground, just another piece of refuse to be cleaned up by the Imperial sanitation crews. Avaryss shivered with excitement. She slipped the data card into her pocket. Her master would be most pleased to learn of this conversation, but... She smiled slyly. Not tonight. The encounter with Trik, the blood she had spilled set a fire in her. Every nerve ending was tingling, her heart beat faster. She thought of Taya and the two boys back at the bar. She had had her fill of violence for the night. Now she was in the mood for some vice. She took a shuddering breath, her mouth suddenly having gone dry. She returned to the Nexus room with the tune on her lips and a spring in her step. I do hope those boys are nice and rested, she thought. Most Sith bragged about having almost unlimited stamina. Emperor knew her fel certainly had it. She was looking forward to putting one of them to test. Stay sharp, boys, she thought. It is going to be a long night. Very long indeed. Chapter 18. The old tramp freighter shuddered as it exited hyperspace. It limped its way slowly toward one of the many docking ports. In its hold, Avaryss pulled her hood up farther, hiding her features. No one here would recognize her. She was sure of that. If anything, the hood was more for her at this point than it was for them. She could not imagine a more embarrassing way to arrive in for a mission. Even the ship that had taken her to Tatooine had been in better shape than this thing. Of course, the people that came to places like as this were often desperate, or straight up had nothing to lose. They likely didn't care what shape their transport was in, as long as they reached their destination. Which they had, luckily. The ship shuddered under her feet as it finally came to rest on the deck, 2 nights and a day stuffed into the damp, rust-covered hold, had only served to irritate her. Avaryss sighed heavily and rose from her small corner of the deck. She had finally reached the station. Now, it was time to burn it down. She made her way towards the now lowering ramp, one of many people that had been stuffed into the cargo hold. The sights and sounds of the place floated in to greet her as the world became a den of unwashed alien bodies, and the squeak, purr, and squawk of many raised and human voices. The young Sith, clad in a plain, unadorned dark gray robes, looked around, seeing both with her eyes and with the Force. This place was clearly no Dromund Kaas. It was amazing that it could support so many people. It was amazing it could still function, period. The station that Darth Tarik's data card had brought her to was quite old. Even the Dark Lord had not been sure who had built it. It was near Hutt space, so most assumed that the slugs had seen to its construction, but that had never been verified. Since falling under the control of the exchange some 20-odd years ago, trade and travel had almost tripled here. The exchange thugs that ran this place did not post the high port fees that the Hutts were famous for, and the chaos of the last war between the Empire and the Republic had set many people traveling. Many of such had washed up here. This place is falling apart, Avaryss realized. The exchange clearly has no interest in keeping it maintained. They'll likely use it up and abandon it just before it suffers that final systems failure that blows the entire place to atoms. She shook her head. No wonder the locals called this place the wreck. She slipped away from the crowd as soon as she got her feet on the station's deck. Already exchange hired thugs were approaching to assess the new arrivals and tax them accordingly. Avaryss had no desire to be stopped by them. She had business with the station's boss, and though presenting herself to these men might speed up that meeting, she had chosen against it. These people had stolen from a Darth. Clearly they must know what the consequences of that are. If word reached them that a Sith was here, they might panic and try to run. She had no desire to waste any time on this business. These criminals were simply another link in a very long chain. She would end this quickly and move on to the next one, the next rung on the ladder. Eventually, she would reach the top and the person behind all the Empire's troubles. She was eager to have that meeting, to say hello to the troublemaker, hello, and goodbye. It was not hard for one such as her to slip unnoticed through the crowd. She moved with a speed beyond the norm for humans. It had been simplicity itself to slip past what passed for dock security and make her way into the station proper. She wrinkled her nose as she emerged onto the station's main promenade. She shook her head. Unsurprising, it was as bad in here as it was in the docking bay. The map she had found for this place showed it to look from the outside like a giant mushroom. The capped dome contained a cityscape that was about 10 city blocks wide and 6 long. The central tower that rose from the center was used as both offices and control for the station's many functions. The reactors, atmosphere processors, and sanitation control was all beneath them, protruding like some long metallic horn from the station's bottom. Long spokes stuck out from the central tower and into the domed outer shell. These were private launch tunnels for any exchange vessel that came to the station. None of the criminals wished to risk the lives of their guests or business associates on the street, she supposed. It would be through one of these that she would make her exit when all was said and done. According to the floor plans, those launch bays were big enough to fit a ship the size of her interceptor. When this mission was complete, she would summon Mr. Rink with the beck and call she carried. They would leave this place behind, a broken monument to those that opposed the Empire, or at the very least worked against it for profit. It would serve as an example to others. For now, though, the station still teemed with life, noisy, dirty, and dark. The sights and sounds of the cityscape here offended her senses. Perhaps this was not such a good idea after all. When she had first brought the data card to her master, she had thought she would be coming here in force, perhaps from the bridge of his dreadnought. Avaryss imagined standing on the bridge and watching as Sith guns gutted this place. She would have enjoyed that, and then she would have boarded, leading troops through the landing bays, sweeping away any resistance in her master's name. Darth Fear and War Master Feer had other ideas. And what would we tell the Dark Council when they asked why we attacked the place? her master had inquired. That we were dealing with enemies of the Empire, she replied. Is it not our way to make sure that such enemies never rise against us again? True, but at the same time, we need to be cautious. We have enough to worry about with the Republic. We do not need to make the exchange an enemy of the Empire too. Her master shook his head. No, he said, no. Subtlety is the key here. You will go in alone and deal with the exchange boss. He will tell us what he knows, and then you may exterminate him. Darth Fear smiled. Avaryss did not. Her eyes were angry, and disappointed. She had thought she had earned the right to command her master's forces. Did he not trust her, after everything she had done in his name, so far? Did he still not trust her? Her master chuckled. You will get your chance to lead my armies in war soon enough, my child. Be patient. Plus, never forget where you got this information. Apprentice, he reminded her, Trik knows my temper. He may have wished me to strike hard at the station, to make an example of it. What if the station was rigged to explode if attacked? War Master Feer had added, we could lose the bulk of our ships. A single agent will be able to accomplish just as much as a frontal assault. Avaryss nodded. She had not considered the Dark Lord using such a trap, but it made sense. For all she knew, Trik had agents already there, that this could all be some lure to draw their forces in. She could already imagine the report that Trik would deliver to the Dark Council. How Darth Fear had lost his fleet trying to settle an old grudge, and risked angering not only the exchange, but their Hutt allies as well. If this was a trap, it would be a good one. Both Lord Fear and the War Master were right. Subtlety was indeed the key if they were to be successful. The old pure blood handed her a data card. Destroying the place should prove simple enough, according to our agents. Its reactors are old and poorly maintained. You should have no problem destroying the station if that is your wish. Avaryss nodded. Again the old man spoke wisely. She was tempted to believe that her master simply did not want her building a reputation with his soldiers, winning their loyalty. It was likely true on some level still. As you command, master, she said, bowing her head, I shall be discreet. And so she now found herself alone, wading through the filth and mire that was the wreck. Citizens of the doomed station made way for her as she passed. She may not have been wearing Sith robes or colors, but the wise could clearly sense that the one in their midst was no prey, but a predator on the prowl. She reached out with the Force, seeking to project just that. As she made her way forward, her mind drifted back to the pleasures that she and Itae had enjoyed only a few nights ago. It was a distraction, yes, but it was a good one. Even the predators here seemed to sense that they were in the presence of an even greater one. They made way for her, even if they did not completely understand why. That understanding gave her time to reflect on what had happened with her old friend. She was not entirely sure what to make of it. Perhaps she never would. By the time she had returned to the Nexus room, Itae had already had the two young Sith eating out of her hand. Avaryss had grinned. It was always nice to know that you had someone you could depend on. Fimres and Erdal, that had been the two boys' names, had been most impressed to be in the presence of two such accomplished and beautiful Sith. The fact that Avaryss was an apprentice to a Darth intrigued them, and Itae, given her looks and sweet demeanor, was even harder to resist. Fim had gone with Itae, while Avaryss had chosen Erdal. The four had enjoyed a most intriguing evening. They had been perfect gentlemen to Avaryss and Itae, who easily played the roles of two enchanted young girls. At least until they had all grown bored with all that, when the two ladies decided that they had enough playing the enchanted girls, and the boys finally realized that girls on their arm no longer wanted them to be gentlemen. Fim had access to a room owned by his master, a suite used to entertain the Dark Lord's powerful and wealthy guests. It was there that he and Erdal had brought them after a lovely time in the cantina. It was then that the real fun had begun. It was then that they finally decided to get down to what they really wanted. Avaryss had remembered almost drowning in Erdal's dark crimson eyes. She remembered the feel of lips on her bare neck, sighing and shuddering with delight under his gentle yet firm touch. He took his time, undressing her slowly and firing her passions. She had been so lost in that touch that she had barely noticed that Taya and Fem had already found their way into one of the suite's bedrooms. The sounds coming from that room had been more than enough to motivate Avaryss' new friend to get down to business himself. He proved to be a most magnificent lover that night, so much so that she had taken him twice more before dawn, pulling that large, muscular body to her, awakening him and his passion with soft whispers of need and desire. As he had her, she could not help but imagine using him in her work. She imagined watching the light fade from his eyes, only to return, and with it the spirit of her beloved. It was not hard for her to imagine using the boy to bring back her beloved Fel. She had thought to use a pure-blood body, but why limit herself? As long as the body was strong and the Force, what would Fel care? He would live again, and she would be responsible. He would surely be grateful for that. Wouldn't, but by that point, he would be beyond caring. Such thoughts only fired her passions again. She awoken him with a kiss and a gentle caress. It was all she could do not cry out Fel's name as she finally found her release. She doubted would understand, so it was good that she restrained herself. Nevertheless, he was clearly enjoying their time together, so much the better. Perhaps when they parted in the morning, she would give him a way to stay in contact with her, or ask for the means to seek him out again. Was handsome, fierce, and strong in the Force. Fel would no doubt enjoy being him. She had awoken before the dawn, slipping out of Ertl's strong arms, pausing just long enough to drink in his body and all his natural splendor. He laid on his belly, breathing contentedly, his bare dark skin still slick with passion sweat. She smiled. He, or perhaps someone like him, would be perfect. They would be the perfect new Fel. She welcomed that day, the day her love returned to her for good and all. It would be a most glorious day indeed. She heard noise from the adjoining bedroom. Taya emerged, running her fingers through her mussed hair, a sly contented smile on her face. The two girls got dressed and slipped out of the suite together. They said nothing to each other until they were back on the street. Both were supremely pleased with themselves. Taya sighed. That was nice. Avaryss had nodded. It certainly had been good. The two boys had proved to be the perfect party favors. Avaryss looked up at the cloudy sky of Dromund Kaas. It would be dawn so enough. She yawned and stretched. Taya giggled. I guess neither of us got much sleep last night. Only an hour or two, Avaryss replied. My master will not expect me back until this evening. She chuckled, feeling perfectly relaxed and one with the galaxy. I suppose I should find some place to crash for the next few hours. I doubt my master would let me rest if I returned to the Citadel or the estate right now. Taya blushed slightly. Avaryss sensed only warmth from her through the Force. My master has a place not far from here, she offered. We could spend the morning there. We could rest in, regain our strength. Avaryss turned to her friend. You did not need the Force to know what it was the other girl was truly offering her. Are you inviting me back to your place, Tay? The blonde girl's blush darkened. What if I was? Avaryss smirked. Didn't you have enough fun last night? Taya smiled warmly. Last night was nice, Fem, even more so. She took Avaryss by the hand, gently backing her into the shadows. But Fem was not the only thing that I desire. Taya purred in a husky voice. We are Sith, aren't we, Avi? We should go after the things we want. Of course, Tay, she had answered. The blonde smiled. I was hoping you would say that. When they were mostly out of sight, and all but lost in the shadows, the blonde moved in and, to Avaryss' surprise, took what it was she had wanted. She leaned in and kissed her old friend and ally. It was a soft kiss, gentle and chaste. After the initial surprise, Avaryss found herself kissing her back. It was a chaste kiss, mostly, and soon she found herself letting Taya take the lead. Her friend pulling her into her arms, embracing her like she was the most precious thing in the galaxy. They spent the next few hours in Taia's master's place, the two of them sleeping in each other's arms. They did nothing but sleep, but that was okay. For Avaryss, it had been a sweet end to a good evening. Taia was simply happy that she was here. Perhaps she had feared that Avaryss would resist her advances, and for the moment she was willing to take things slow. Taia had nothing to fear. Avaryss was more than willing to do what she could to keep her friend and ally happy. She was too useful to simply let go, her wealth and connections too valuable. No, Avaryss was prepared to do what was needed. What she had not expected was the contentment she had found in that moment. It was rare that she felt safe enough to let go and simply let go, and lay in the arms of another. Only Fel had ever given her such release, and for a time, she had feared she would never know such again. It had been nice to know she was wrong. Once it was over, the two girls had left without another word. Taia needed to report back to her master, Lord Kaas, and Avaryss needed to return to the estate, bring the data card she had gotten from Trik's slave to Darth Fear. It had been a nice interlude, but now it was done. It was once again time to get back to work. She took her time trying to find a way into the wrecked central tower. Despite the state of disrepair the exchange left the place in, it was clear that they still prized both their privacy and security. She saw no less than 10 state-of-the-art war droids protecting the tower's 3 entrances, and at least 100 bully boys in full combat suits and reinforced armor. She kept to the shadows of a darkened alley. She watched the place with slitted angry red eyes. Avaryss frowned. So much for keeping things quiet. Her master may have desired subtlety, but she was starting to doubt that would be possible for much longer, not if she truly wanted to breach the tower. Security was too tight here. Any attempt to gather information using a hand scanner was resisted. It seemed that the exchange had some kind of jamming system in the tower, not that she had expected anything less. They may not have cared much for the people here, but the merchandise in the tower, that was something else. Avaryss' eyes narrowed, her hand drifted to the lightsaber clipped to her belt. She found herself at that moment wishing that she possessed the talent of force persuasion. That would have made this so much easier. She could have simply walked up to the tower and entered with a wave of a hand and few choice words from one of the guards. Sadly, that was not her way. Her talents lay in another direction. She sighed and pulled her weapon, feeling the cold lethality of the hilt in her hand. This direction. She sighed. Very well, she thought. The hard way, then? She was about to leap into action when she heard the shifting of trash behind her. She spun, ready to ignite her weapon, fearing that she had been noticed, perhaps activating some dormant security droid. Who are there? A human voice slurred. EC. She barely stopped herself from beheading the man, not wishing to alert the guards of the tower with such a random murder. He crawled out of the shadows, stood on wobbly legs, barely able to find his feet. He is nothing, she thought, just some gutter rat. She felt the fool for being startled. Who are you? She snarled. What are you doing in there? Seeping, the man said. He stepped into the light, letting her get her first real good look at him. She was not impressed. He was human, or at least of a human-like species, older, perhaps in his mid to late 40s. He was pale-skinned with gray eyes, and dark hair that was graying at the temples. He was dressed like some down on his luxe spacer, dirty and stained, wearing a black shirt and trousers, with a nerf-high jacket. Avaryss cursed under her breath. She had not even sensed the fool sleeping there. He did not feel like a threat, but... I asked you a question, man, she hissed. Identify yourself? Jay, he murmured, trying to keep his feet. He stank like the floor of a Corellian brewery. She was amazed he was even able to remain upright. Just Jay? He blinked and squinted, trying to see through the intoxicant-induced haze he was clearly lost in. He stayed just far enough back that she could not kill him with a single swipe of her lightsaber. Wow, he said, noticing the lightsaber in her hand for the first time. You a red blade, lady? He asked. Avaryss sneered. Red blade. She had heard the term before, mostly used by people who were not smart enough to truly respect the power of the Sith. She was tempted to teach him that respect, but for the moment she was still trying to keep a low profile. End him quickly, the darkness whispered, strangle him to death with the Force, and move on. She was just starting to raise her hand to end his life with a single gesture when he said something that surprised her. He gave her a wide, sloppy grin. "Want to go into the 2-hour, lady?" he asked. Jay knows how. Avaryss paused. "You do?" she asked suspiciously. He nodded exaggeratedly. "Used to move freight here," he informed her. "Got fired for sleeping during my shift. The boss boys caught me." He blinked and shook his head. "Days ago," he said. "What day is it again?" Avaryss smiled. "The day you showed me the way into the tower," she said, putting her weapon away. She could still kill him if it came to that. The man was nothing to her, but he did have some value if he could show her a way in, an undetected way in. "So much the better. I have 100 credits for you if you show me how to get in," unnoticed she informed him. The man giggled. "100, huh? K. You follow OJOK, Red Blade." He cackled excitedly. "Looks like this is my lucky die." Avaryss smiled, imagining what it would look like when she took this fool's head. She wondered how many times it would bounce off the ground before finally coming to rest. "Lucky for both of us," she purred. "Most lucky indeed." She followed the man's erratic path. Despite being barely able to stand, he set a surprisingly quick pace. Avaryss tried to stay close. This was her one lead. She did not wish to waste it. He led her away from the tower, away and down several dark corridors off the main promenade. At first she suspected that he might be up to something, her hand once again drifting to the blade at her side. She could hear the old drunk cackling to himself, commenting on how lucky it was that she had found him. She remained silent, focused, reaching out for the Force, and making sure that he was not leading her into a trap. So far, so good, she thought. She felt nothing from the drunken fool. He was barely worth her notice. He led her down into a large chamber below the promenade. She noticed several large fans spinning overhead, a few large ones along the back wall, pulling air through a large tunnel on the other side. Avaryss grinned. The man gestured her forward. He stood before one of the fans that looked to be broken, grinning proudly. "Used to sneak out here all the time," he informed her. "Good place for a nap down here. No one knows about it. Never bothered to fix the fan." Avaryss nodded. So the lazy fool would come down her to escape his shift in the tower. "This duct leads inside then?" she asked. Jay nodded again. "It'll get you out inside. No one will be the wiser." "Good," Avaryss said, reaching for her belt. Jay grinned excitedly. She could almost see the greed flickering in his eyes. "How do I reward you?" she wondered. "With credit or with my lightsaber?" It was an interesting dilemma. She would be done and gone from here before the man's credits ran out. He would not have time to sell her to anyone else. Of course, her lightsaber would guarantee his silence permanently. She was still debating the pros and cons of both when the entire chamber shook. Distantly, down the air duct, she heard a loud boom. Avaryss frowned. That sounded like an explosion. "What in the Emperor's name?" "Here," she said, dropping 100 credits on the ground. She did not even wait to see if the fool picked them up. She dashed forward, her weapon in hand, disappearing down the broken ventilation duct. Distantly, she thought she heard the man speak. "Looks like you are not the only one interested in the tower, Red Blade." She did not bother to respond. She was already too far away, rushing forward. She had come here for information, and from the sound of it, someone had beat her to it. Her red eyes flashed with anger. She would be damned before she let a prize slip through her fingers. It would not happen. The duct was a straight shot into the tower. She had no need for a map and would not have used it if she had. She was following the Force now, sensing the mayhem up ahead. She emerged into the tower to the wailing of alarms and harsh voices shouting back and forth over a loudspeaker. Whatever was going on was not over yet, she realized. Good. That meant that she still had time to salvage this. She used her lightsaber to cut through the grate that was sealing off the air duct. She leapt down from it and found herself in a world of chaos. She encountered no one as she made her way up. She saw neither guards nor droids until she was 2 or 3 levels above the main entrance. It was then that she finally encountered the first signs of what was happening. What she saw made little sense. 2 war droids lay broken beside one of tower security doors, not destroyed by any weapon, but crushed as if by some strong grip. The doors that should have been able to keep out a full attack squad lay bent and broken like some giant had struck it with his fist. Avaryss rushed forward, reaching out with the force, but at the same time keeping her lightsaber off, not wishing to draw attention, at least not yet. Guards and workers rushed past her, not even noticing her presence. Overhead alarms continued to wail. Commands came over loudspeaker, telling the guards to head to this level or that. Avaryss did not bother listening. She knew where the trouble was coming from. She could sense it through the force. She now was following it, like a beacon. What she felt, well, she could not describe it. She could feel the violence up ahead. It rippled down and outward from the force. What she did not sense was the death and destruction that she should have been feeling. She passed several fallen guards on the way up. Most of them still drew breath, but their weapons were destroyed, and they were injured. Not fatally, perhaps, but they were out of the fight and would likely need medical attention. She passed 2 more destroyed battle droids. These showed signs of damage. Their limbs had been removed. The cuts were clean and straight through, the metal still hot from the strike. Lightsaber damage, she recognized. Avaryss growled. It seems that Darth Trik had sent an apprentice after all. Was this the trap her master thought awaited her? If this was a trap for her master or her, why had the apprentice not waited? Why strike early? She could not say. She reached out again with the force, trying to sense the dark side, to find her fellow Sith. She felt nothing, only a sense of grim determination. She was left puzzled. A fellow Sith should have been reveling in the destruction. Why was she feeling nothing? Once again, she could not say. She turned another corner, and suddenly she heard a sound, a familiar hum that made her heart quicken. The sweet sound of a lightsaber, followed by the popping sound as the blade found its mark. She slowed, adopted a hunter's tread. She would not be surprised by whatever it was that Trik had decided to put in her way. She would be. She stopped cold. The sound of battle ceased. The only sounds was the blaring of alarms and the hum of her enemy's lightsaber. Avaryss blinked. What in the Emperor's name? Her enemy was crouched over a broken war droid, his dark skin flushed with both battle and excitement. She could sense the force singing inside the fighter, but it was not the familiar tune of the dark side. The young Sith's eyes narrowed. The one responsible for all, the one that was turning the wreck into wreckage, was a girl. It was a small alien girl. She was young, perhaps Avaryss' age, maybe a year or 2 younger. She had a long, solemn face and large, dark brown eyes flecked with gold. Had she been standing, she likely would have been a head shorter than Avaryss, her long brown hair pulled into ponytail, with a single small braid dangling down the right side of her head. The girl was clearly not human, not fully human anyway. Her ears were long and pointed, and what the young Sith had mistaken for dark skin was actually a very short velvet-like fur. Avaryss could see that she wore no boots. Her feet were large and wrapped in cloth. As she kneeled over, large toes helped the girl balance on her powerful legs. Avaryss would not be surprised if this one was an astonishing jumper, even without the force. The hands that gripped the lightsaber were equally thick and large, each digit ending with a thick yellow claw. The lightsaber the creature wielded was not fiery red, but emerald green. It blazed brightly, hurting Avaryss' damaged eyes. She wore a gray combat suit with a long tan-colored robe over it. The creature glared at her. If looks could kill, she would be ash at that moment. Avaryss lit her blade and raised it as she dropped into a fighting stance. Jedi, she hissed, though the creature felt like no Jedi she had encountered before. She heard a low growl emerge from the beast girl, a low dangerous sound from back in her throat. She could sense the light within her, but it seemed muted, held back by a will like iron, that in the feral determination of a predator. Because that is what this creature was, a pure predator. It knew what Avaryss was. Even without her lightsaber, it would recognize her. Sith, the Jedi growled, I should have known. Her features started to shift, her nose seemed to extend, her jaw too. Long fangs flashed wide in her muzzle, her features becoming more beast-like by the second. Avaryss blinked. What kind of creature was this? She wondered. Some sort of changeling. She had never heard of any kind of alien like this. Where is your master, Sith? The monster growled. Where is Darth Trik? Avaryss blinked. Trik is not here, she said, but I'm sure I can. Arg. The girl threw back her head and howled. It was a terrible sound, loud and keening. Had Avaryss not been so deep in the dark side at that moment, and wearing her sonic dampeners, she might have fled in terror. The beast girl leapt the distance between them. In 2 steps she had closed the distance between them, her eyes and teeth flashing, hungry for Sith blood. Their blades clashed in a flash of light, and a shower of sparks. Avaryss fell back as the animal Jedi rained down blows upon her. The attack was vicious, quick too, but once again she did not feel the dark side, as she should have, considering how aggressive this girl was being. There was no emotion in what the creature was doing, only a sense of grim determination. She was in the beast's way, and its only desire was to see her removed. The Jedi whirled, attacking fiercely. Avaryss only just blocked one of his blows, only to nearly be ripped open by a swipe of a clawed hand. This was no mere Jedi, she thought. It was a storm of teeth, claws, and a lightsaber. Avaryss continued to fall back. What had Trik sent her into? Why did this thing want him dead? She had no time to answer. The dance of death continued. It was all she could do to keep up with the steps. Someone will pay for this, she thought. I will make sure of it. She growled and tried to go on the attack. The beast girl parried her strikes with considerable skill. Avaryss blinked. This was not going to be easy. She fought on. Someone will answer for this, she thought. If I survive. Chapter 19. She is stronger than me. It was not an easy revelation to swallow, but there it was. As Avaryss retreated before the onslaught that was this, whatever it was, she was forced to recognize that one simple truth. The beast girl's speed was amazing, at the force into that, and it was almost unbeatable. It was all she could do to stay one step ahead of her opponent, one swing of the sword away from losing her own head. Sarisu saved her, at least for the moment. The other girl, despite her size, easily used the powerful strikes of gems so, but at the same time combined that with the speed and agility of the Ataru. Normally the two styles did not function well together, but this Jedi thing made it look almost flawless. Avaryss was both impressed and shocked, and at the same time barely managing to keep up. She was quite literally fighting for her life. Their blades locked. Avaryss glared into the Jedi's eyes. She tried to break the stalemate with the Sith spell, but her opponent sensed what she was doing. Unable to use her blade, the Jedi thing punched her in the eye, breaking her concentration, and sent her staggering back. The young Sith managed to recover before her enemy could take advantage, but once again she found herself back on the defensive. Animal, Avaryss thought, that hurt. Of course it could have been worse. She could have used her claws if she had. That shot likely would have taken an eye. A small blessing, she supposed, probably the only good thing that had happened since this battle had begun. Plus, her eye hurt, and that served to enrage her, giving Avaryss access to greater power. It would be enough, she would make sure of that. Exchange thugs twice tried to intervene, and both times they were stopped. The beast girl pummeled the first group with the storm of telekinetically thrown debris, forcing them to run, while the second were driven off by Avaryss' force lightning, and a vicious sweep of her lightsaber. I will not be interrupted, Avaryss thought. I don't know what this thing is, but she will die spitted upon my blade. The dark side is stronger. Today I proved that by slaying this creature, it doesn't matter how strong the force was within it. It would fall. The dark side was stronger. Avaryss pressed her attack, and again her opponent rose to the occasion. She easily turned back Avaryss' strikes and met her aggression with powerful blows of her own, and again the young Sith was forced to give ground. So strong, she thought. This one is very strong. You don't have time for this, her conscience chided. You are on a mission, not here to spar with some Jedi filth. Kill her and move on. For all you know, the scum lord you need to speak with is getting away. She doubled her effort. She slashed at a light panel, causing it to shoot off both flames and sparks. The move surprised her opponent and caused her to lose a step, at least for a moment. Avaryss struck back and a heavy blaster bolt blew the two of them apart. Avaryss rolled and came up to her feet, her ears ringing despite her sonic dampeners. She spotted the heavy repeating blaster cannon that 3 exchange thugs had set up. It continued to spit fire at her opponent. The beast girl fell back under the onslaught. Now is my chance, she thought. I can't slip away, and the beast girl threw her lightsaber. It spun end over end, a green saw blade directed both by the girl's will and the power of the force. It sliced not only through the cannon's tripod, but the 3 gunners as well. All fire ceased as the bodies fell. The cannon tumbled from its tripod and fell with a long clang. The Jedi's lightsaber returned to her grip. It had only taken her a matter of seconds to slay the gun crew and silence their fire. Avaryss blinked. So, the Jedi was not afraid to get her paws dirty after all, and as before, she had not felt a single tingle from the dark side within this creature. The kill had been done for self-defense alone. It was all the more reason that this abomination needed to be destroyed. Once again, the 2 girls faced off, their weapons in hand. The Jedi thing dropped into an Ataru fighting stance. Now, she growled, where were we? Avaryss sneered. Jedi dog. She would die for her arrogance. Avaryss advanced, ready to unleash the full power of Makashi and the dark side on her foe. She did not get the chance. She brought her blade up and around, and a wave of force energy washed over her. It went through her force shield like it wasn't even there. In that moment, she found herself paralyzed, caught in a stasis field. Even her mouth was frozen. She could not even cry out in rage. She imagined the creature leaping towards her, its lightsaber overhead. She had been wounded by a lightsaber during her final trial on Corbin. She remembered the icy cold she felt when the blade cut her shoulders, but this would be no minor cut. The Jedi would not hesitate. She knew it. She was about to lose her head. All her plans and dreams would end. No, she thought. No. I could not die this way. Not like this. Not helpless. Master. Daddy. Help me. If she could have moved, she likely would have wailed in horror. Yet, the blade did not fall. She waited for the Jedi girl to charge her, to end her life with the sweep of her lightsaber. But nothing. It did not come. The beast girl was also frozen, a look of surprise on her face, its beast-like form changing back to a more human-looking one. What are you? Avaryss wanted to shout. She had never seen anything like this Jedi filth. She became aware of another presence. If the creature that she had been battling had been burning with a steady light, this one was as bright as a star. It was so bright that she dared not look at it, not through the force. She heard footsteps behind her, not the careful tread of a hunter, but the deliberate steps of someone who had no problem being noticed, and likely expected to be. The beast girl blinked. No longer did she look like a wild animal. Once again, she was simply a dark-skinned girl with large brown eyes. Master, she murmured. Avaryss heard a heavy sigh behind her. Hello, child, a male's voice replied. I do hope that the 2 of you are quite done. The voice was familiar, she realized, though the strength of it was not. The last time she had heard this particular voice, it had been slurring, a giggling mess. Panic was replaced by a cold simmering anger, that in a desire to inflict horrible bodily harm on the speaker. The man the girl referred to as Master stepped before her. Had Avaryss had the use of her mouth, she would have snarled in fury. It was him. It was the man who called himself Jay, the drunk from outside, the one who had showed her the way in here. Though he still stank of cheap ale, he stood tall and proud. The being she had thought beneath her notice now radiated both power and a commanding presence, a presence that even her own master would have been made wary by. He gave her a wry smile. "Hello again, Red Blade," he said dryly. "This is a bit awkward, isn't it?" She glared daggers at him. Damn you, she thought. Damn you to the darkest hell. He released his forced grip on the beast girl, but not before pulling her lightsaber from her grip. He did the same to Avaryss, reaching out with the force and plucking her weapon from her hand. He clipped both weapons to his belt. So he has claimed his trophy, she thought. Now he would no doubt claim her life. Coward, she wanted to shout. Give me back my weapon and face me. The Jedi Master seemed to have no interest in doing that. He turned to her opponent, his expression a bit weary. "Vey is quite worried about you, Padawan," he said, so much so that she thought it prudent to contact me. He frowned slightly. "I'm sure you know what kind of a risk that is." The girl gave him a chagrined look, seeming more and more a young girl than a fierce warrior. How could this creature have been testing me so? Avaryss thought. She barely seems like anything now. Looks, of course, could be deceiving. The girl was quite strong, and Avaryss had nearly paid the ultimate price for their battle. The two Jedi seemed to have forgotten she was there, so little respect did they have for her. She was not even an afterthought. Just get on with it, she wanted to shout. I failed. Death is no less than I deserve. You must live, a tiny voice in the back of her head seemed to say. You still have value. Your bloodline must not end with you. The voice sounded like Master Adaz, but in truth it was likely nothing, her desire to fight on taking form, trying to rally her from her stupor. Once again she tried to get free, to call upon the power of the dark side to free herself. She found no success. The Jedi's power was too strong. He is a Jedi Master, she thought to herself. What did you expect? I had to come, Master, the Beast Girl said. The elder Jedi sighed and shook his head. I thought you had grown beyond this, Shire. I understand your reasons for seeking out Darth Trik, but this. Trik is not the reason that I came, the girl insisted. I found it, Master, the transport that Master Vey and I were seeking. Then you should have waited, the Master said. Contacted Vey or another of the Masters. You should not have gone in alone. There was no time. If I had waited, the transport would have been in Sith space before we could have done anything about it. The Padawan paused. She growled, glaring at Avaryss. This one is proof that I was right. Trik must have sent her to protect his shipment. Avaryss felt her temper starting to rise. A shipment, she thought. That is what this was all about. When the battle first began, she had thought this Jedi girl like the knight she had faced back on Terrace. She assumed the girl was here to protect the plan that she and her master were unraveling back on Dromund Kaas. It seemed that that was not the point. It seems that Trik had baited a trap as they had thought, but not for the reason that they had expected. It was all about some bloody shipment, Avaryss realized. Trik must have known that these Jedi were after it, and decided not to soil his hands. He had used her, and her master, used them to deal with the Jedi annoyance. Had Avaryss killed the girl, then whatever it was Trik wanted protecting would be safe. If she lost, then Darth Fear would lose his apprentice, and Trik would gain an advantage over his rival. The story that the cyborg had spun for her about the bacteria being stolen from here was probably not a lie, but it was also not relevant, not in the face of removing a Jedi enemy. Avaryss would have cursed if she could. She hated the thought of being used. The Jedi Master stood before her, his expression curious. How about it, Sith? He asked. Do you serve Darth Trik? She felt the stasis field around her weaken. She could at least move her mouth again. Tell them nothing, the darkness within whispered. Saying nothing would likely serve best, but at the same time, It also likely meant that would only die in silence. Where was the fun in that? She smiled cruelly. Trik is beneath our notice, she snarled. It is to the Emperor and my master that I bow to. It is the Emperor's will that brought me here, not some mere Darth. She laughed slightly. Count yourself lucky you could have ended up facing the Emperor's wrath. You would find him not as forgiving as I am. It was a lie, of course, but one with enough truth wrapped around it to be believable. Avaryss did consider herself a servant of the Emperor. All Sith were, after all. It was for the good of the Empire that she was doing this. The Jedi should sense no deception in her words, because they were true from a certain point of view. She was curious to see if the Jedi would pick up on the subtlety of that. He crossed his arms over his chest and gave her a cool, evaluating the look. The Padawan kept her distance, still growling at her, but also more cautious than she had been during their duel. The Jedi Master frowned. So you serve the Emperor, he said. Very well then. What is it that the Emperor found so important to send one of his agents here? She only just resisted the urge to laugh. Yes, she thought. Fooled you Jedi. Deception was a weapon of the dark side, every Sith knew that, but some lacked the subtlety to use it to the fullest. One of her first lessons when she had arrived on Dromund Kaas was about the art of deception. Lies were valuable, Lord Fear had admitted, but sometimes, the truth could be far more fun. If you could twist the truth to serve your needs, that was a true sign of Sith mastery. It was just as her master had said. A silver tongue can often be as valuable as a crimson blade, Apprentice. It was that skill that she turned to now. The Jedi could not know how deeply this business with the espionage droids had penetrated the Empire. The Empire could not afford to show weakness, not to one of its most powerful enemies. And so she spun a story for him, one that was just true enough that it might be believed in total. She told a tale of their great emperor who, in his infinite wisdom, had discovered this plot to bring down the Empire, a plot using droids with hidden programming, and that after a bit of investigating, that plot had led her here. She told of his desire to preserve the treaty, and the order and security that it brought with it, but at the same time she warned them of his displeasure, and his concern that other, less reliable lords might seek to take advantage of this, use it as a rallying cry to declare war. Our master has no desire for war at this time, she said as she finished her tale. We hold to the treaty that we signed. My presence here was merely to gain evidence against the conspirators of this cowardly attack, to deal with this matter quietly, before the rest of the Empire is forced to intervene. When she had finished, the two Jedi looked at each other. They were skeptical, she could tell, but at the same time, curious. Everything she had said was not an out-and-out lie. There was enough truth in the story to make it believable. So, the Jedi Master said when she was done, you believe that Boss Tynes is a part of this plot. More than likely a pawn, she said, but even pawns can yield up useful information. He nodded. He turned to the Padawan. The girl growled. I don't believe her, she spat. I don't like the smell of her, and through the Force she is. The girl shook her head. She is animal. Avaryss chuckled. Look who is talking, she said dryly. She had felt the girl's anger starting to rise, only to feel it disperse just as quickly. Avaryss was impressed. Whoever had trained this one, they had taught her well. I understand your concerns, Shira, the master said, but at the same time, if there is even a chance this Sith is telling the truth, we must investigate. I will not let my apathy be the cause of another war. He turned back to Avaryss. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jaz Darben, Master in the Jedi Order. The girl is Shira Veal, apprentice to my old master. I am Avaryss, the young Sith said. I would say that it is a pleasure to meet you, but... The Jedi chuckled. No need, he said. I understand completely. I gave her an evaluating look, perhaps coming to a decision. Finally, he nodded. I will make a deal with you, Sith. The Padawan is not wrong about stopping this transport of Triks from reaching Sith space. We will help you reach Boss Tynes, as sign of good faith, and as proof that we are upholding the Republic's end of the treaty, and in exchange, you will allow us to take Trik's cargo with us." Avaryss shrugged, or would have if she was not caught in a stasis field. "It is finding who is behind this threat to the Empire that concerns me, Jedi. Trik is nothing to me, you have a deal." The Jedi nodded, and suddenly she found herself free again. She stumbled and took a deep breath, a sigh of relief. Free, she thought. Now, to get back to business. The Jedi returned her weapon. She felt a fleeting desire to turn it around and plunge his blade into his chest, but resisted that urge. 3 blades are better than 1, she thought, and besides, this would be a most interesting opportunity. Her experience with the Jedi was limited. It would be interesting to see these two in action, to be able to observe both their strengths and weaknesses. Today, these two were stronger than her, but that did not mean it would remain that way forever. One day, these two would pay for letting her go. She would be strong enough to destroy them both, but for now, they had their uses. "Thank you," she said, clipping her lightsaber back on her belt. "Let us be off then. We should not keep this exchange boss waiting." Chapter 20. Thirsty, my lady. Avaryss looked up, her crimson eyes narrowing with hate. Feer sat before her, cross-legged, with a savage grin on his face. She had to admit, the little rodent did not look like such a little rodent anymore. As she had been bouncing around the galaxy, the boy had had his growth spurt. He stood almost as tall as his father now, his shoulders starting to fill out, revealing the physical strength he would one day possess. Darth Fear would never have been considered handsome. His son, however, though he did inherit many of his father's features, would be both taller and more physically appealing than the Dark Lord himself. What he had inherited from his mother, she supposed. Of course, growing up did not change what was inside Beale. The same twisted desires remained. Once again, Avaryss found herself feeling sorry for the first girl that the boy brought home. If he learned to be charming, some poor female Sith or merchant's daughter might come to realize just how cruel and twisted Feer was. The future did not look bright for House Fear if Beale inherited his father's throne. He was almost a young man now, but that did nothing to change his demeanor. He remained cruel and sadistic, enjoying the suffering of others above all else. A sadistic streak was not unheard of in a Sith. Emperor knew she had one, but she tempered her forethought, asking herself what was good for her quest for greater power. Her master's son did not do that. He simply enjoyed watching others in pain, and the more fool he was for it. He was proving that now. In his hand he held a large glass of ice water. Just looking at it made her dry throat seem even drier. Her cracked lips pursed, and a scream tried to escape her lips. No, she wouldn't do that. She would not show weakness, not now, not ever before her master's son. She lowered her head again, and continued to focus on the dark side, continued to endure this latest punishment. It was the only thing she could do. For 3 days she had been here, 3 days since returning from her mission. She had gotten what they had needed from the exchange boss on the wreck, yet her master remained unhappy. He did not consider the mission a success. The wreck still functioned, and boss times remained alive, and most important of all, the 2 Jedi still drew breath. Her master was not pleased. It had not been her fault, not entirely. The 2 Jedi that she had tried to ensnare in their plans had limited her options. Master Jazz only agreed to help if she restricted any killing that she do to be only in self-defense. The Beast Girl Shira only helped because her master had told her to. Together they had gotten the information that she needed, and Avaryss had managed to return home with it, return home, and report. It was then that her penance had begun. What was she supposed to do? Both Jedi were stronger than she. Had she attacked them, she would have ended up dead, only by manipulation, and sowing the seeds of discord between them and their order had she escaped. Had that not been enough? It should have been enough, Avaryss thought. She had gotten the information she had needed, and even managed to walk away from the 2 Jedi unscathed. They had let her go, despite what damage she might do to their order in the future. They had let her go, and still her master desired to see her punished. It was not right. It was not fair. He had commanded that she remain kneeling out in the courtyard until he told her that she could rise. He commanded that she be stripped of her weapon and all clothes but her briefs and light under top, and so here she had remained for the last 3 days. She had been exposed to the elements, the heat of the day, and the stinging insects at night, with no rest, no food or water, with only a single chance to relieve herself once a day. It had not been the most pleasant of experiences. Her neck, shoulders, and lower back were sunburnt, her legs cramping by being in a kneeling position for so long. Her arms and legs itched horribly from where she had been bitten by the various insects that lived on Dromund Kaas. She dared not try to leave lest she further provoke her master's anger, and to make sure that she did not, he had left 2 heavy war droids to guard her. Alone, the droids would not have been a problem for her, but if she resisted, her master would punish her further. She had been left to reflect on the mission, to figure out why she was being and punished. Twice now he had come down and listened to her report, listened and rejected her reason for why she was being punished. "You do not yet understand, Apprentice," he had told her, a cold sneer on his lips. "You will remain here until you do." He had walked away, leaving her to try to endure. She was left with the problem, left to seek her answer alone. 3 days, she thought miserably. She wondered if there would be a 4th. Bill had visited her often during her punishment, often in the rain, when the water soaked her through to the bone, and her hair stuck like paint to her body. A slave had stood over him with an umbrella, shielding his good robes from the rain as he stared down on her with both arrogance and lust in his eyes. He had often come to leer at her, to leer and tempt her with water or food. He clearly could sense her discomfort, and took a sick pleasure from it. He was not alone. She had felt the eyes and attention of several of the guards as well. She was not unattractive after all, and they were young men who no doubt had seen their master's apprentice wandering the halls of the estate. She felt their desires through the force, their fantasies. They may not have been twisted as Beale's, but "I am to be a lord of the Sith," she thought. "They are unworthy of looking at me and having such thoughts." She debated what would be a fitting punishment for them, after she had found her way back into her master's good graces. "Are you sure that you do not want a sip, my lady?" Bill asked, lightly shaking the glass, making the ice cubes tinkle as sweet as any bell. "It would cost you so little, you know," he added. "Just a single kiss." Avaryss dug her nails into the dirt. She would rather kiss a hut. There was only 2 ways out of this. 1, she had to figure out her master's lesson. That solution had, so far, proven to be surprisingly difficult. At first she thought she was being punished for not destroying the wreck and slaying Tynes, but that had not been it. Her second response had been that she was being punished because she had dared work with the Jedi. Technically it could be considered treason to having done so, but that was not the reason that she was being punished either. Her master said she was getting closer, but was not there, not yet. If she could not find the answer her master sought, then there was only one other way out of this. One way that she hated to admit. She had been contemplating more and more as the sun rose, and the 3rd day of her penance grew hotter. The only other way to escape this was to beg her master's forgiveness. If she fell to the ground and begged for mercy, he would grant it, this time, and this time only. Avaryss was unwilling to do that. Those who ask for mercy are unworthy of it. That was one of many of the tenets of the Sith, not as important as the Sith code itself, but still one of the rules that a member of the Order lived by. If she begged, she would lose every bit of prestige she had earned from her master. She would have to start over from scratch. She would likely be taken off mission and be left to endure the torments of her master's basic training again. No, begging for mercy was out of the question. She had considered what had been said during their previous 2 conversations, tried to puzzle out what she had said wrong. She thought she had come to the right conclusion. It felt right, but she would not know until her master came to speak with her again. The answer must be right this time. She realized the force had sustained her these last 3 days, but she feared that she had reached her limits. The dark side was limitless. She was not. "I have to be right this time," she thought. "I must be." When her master did finally come, it was with both War Master Feer and Lady Sinestra at his side. Avaryss sensed concern from the old pure blood, and noting but disdain from the lady of the house. She had felt the lady's presence a few times during her shaming, and had sensed her pleasure at seeing her husband's apprentice brought so low. I must show no weakness, she thought, the witch will get no more amusement from my suffering. She looked up upon her master. He looked well rested with a merry smile on his face. "My lord," she said, bowing her head. "You are here, apprentice? Good," he said dryly. "I had feared that I might have to send one of the servants to fetch you." Bill giggled at his father's joke, while Sinestra merely smiled. Avaryss said nothing. After days and nights out here, it was all she could do to keep her composure. "Come away, Bill," Sinestra said. "Your father needs to speak with the girl. She does not need you distracting her." Avaryss almost growled. If her ladyship thought her son a distraction for Avaryss, she was gravely mistaken. The only way that Bill would distract her was if he was in agony, if she was slowly peeling the flesh from his bones. That would be a most enjoyable distraction, to be sure. Her master grinned down at her. She wondered if he could sense what she was feeling, if he understood her fantasies. If he did not let on, not with his wife and son around anyway. "I would hear your report, my child," Lord Fear said, "both your take on what happened on the wreck, and why you were ordered to remain out here these last few days." He chuckled. "I do hope that you have learned your lesson." I am ready, my lord," she said, struggling to keep calm, to hold onto her composure, to keep the fear of being left out here for another day out of her voice. "Then proceed," he ordered. "What happened on the wreck?" She took a deep breath and nodded. She began her report again. "I breached the wreck easily enough and made my way to the central tower, the exchange's base of operations. While seeking a way in, I encountered what I thought to be a common drunkard, a former worker from the tower. He showed me a way in." She shook her head. "I did not know that he was secretly a Jedi Master." Sinestra glared. "Are your senses so dull that you could not tell, girl?" she demanded. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. This was the first time that Sinestra had heard this story. She had not been there for the previous attempts. It was all Avaryss could do to keep from leaping up and ripping out her eyeballs. The Jedi masked his presence well, she admitted. Besides, he did not look or carry himself like a Jedi. He seemed like any other down on his luck spacer that I've encountered. "That fits with what we know about this Jaz Darbin, my lord," War Master Fear said, speaking up in her defense. "Perhaps our spies conclude that he is unlike other Jedi, choosing to avoid the rest of the Order, wandering the fringes of Republic and Imperial space." "I see," Lord Fear said. Clearly he had had the War Master research the two Jedi since Avaryss' return. The fact that he did so gave her hope. She wondered what he found out about Shy Reveal. "What was your take on this Jedi Master, Apprentice? Did you learn anything during your time together?" "I did, Master," she admitted. "One cannot truly destroy an enemy if they remain unknown. Jaz Darbin is from a storied lineage. If he is to be believed, many members of the Bin family have served as Jedi. He is one of the latest, and a bit of a disappointment if what he told me is to be believed." "And what did he tell you?" "That he feels that the Jedi Order is too caught up in Republic politics to be effective. He had no problem believing my story about Republic intelligence and members of the Jedi Order conspiring against us." She shook her head. "He said that the Jedi would serve far better by aiding the people of the Republic than the Senate. He claimed loyalty to the light and the people first and foremost, even before the Senate and the Jedi Council. He is said to be a maverick, my lord," Few are confirmed. "Our sources close to the Senate say that the Jedi Order views this Jaz Darbin as a gray Jedi, that he does not follow the code of the Jedi as well as he should." Avaryss frowned. The War Master was wrong, she thought. He had not seen what she had seen, felt what she had felt. Jaz Darbin blazed with the light. He may have been an idealist and pragmatic, but his choice to serve the rabble over the Senate had given him more than the rest of the Jedi realized. He was dangerous, unpredictable. When the war began anew, Jazdar Ben would need to be among the first to die. The Sith could not allow other Jedi to embrace his outlook. It would make them far too dangerous. Yes, Jazdar Ben would need to die. So you breached the tower, with the Jedi's help, her master said. What happened next? Her eyes flickered with anger. I encountered another Jedi inside. A Padawan learner had invaded the tower, looking for either Darth Trik or a shipment that he had requested. We battled this Padawan, and me. I would have defeated her had the master not intervened. A Padawan did all this? Sinestra asked. This one is not like the others, Avaryss said. Tell me about this Padawan, Feer ordered her. Leave nothing out. Avaryss growled under her breath. The beast girl's face danced before hers. Black hatred roiled in her heart. Her name was Shiraviel. She was an apprentice to Jazdar Ben's former master. The girl had gone off on her own, and the master was seeking her through the aid of her fellows. Master Jaz happened to be the one to find her. For what reason did this Padawan seek out Lord Trik? What was he to her? Avaryss sighed. Her master already knew the answer to this, but he seemed determined to make her relive what had happened again and again. It is part of your training, part of the lesson, the dark voice within said. Do not question. She nodded. She would not. I managed to get the story out of the master on the way out of the wreck, she admitted. Apparently, Shiraviel was a creation of Darth Trik's. Masters Ben and Vay saved the girl from a Sith research vessel during the war. They realized what she was and brought her back to the Republic. They saw her too valuable to simply toss away. What is she? Her master asked. An alien. An abomination, Avaryss replied. A freak that Trik created, probably by combining the genetic material of multiple species. I don't even think the Jedi truly know what she is. It did work though, she is quite strong in the Force. Avaryss shook her head. It also seems that she can use the Force to bring out her more beastly nature. Her features shifted while we were fighting, becoming more and more animalistic. Really, Bill said, grinning. I would love to get a look at this thing. Avaryss smiled evilly. Should we meet again, I will bring you back her pelt, she said. It might make a pretty coat for Lady Sinestra. Lord Fear chuckled. You hate her, don't you? Avaryss nodded. She embarrassed me, my lord. She was not only stronger than I, but she did this. She lifted up her face, showing an ugly-looking black eye. She had not been able to treat it, and so it looked as horrible as it had when she had first gotten back to Dromund Kaas. She will answer for that, Avaryss promised. Lady Sinestra laughed. It is a lovely shade of purple, she said. It is truly your color, young Avaryss. Bill giggled like the sadistic idiot he was. Avaryss again had to resist the urge to reach out with the Force and choke him. What happened next, Apprentice? Feer said, drawing her back to the business at hand. She nodded. Yes, it was better to continue. Master Ben was curious about what I had told him, about the plot against the Empire. He was eager to learn more, and to help the Padawan Shira acquire what she had come for. We fought together. The fighting is not what I would call it. The Beast Girl had already sent the bulk of the exchange forces scampering. Those that remained were either suicidal loyal or foolish, maybe both. Did these Jedi prove to be valuable allies? Her master asked. Were their skills lacking in any way? They were. Impressive, my master, she hated to admit, especially Master Ben. Avaryss shook her head. That was a gross understatement, she realized. Jazdar Ben was a force of nature, pun intended. The lightsaber her carried was a single-hilt weapon with a violet-colored beam. The lightsaber seemed out of place on one so shabbily dressed, but one only had to see the master fight to know that robes did not make the Jedi. The Force and his will made him a Jedi, and his powers were considerable. She got the feeling she was only getting a glimpse of his true potential, that he was holding much in reserve. It was for that reason that she had not fled quickly from him. She wanted to know more. She had never gotten the chance to actually speak with a Jedi before, especially one so powerful. She had wanted to know, needed to know. He had not disappointed her. After the mission had been completed, when she had escaped the wreck with him and shy reveal, she had asked him about it. Why he did not wear the robes of his order, or was he simply in disguise? He confessed that he owned a robe, but that he chose not to wear it when away from the order. When she had asked him why, he had laughed. Does a set of black robes make you a Sith? He had asked. Of course not, but they are symbolic, aren't they? He had said. She nodded. A hint of a smile played over the Jedi's face. I've traveled from one end of this galaxy to next, he admitted, and in that time I've seen much of how the people see the Jedi Order. Most people in need would not seek out a Jedi's aid even if they were simply walking down the street. They will see us as above their problems, or that we are the fist of the Senate and that we are good for nothing else. The older man shook his head. If people see you as one of them before they see you as a Jedi, they are more open to accept your help. They are willing to tell you their problems, to give you the chance to aid them. Avaryss sneered. So you serve the rabble, she spat. I serve the people of the galaxy. What is the Republic if not its people? If the people stand with you, then you will never be defeated. A single person is nothing, she said. They are no match for the Force. True, he admitted, but people, many of them, united in a common goal, for the betterment of all, could overpower any one Force user, Jedi or Sith. She considered that. He shrugged. If we are not cautious, one day the people will get tired of our constant warring. Neither the Jedi nor the Sith would survive if that happened. Both of the orders would likely be hunted to extinction, or everything would die as we struggle to our last breath. So what is the alternative? She had asked, curious now. She was not sure she believed his take on the situation, but was willing to consider his words. We need to find common ground, he said. Jedi and Sith have been fighting for millennia. What has it gotten us? The light and dark side exist together, two parts of a greater whole. Why must the Jedi and Sith be any different? It is our arrogance that makes us think otherwise. Avaryss laughed. You would seek peace with the Empire? She asked incredulously. I would seek equilibrium, Master Jazz said. There are Force users in the Republic who would do far better as Sith, just as I'm sure there are Sith in the Empire who would make fine Jedi given the choice. Impossible, Avaryss said. Why? It just is. The rather odd Jedi Master chuckled. And that is why we both fail, he said. It won't be easy. It may very well be impossible, but if we could find a common purpose, a common goal. A common enemy, Avaryss suggested. That might work too, the Jedi agreed. He gave her an evaluating look. I know you believe that peace is a lie, but is order that far different from peace? The Sith and the Jedi are in the same business. We simply have different ways of making the galaxy we seek a reality. Avaryss had laughed then. You are mad, she said. Maybe, he confessed, or maybe the galaxy is mad, and I'm one of the few sane people left in it. Avaryss had chuckled. Maybe, she had been forced to agree. What happened when you reached your target? Did the Jedi restrain you in any way? We breached the door to Boss Tyne's quarters with an electronic lockpick that the Master had brought. We found Tynes, an especially slimy Corran, hiding behind 4 burly bodyguards. Avaryss grinned. Master Ben rendered them unconscious with a wave of his hand. It was most impressive. You admire him? Sinestra said coldly. I admire the power he wielded, Avaryss said. His mastery of the Force was most impressive. Did the criminal give you any trouble? Master Fear said. Not at all. He recognized Ben. I'm guessing this is not the first time the Jedi had come to the wreck. Avaryss' smile turned cruel. The Jedi accessed the scum's computer while he and I had a chat. I didn't even have to torture him. He was spilling his guts the moment that I seized him in a Force grip. The squid head was so frightened that ink was dribbling down his chin. And what did you learn from him? That Trik did not lie to us. The bacteria that was used to destroy my lord's food shipment had passed through the wreck. The exchange sold it off to a third party, a representative of a company called Garrick Exports, who provided Lord Trik with a dummy container filled with vials filled with water. They were a decoy to distract his lordship from what had truly happened. Boss Tynes knew about the scheme and had kept a file on it, just in case some Sith tracked him down with questions. He hoped that the file would provide enough information that his life would be spared, which it was, but not because of any charity on my part. Avaryss frowned. The Jedi forbade me from killing him. I was tempted to disobey, but it was at that moment that we heard an alarm. Exchange reinforcements were arriving to defend the tower. If we did not leave at that moment, we would likely not have been able to. Avaryss remembered all too well that feeling of disappointment. She would have happily separated the thug's head from his shoulders, but the Jedi would likely have left her behind if she had. She might have been able to escape the exchange thugs, but why risk her master's prize when she could simply return with it? No, she had decided that discretion was better. She fled with the Jedi aboard the ship that was carrying the cargo that Shire Veal had sought. The Padawan had flown them clear, and after a brief micro-jump to hyperspace, Avaryss was permitted to use her beck and call to summon her ship. After that, they had parted company, the Jedi and she. Both sides had acquired what they desired. So you just left, Lady Sinestra said, frowning. You did not even try to slay them. I know my limits, my lady, and yes, I still have some. She turned her eyes to her master. It is to your training that I turn, my master. I've grown strong under your guidance, and with your continued teachings I will grow even stronger. I will one day be strong enough to even end the life of Jazdar Ben. Her master sneered, but she sensed warmth and a wave of affection wash over him. You flatter me, apprentice. I speak only the truth, my lord. Bill and Sinestra were not so easily soothed. What was the cargo that the Jedi were so interested in acquiring? What made this Padawan risk offending the exchange by seizing it? Yeah, Bill said, nodding, my mother is right. What was so bloody valuable? The future, Avaryss answered. The cargo was 50 children sealed in carbon freeze. They were to be delivered to Darth Trik. I saw the order myself. The young Sith shook her head. The cargo was labeled research material. They were children snatched from a Republic refugee camp. Avaryss sneered. I'm sure that Trik hoped that I would die fighting Shire Veal, or perhaps hoped that I would kill her. Regardless, I had no problem letting the Jedi have that transport. Had Lord Fear explained what resistance we needed to expect, he might have rid himself of both Veal and got his shipment. I have no problem letting the cyborg have a bloody nose for lying to us. Darth Fear glanced over at his war master, who nodded slightly. Sinestra did not look pleased, but then again, she would likely not be pleased as long as Avaryss continued to draw breath. Bill grinned madly, likely hoping that his father would be unhappy with her report and allow him to punish her further. Avaryss had no desire to risk that. She had given her report. Now she was ready to answer her master's question. At least, she thought she was. A most interesting tale, apprentice, her master said. Now answer me this one last question. You returned with the information that I sought, and despite a lack of spilled blood, did accomplish what I asked of you, and yet, I still punished you. Why is that? Avaryss bowed her head. She gathered her wits and hoped for the best. She looked up at her master and smiled. It is not so much what I did, my master, but the fact that you desire me to reach a certain conclusion. He smiled slightly. She could sense both amusement and a sense of hope. And what conclusion would that be, my dear child? Her crimson eyes glowed. The world around her took on a slight rosy hue. You wanted me to understand that I was suffering because of the Jedi. You wanted me to know that it is because of them that I had to endure such pain. They are our enemies, and despite their value during my last mission, you wanted to make it clear that I should feel no sense of gratitude or trust for the Republic's pawns. Fear's smile widened. And what does that mean to you, my dear? It means that I must grow stronger. I must be ready when I face the Jedi and their allies again, and yes, I do believe that we will meet again. She bowed her head respectfully. It is the fault of the Jedi that I had to suffer, I understand that. And when the opportunity comes, know that I will bring you their heads, theirs, and any other Jedi that conspires with them. Avaryss lowered her face to the hot stones, debasing herself completely before her master. I'm yours, my master. Your will is my command. Give me the strength to crush my enemies, and I will see all of yours destroyed with both equal commitment and extreme cruelty. I am yours, now and forever. Avaryss was not sure if he believed her, while she remained where she was, hopeful that he would accept his answer, that she would finally be permitted to end her penance. I'm ready to serve, she added. What is thy bidding, my master? Again another pause, but then she heard a sound, slow and yet deliberate clapping. Her heart sank. She had done it. Bravo, my dear, he said over his own applause, bravo. You understood completely. You may rise. She tried to obey, but her weakened legs gave out from beneath her. Too long had she been left to kneel. Exhaustion, thirst, and hunger rose up to overwhelm her. Her master, at last, took pity on her. Have the slaves carry my apprentice back to her quarters, Lord Fear told the War Master. Have her bathed and fed, and then let her rest. I will have need of her tomorrow. We now must track down this Garrick exports. I trust she will be most busy. As you will, my lord, the old pure-blood said. Avaryss heard him calling out orders, but that was it. The world finally started to fade away. The last of her strength was exhausted. She glanced up just long enough to see Sinestra glaring at her, unhappy no doubt of her continued survival. Bill seemed to be enjoying her suffering, and did not take note of the look that his mother was giving her. Good, Avaryss thought. Bill lacked his mother's understanding of the situation. Avaryss' survival was a threat that the lady and her son would not have an easy time dealing with, especially if the lady wanted her son to inherit his father's holdings one day. They are mine, Avaryss thought as she finally let the sweet oblivion take her. It will all be mine. Lady Sinestra and Bill would not stop her. House Fear would be hers one day, and on that day their lives as well. She welcomed that day's coming. It could not be here soon enough. Her master's voice penetrated the haze that was slowly swallowing her up. His voice was melancholy, regretful even. My poor girl, he said, look at what the Jedi filth has done to her. Indeed, Avaryss thought. Her master was right. The Jedi were to blame. They would pay for her suffering. When she recovered, they would all pay. She would see to it. They would all suffer.